One, check, check, one. Hello, check, check. साइड में रख देंगे जो बता दे उनकी हाइट कितनी है तो नहीं वो मैडम से भी आइडिया हो जाएगा ना
A very warm welcome to all our guests. We request all of you to kindly take your seats. If you're still outside the hall and can hear us, we request all of you to please join us so that we can get started with the proceedings of the day. Thank you. We request all our guests to kindly take their seats so that we can get started. If you're still outside the hall and can hear me, we request you to please join us back in so that we can get started with IIGF 2023. All our guests who are standing at the back, I request you to please come forward and take your seats, please. Settle down. I also request everyone to please put your phones on silent mode. Just in case you need to make an emergency call, please do that by going outside to the pre-function area. I think we still have people joining us from outside. Okay, here's another reminder to please put your phones in silent mode just in case you need to make any emergency calls. Please do that by going outside to the pre-function area. If a guest standing at the door could please join us inside and settle down, we could quickly get started. So very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ritika Jhanji-Chaktiani, and it is an absolute honor to welcome all of you, our esteemed guests, to India Internet Governance Forum 2023. Now, with more than 1.4 billion citizens, 1.2 billion mobile phone users, and 800 million internet enthusiasts, India today stands at the forefront of the digital age. And today, with the theme moving forward, Calibrating Bharat's digital agenda, we have all gathered here at this diverse, multi-stakeholder forum to put together a discourse on critical public policy issues that relate to the internet. So in the course of the day, we'll of course have the Honorable Minister of State for IT join us in just a short span of time, along with the Secretary of the Ministry. And we'll have representatives from government organizations, private enterprises, and civil society who will be joining us on the dais and discussing and making us understand that how do we collaboratively shape the future of internet governance. Having said that, once again, a very warm welcome to India Internet Governance Forum 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, let it all get started by inviting onto the stage our very, very esteemed dignitaries who are here with us, while we await the arrival of, as I said, Minister of State for IT, who will be here with us in just a few minutes from now. We would like to begin by inviting onto the dais Shri Sushil Pal, Joint Secretary, MeitY. So I request you to please take your seats. Please keep the applause going as I invite onto the dais Ms.Sarah, Kemp, Vice President, International Government Affairs, Intel. A very warm welcome to you. Please put your hands together for Dr. Devesh, Tyagi, Chairman, Coordination Committee, IIGF. I request Shri V Ramachandran, Vice Chairman, Coordination Committee, IIGF, to please join us on the dais. Keep the applause going, and let's welcome onto the dais Ms. Amrita Choudhury, Director, CCAOI. A very warm welcome to you, Ms. Amrita. And we are very glad that we are also being joined, though online, by Ms. Anita Gurumurthy, who's the founder and executive director of IT for Change. And we also have Ms. Carol Roach, IGF MACCHE, here with us, who will be addressing us virtually. And we will also have a recorded message from Ms. Sally Costerton, Interim President and CEO of ICANN, in just a short while. For now, can we have a huge round of applause to welcome all our dignitaries here on the dais? And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to set the context for IIGF 2023 with the opening remarks. To deliver that, I'll be welcoming someone who has over 31 years of IT ESDM expertise. He's someone who's a key advocate of IT, entrepreneurship, innovation, and product creation. His extensive experience also includes roles at National Informatics Center. He's had experience with remarkable projects and a very, very strong technical background. He's a senior director at Software Technology Parks of India, CEO of NIXI, and chairman of Coordination Committee IIGF. Please put your hands together to deliver the opening remarks as I invite Dr. Devesh Tyagi.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning to all. Shri, Sushil Pal, Joint Secretary, MeitY, Ms.Sarah Kemp, my colleague, Shri V Ramachandran, and Amrita Choudhury. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to be here today, and I also thank everybody to join us for this particular forum. So when we talk of India Internet Governance Forum, first thing comes to my mind is India. It is our country, 1.4 billion people, 900 million internet users, and lot of opportunity. Since the announcement of Digital India in 2015, it is most happening place. Opportunities are there, and everything is aligned to move forward. Second thing, India Internet Governance Forum is internet. You see, our population is huge. There are a lot of underserved people. There are a lot of people who are unreached still. A lot of progress has been made, but internet is the solution for this. And 900 million users clearly indicates this. All the government policies, all the government rules, regulation has put in place to promote internet at the core level. And I congratulate my Ministry of Electronics and IT, to be part of that. And we are also proud as a NIXIan to be contributing in that. Now we come to India Internet. We are now here for for internet. There are few things which comes to our mind. First thing is that we should have a very good infrastructure. We should be clearly visible or clearly known of the digital divide which is in our country, though digital divide has reduced considerably from the last 2015 when the Digital India program was announced. And another thing is the security aspect. Internet security is the hottest topic as of now. And availability of internet, which government is ensuring through various programs, has put our focus on that. For this, India Internet governance is required. So governance, we had framed the rules, we had framed the policies, and we are consistently working, because since there is new opportunities are coming, new threats are opening up, we have to see and mitigate those threats. So our all policies and rules are being aligned to such mitigating such threats and other things. And last part, which comes to my mind, is forum. And you see that all the stakeholders are making this forum. And I am very sure that through this forum, we'll be discussing and formulating policies, or we will be contributing towards making our suggestions to the government to promote such rules and regulations which increase the penetration of internet. So today is the opportunity. I encourage each of you to actively participate, share your insights, and embrace the spirit of collaboration. Together, we have the power to create meaningful impact in this space through raising issues of importance that would impact on ultimate users. I am confident that the knowledge and experience shared during the event will inspire innovation, foster growth, and leave a lasting impact on all of us. So with these words, I congratulate you to be here, and especially congratulate to them who are part of this forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Devesh Tyagi, for setting the context for IIGF 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is joining us live all the way from Washington. She's a distinguished ICT strategist and an e-government expert with over 30 years of experience. As the current 2024 IGF MAC chair, she has played a vital role in enhancing government's services efficiency and effectiveness. Her active involvement with regional and international organizations, coupled with advocacy for small island developing states, demonstrates her commitment to responsible and sustainable use of internet and digital technology. We look forward to her valuable contributions at IIGF 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, let's welcome IGF MAG Chair, Ms. Carol Roach, who's joining us all the way from Washington. Over to you, Ms. Carol.
Thank you very much. I'm actually from the Bahamas, and it's about 11:51 in the night, but I thought it was very important that I be here. So distinguished guests, participants, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be here with you today at India IGF, an important inaugural meeting that brings together stakeholders keen on moving India forward. I am Carol Roach from the Ministry of Economic Affairs of the Government of the Bahamas. Just a few weeks ago, I was appointed by the United Nations Secretary General as the chair of the Internet Governance Forum Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. As you may know, the IGF is a global multi-stakeholder platform through which all stakeholders can discuss public policies, issues pertaining to the Internet. At this meeting, many stakeholders are present who greatly support the IGF processes as either session participants, organizers, or speakers at this annual forum. I want you to know that we are immensely grateful for your country's participation, and an extra hand clap for Amrita. It is stakeholders like you who make the IGF alive, relevant, and needed. We concluded the 18th annual IGF meeting in early October in Kyoto. The meeting hosted by the government of Japan was opened with remarks from the UN Secretary General and the Prime Minister of Japan. As the Prime Minister rightly said in his welcoming statement, by bringing together participants from all over the world, from different perspectives, and bringing together their wisdom through a multi-stakeholder approach, we can maximize the benefits of the internet whilst reducing risks. Indeed, with a record number of 9,000 participants in Kyoto, the IGF proved to be a remarkable, productive multi-stakeholder platform, enabling discussions amongst all stakeholder groups. Over 300 sessions took place under the overarching theme of the Internet we want, empowering all people, and around 8 main sub-themes ranging from digital inclusion, human rights, to internet fragmentation, artificial intelligence, and global digital governance. The IGF panel, chaired by Vincent, well known as the father of the internet, and co-chaired by Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Ressa, who also took the opportunity to present their vision paper on the internet we want. The IGF leadership panel believes that the internet we want, whole and open, universal and inclusive, free-flowing and trustworthy, safe and secure, and rights respecting. The LP's position aligns closely to your objectives for India, promoting inclusive growth in electronic services, products, manufacturing, and job opportunities, providing digital infrastructure as a utility to every citizen, and empowering citizens digitally. I would like to encourage you to consult the paper, The Internet We Want, but also the Kyoto IGF messages that consolidate the major takeaways from all sessions. The next year's IGF will be hosted by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in Riyadh. As a leading hub for tech development and digital entrepreneurship in the NEMA region, we plan to work with the host country to ensure that the 19th IGF is a success in terms of stakeholder engagement and program quality. I strongly encourage India to participate in the forum to ensure that your voice is heard. The IGF is a forum that aims to identify areas for continued development, and we are keen to providing a platform that better caters to national and regional IGFs. As such, we would welcome ideas that could contribute to the 2024 cycle, serving you better. We are at an important moment for the internet and digital space, given several important processes happening. The UN member states continue negotiating the Global Digital Compact, or the GDC, aiming to have it agreed upon during next year's Summit of the Future. These processes have a huge global impact, and it's therefore crucial that IIGF keep apprised of what is happening and be totally, utterly involved by putting their position forward to both the global IGF and directly to the GDC co-chairs. I stress, make yourselves heard. The WSIS Plus 20 process, which will take place in 2025, has already started its active consultative process. It will mark a significant milestone of 2 decades of progress in the implementation of the outcomes of the World Summit on Information Society. As a major outcome of WSIS, the IGF's mandate will also be part of the 2025 review process, and by extension, this pertains to the IIGF. A multi-stakeholder community such as IIGF is critical for building a secure, trusted, and resilient cyberspace for Bharat, and indeed the world. This further means that it is vital for you and your various stakeholders to participate in all internet governance-related processes, including the global IGF. Your theme and titled panels directly reflects India's commitment to the people. I particularly like the word calibrating. To me, it shows that you intend to take a deliberate approach to assessing your current state and taking the necessary action to adjust, to reform, and to meet the targets of India's digital agenda. In my role as the chair of the MAG, I offer the assistance to IGF, and I invite you to cooperate and collaborate with us. National and regional IGFs are vital. And so I encourage you to join us in working together for a strong IGF that stands for good multi-stakeholder governance of the internet. We look forward to your participation, and I hope you have a progressive and productive IIGF 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carol Roach, for sharing such deep insights with us and joining us all the way from Bahamas. Thank you so much. We really cherish your presence with us.
Thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the next speaker joining us from Bangalore. She's with us virtually right now. A leading expert in data and AI governance, platform regulation, and feminist frameworks on digital justice. Her contributions extend to global bodies like the United Nations and the Paris Peace Forum. With a vast experience and leadership roles in global justice organizations and university centers, her insights promise to enrich discussions on technology and governance at IIGF 2023. Let's welcome the Executive Director of IT for Change, Ms. Anita Gurumurthy.
Thank you so
Over
much.
to you, Ms. Anita.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible. Yeah? Can someone tell me if I'm audible?
Yes, you are, ma'am. Yes, you are.
Thank you. I am really honored to be here, and I think it would have been wonderful to be there in person. I apologize that I couldn't be, and I'm really also honored to be following in the shoes of Carol. I think your intervention was extremely inspiring, and I'm probably going to take a leaf out of the tenor that you said. Yes, India is rapidly digitalizing, but I think there's a risk of leaving Bharat behind. And with 700 million active internet users as of December 2022, according to various reports, I think there's significant potential, as previous speakers have also alluded, for growth in rural markets, for opportunities. And what we actually see is that a mere 25% of adult Indian women own a smartphone, in contrast to 41% men. And in keeping with the consonance and the strong policy focus on the girl child, on women's empowerment in our larger national and subnational policies, here is an opportunity, a challenge to include women through the vital axis of digital inclusion, that is empowering. So this empowerment is not just about mere assimilation into that larger technological sphere, right? It should not just amount to bringing women into low-skilled jobs or just to distribute laptops in schools. It's not about that. It is actually a complex idea where we have to have equality of opportunity, access to public services, accountability of institutions, so that the internet can become an enabler of rights and a gateway to full participation in society. The incomplete project of Bharat Broadband and Last Mile Access should be completed. And today we have a very, very new opportunity that is taking place in different states in a very small way that can be aggregated. We need public access points. The old idea of the common, the CSCs, the Common Services Centers, to be rebooted. And these spaces can become maker spaces. These can be available for young people, technologists, geeks, students in rural India, with a focus also on local language models. We talk about large language models, we can talk about local language models, and a new era of digital libraries in the grassroots, which can build from our vast experience of the CSC program, our Enskillment program, and enterprise development opportunities. This will be a public-community partnership model, and I think that there's a vast scope here. I think the IT Act overall is very, very welcome. And here we need to move from giving primacy to a commercial approach to a citizen-centric approach. And probably it was very inspiring for me to read that in 2025, the European Union is going to have a digital citizenship education year. They are dedicating a year to celebrate digital citizenship. The second point I want to make is not just about the digital divide as an internet divide or a connectivity divide, but as a data paradigm, as a development divide in the data paradigm. I think that the policy space for countries to pursue their own path in the AI economy is something that India has been very, very vociferous about in the global arena. And I think this position is extremely important. India has an opportunity to demonstrate a unique model of data governance, emphasizing development, people's control over data resources, public value creation. And we are seeing new developments today in the WTO, for instance, where certain positions on data flows is being transformed. The US has changed its view. And new multilateral deliberation in the UN is coming up in the form of the Global Digital Compact. And I think India should take on a strategic leadership role to situate developing countries' standpoints firmly in this debate. In the national context, I do think that Clause 16 of the Digital Personal Data Protection Act is talking about permitting cross-border data flows to other countries, but through a blacklisting approach. While there may be some merit to this approach, I also think that it might need some kind of revisiting, because I think a rights-based approach to data governance is needed that not only includes privacy and autonomy, but also in the longer term, in the horizon, to situate the social and democratic rights to determine if and under what conditions people's data should flow, right? So getting policies ready for this through a democratic deliberation process is needed for collective data stewardship mechanisms. And yes, I love the word calibration. Thank you, Carol, for pointing that out. But I also want to place here the context, which is that it's a public policy is not just a science, it's also an art. And I think orchestration of social ownership of data and public institutional mechanisms of accountability in data governance, getting that a mix very right to prevent an extractivist and colonial data paradigm is very much needed. I think we need to count on our federal structure from villages to cities to states and center, and get this mix very right with public backbone infrastructure, protocols, citizen commons, to allow all of these to thrive in a very mutually productive dynamic. So I also think, to conclude, a couple of points. The AI economy is here, and I think accessibility of data, getting the data stacks in agriculture, health, urban data stack, all of this ready is indeed extremely important. And we have certain, I would say, progressive legislation in other jurisdictions. Maybe we should learn from those and make them unique to ourselves. And finally, I think that AI regulation, where transparency, accountability, and public scrutiny is very, very necessary, without ethics dumping practices of other nations, is something India should really watch for. And the last thing I want to say here is that the UNCTAD has come up with an important report through the CSTD, the Commission on Science and Technology for Development. This report talks about data flows with equity. I think restoring trust in the economy, of course, is crucial, because we need predictability for commercial transactions. But if we all reimagine ourselves as citizens of this internet world, I think we need more than just trust. I think we need equity. So here is an opportunity for India, with all its complexity, to demonstrate what that model for development in the internet age will be for data flows with equity. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anita, for shedding light on how technology can play a pivotal role in driving changes that are much needed. Thank you so much for joining us. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving towards a very special address. It's time for us to learn from Ms. Sally Costerton, Interim President and CEO of ICANN, who couldn't be here physically but has been kind enough to send us a recorded message all the way from UK. Talking about her, she's ICANN's Interim President and CEO and Senior VP for Global Stakeholder Engagement, with vast leadership experience, including heading one of Europe's largest PR firms. She brings expertise in global stakeholder engagement and internationalization strategy. Her role in initiatives like the ICANN Grant Program and Emergency Support Infrastructure Project adds a dynamic perspective, making her address a valuable contribution to discussions at IIGF 2023. Can we have the address from Ms. Sally Costerton, please?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Although I'm not able to be with you in person, I am deeply honoured to address you. I extend my warmest greetings to Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar and esteemed guests, including Shri Krishnan, Secretary of the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Sarah Kemp, Vice President of International Government Affairs for Intel, and Carol Roach of the Internet Governance Forum Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. Your attendance attests to the significance of the dialogues that are about to begin. Today we gather under the theme of moving forward, calibrating Bharat's digital agenda. It is a theme that illustrates India's remarkable journey in the digital age, and it reminds us of the incredible strides the nation has taken in technology and innovation. One cannot overstate the historical significance of the internet. In less than 20 years, the internet has revolutionized the way we communicate, conduct business, access information, and connect with the rest of the world. We are more interconnected than ever before, with more than 5 billion of the world's 8 billion inhabitants now online. Half a century since the internet's inception, multi-stakeholder internet governance remains the trusted foundation for its operations. At the same time, global connectivity and interoperability across myriad of networks worldwide have remained uninterrupted. The internet has enabled countless innovations, including crucial technologies that connect millions of devices and solutions and allow people to use the internet in their native language and scripts. Recent global events, most notably the COVID-19 pandemic, have emphasized just how vital the internet is. It has become our lifeline, connecting us to essential information, enabling remote education, and fostering human connections in times of crisis. In essence, the internet today is not just a tool, but an essential resource for all of us. Throughout this forum, participants will be given the chance to participate in substantive dialogue, exchange valuable perspectives, and investigate new technologies and trends. Founded 25 years ago as a non-profit organization, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, or ICANN, is the global multi-stakeholder entity responsible for coordinating the technical management of the Internet's unique identifier systems. ICANN coordinates the allocation and assignment of names in the root zone of the domain name system and the development and implementation of policies. Our mission is to ensure the stable and secure operation of the Internet's unique identifier systems so that the Internet remains functional and accessible worldwide. We also coordinate global policy development for these unique identifiers through a consensus-based process that involves representatives from across the Internet community. As we navigate the intricacies of maintaining the Internet's stability and functionality, we face some major challenges, and I'd like to bring your attention to one of these. There are legitimate concerns amongst many governments around online crime of all types, from disinformation to illegal trafficking, that of course they want to address. These happen in the content layer of and application layer of the Internet. And when addressing these issues, the focus must not, by mistake, be placed on the technical foundations of the Internet. To do so will result in the undesired outcome of not addressing the root causes of the problems and may damage the technical infrastructure of the Internet. We must navigate these areas of Internet interoperability to ensure that the fundamentals of the Internet's infrastructure are not compromised. The Internet was created as a decentralized, apolitical, and accessible tool. If the unique identifiers, particularly domain names, stop working the same way everywhere, the Internet will become fragmented. And we must collectively ensure that this vital global resource is managed and preserved as a common good for the world. We take our responsibility to inform and collaborate with policymakers very seriously to ensure that their understandable efforts to protect their communities do not unintentionally damage the Internet's functionality. And we will continue to collaborate with the global community to advance the cause of a safe, secure, and unified Internet, guided by a robust framework of multi-stakeholder governance, even as the Internet's identifier systems continue to evolve. Now, shifting to one of our biggest priorities, promoting digital inclusivity and expanding Internet access for everyone. Digital inclusivity ensures that anyone, regardless of location, socioeconomic level, language, or culture, can use the Internet. Expanding access to the Internet requires addressing affordability, digital literacy, and enabling locally relevant content and services. In our mission to connect the next billion people to the Internet, it is critical that we create inventive ways to service the world's different languages, systems, and cultures. And language accessibility is crucial for a truly inclusive Internet. Internationalized domain names consist of characters other than ASCII letters. Through IDNs, we can tackle the digital divide that hinders access for non-English speakers and creates a divide. Another crucial element of digital inclusivity is universal acceptance. This ensures that domain names and email addresses, regardless of script, can be used by all internet-enabled applications, devices, and systems. Everyone should be able to access the internet using their preferred language and keyboard. Ultimately, ICANN's IDN and universal acceptance initiatives seek to give individuals and organizations more control over their online presence, identities, and brands in a transparent and inclusive manner. India is renowned for having some huge internet user base with 690 million users at the start of 2023. This is exceptional and underscores India's indisputable role in the world's digital landscape. And you play an important role in the movement towards a multilingual internet. We are pleased to be working with and supporting the Indian government in reducing the digital divide and fostering digital inclusion. Today, you have country code top-level domains in 15 of your 22 constitutionally recognized languages using 10 different scripts, in addition to .in in English. Moreover, India has made huge progress in the development of a comprehensive digital public infrastructure, and this achievement was recognized and underscored in a World Bank report released during the G20 summit just a couple of months ago. India's accomplishments show the world what is possible when a country is dedicated to using the internet as a tool to benefit society as a whole. I would also like to take the opportunity to recognize India's pivotal role in supporting multi-stakeholder internet governance. In 2015, India affirmed its support during the WSIS Plus 10 review, and in 2016, it backed ICANN's transition to a multi-stakeholder internet governance model. We once again request the assistance of the international community to support multi-stakeholder internet governance, and in particular protecting the role of the technical community during the upcoming Global Digital Compact negotiations and the WSIS Plus 20 review. Almost 20 years after the WSIS Tunis agenda was created, a staggering 67% of the world's population now benefits from the internet. The multi-stakeholder model of internet governance has yielded robust voluntary standards, best practices, cooperation, and most importantly, trust, all of which ultimately enable a unified global internet. It has allowed the internet to flourish while protecting it against unilateral decision-making or capture. In closing, I would like to reiterate the strength and wisdom of this model. By providing everyone with a voice, the internet remains inclusive and trusted, fostering connection, innovation, and growth. Thank you, and I wish you a wonderful meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Sally Costerton, for delivering that very special address and sharing such deep insights with us. Ladies and gentlemen, with a generous round of applause, let's welcome, because we have with us Honorable Minister of State for Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar. And we've also been joined by the Secretary. He's also been here last 5 minutes. Thank you so much, Shri S. Krishnan, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, for joining us. Dr. Devesh Tyagi, I request you to please welcome them with a bouquet. Please, let's just do a floral welcome for the Minister and the Secretary, starting with the Honorable Minister, please. I request you to present another bouquet, this time to Shri S. Krishnan, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. And also to Shri Sushil Pal, Joint Secretary, MeitY. He's been here with us. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us this morning. Since we were waiting the arrival of the Minister, I request all the dignitaries on the dais to please join us for the auspicious lamp lighting ceremony. Can we have all the dignitaries come together to light the lamp? Come, Ms.Sarah. I now request all the dignitaries to come together for a group photograph. Honorable Minister, I request you to please join us in front of the stage. Yes, so that we can quickly have a group photograph with all the dignitaries there. And I also request the console to put our guests who are with us online, joining us virtually, to please put them on the screen so that we can have them in the group photograph with us. Thank you all. I request all of you to kindly take your seats. Thank you for doing the honors. Moving on, we would like to invite onto the dais someone who has over 23 years of diverse experience in various Government of India ministries, including roles in software industry promotion, international cooperation, and internet governance. He brings with him a wealth of expertise. His successful implementation of nationwide computerization initiatives and contributions to global projects makes his insights crucial for discussions on technology and governance at IIGF 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, with a generous round of applause, let's welcome onto the dais Joint Secretary at the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, Shri Sushil Pal.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure and honor to be here at this inaugural event. A very warm welcome to our respected Honorable Minister of State for Electronics and Skill Development, Shri Rajeev Chandrasekhar ji, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Shri Krishnan ji, Ms. Sally Costerton from ICANN, Ms. Carol Roach from IGF. We also have many stalwarts from industry and civil society. Ms. Anita Gurumurthy, Ms.Sarah Kemp, it's a pleasure to have you among us. It's a matter of great pride for all of us in the Internet Governance fraternity to witness this third edition of Internet Governance Forum IIGF 2023. The past few decades in the 21st century has been truly remarkable in terms of technological advancement, and undoubtedly they have transformed our lives. Internet was one of such most path-breaking development which has profoundly changed the way in which we exchange information, we produce and consume information. Along with a host of opportunities, Internet has brought its own range of challenges. And friends, defending this overwhelmingly vast Internet space to keep it open, accessible, secure, and reliable is no easy feat. To discuss these challenges and opportunities, we are hosting this third consecutive edition of Internet India Governance Forum. The community we have here today are the real pioneers working to ensure that the Internet remains open, free, accessible, and secure, and resilient. The chosen theme for 2023 IIGF, moving forward, Calibrating Bharat Digital Agenda, is very appropriate at this point in time when emerging technologies are evolving at a fast pace and affecting human lives. Though they are transformative in their impact, but if not governed properly, they can further deepen the digital divide and make us all insecure because of numerous cyber attacks and data breaches. Therefore, the asymmetry between the technological advancement and capacity to deal with its inherent vulnerabilities require a deeper look. The theme is thus a timely intervention to reflect, to assess and conceptualize the intricacies of the future of digital India. With this, I welcome you all for your deep and nuanced engagement and thought-provoking discussions on the various interesting sub-themes, all of which underscore our quest for developing a resilient and secure cyberspace which enable innovations and minimizes the accessibility gap through our digital agenda. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Shri Sushil Pal, for that special address. And now it's time for us to invite onto the dais a prominent figure in internet governance to speak at IIGF 2023 on the recap of IIGF 2021 and 2022. An active member and contributor at national, regional and global internet governance platforms, she's the director at CCAOI. Additionally, she serves as a UN IGF MAG member, Chair IGF SA, Chair AP Rallo at ICANN, President of Internet Society of India, Delhi. Besides, she's one of the founding members of INSEAG and Coordination Committee member of India, IGF. She also advises youth initiatives such as Youth IGF India. With a round of applause, let's welcome onto the stage Director CCAOI, Ms. Amrita Choudhury.
Good morning, everyone, and I'll just give you a brief recap of what we did in the last 2 years. While there are reports on it, but I thought, going back memory lane may be good. The first India IGF which we had was on 25th and 27th of November. We had the theme of empowering India through the power of internet, and what we had done for the initial edition was have 3 sub-themes. We wanted to have a more Indianized context, taking from the global perspectives, and it was India and Internet, India's digital journey and her global role, equity, access and quality, high-speed internet for all, cyber norms and cyber ethics in internet governance. So this was, we have a multi-stakeholder coordination group, and within that we have various committees who actually come up with what we want to discuss and how we want to proceed, and then we go through it. The meeting was more of an online meeting, and while we have many key takeaways, I'll just take you briefly through some of them. And for many who are in the room, you would understand that some have also been implemented. For example, shaping the internet for the future through policies, regulation standards, rights and responsibilities was one of the takeaways for the first one. Strengthening and institutionalizing the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance, which most of the world is talking about. We were also speaking about it, so that we can promote a more open, trusted, safe and accountable internet. It was also discussed the critical role which the India IGF can play in creating an open platform where discourses can happen and which can actually permeate to all the decision makers to take into cognizance what the people feel. Promoting multilingual internet, not only on the websites of government, but also requesting the government to ensure compliance on multilingual languages and products like the STQC organizations, etc. Promoting voice-based multilingual internet, because not everyone can read and write in the same way as a native English-speaking person. So we need to have voice-based systems also, which I think the government is also implementing. Reduce the barriers for distant learning, blending learning, so that the visual, audio cost, etc., can come down. Promoting digital literacy skills. Obviously reducing gender discrimination, reducing cultural barrier, and do note that this was at the backdrop of the COVID-19 just ending, so there was a focus more on the online education, addressing the gaps in the universal acceptance, international domain names, etc., encouraging developers, etc., to use more UA compliant softwares. Also auditing the government apps, websites, etc., to promote UA accountability, because we do believe that practice what you preach is important, and to a certain extent a lot of has been implemented. Access and inclusion was also something which was felt to be necessary, which still is, for example, eliminating barriers so that there is more inclusivity and meaningful engagement, engaging people, especially from the disabled organizations in policy making, empowering women, encouraging entrepreneurs, standardizing policies and technologies for accessibility, trying to have more DNS resolvers in India so that the connectivity or meaningful connectivity can improve in the country, having more internet exchange points, even at the state levels, which is being done, and having IPv6 backhauls so that there can be more high-speed internet for the users. Again, having platforms take more accountability, India trying to take, thank you, more active participation in the global decision making for us so that we can also say what our needs are. We have the largest, pretty much the largest internet population in the world, and our needs need to be addressed. So as the other countries of the world, the majority of the world, focus on skill and capacity building, and obviously having an independent regulatory data protection body, which has come actually now in our bill. This is, and then we had obviously the cybersecurity, having more legislations, making cybersecurity a part of business operations, ensuring that technology is neutral, and organizations evolve ethical standards, focus on embedding cybersecurity in various aspects, need for a cybersecurity regulator, and enhancing cyber awareness at grassroots level. And then came IGF 2022, which we had from 9th to 11th December last year, and it was in hybrid mode. And the theme was leveraging tech aid for empowering Bharat. We had 5 themes, sub-themes, which was fostering digital innovation towards economic progress, public digital platforms, reaching the unreached, building trust, resilience, safety, and security, and internet regulations. So when we were looking at in the discourses of digital innovation towards economic progress, it was recognized that there are 5 pillars of the digital economy: digital infrastructure spanning the government and private sectors, reliable and interoperable digital public platforms, digital financial services, digital skills, and enabling environment that promotes trust. The necessity for capacity building, opportunities, and skill building across the country was felt. Promoting local level languages, which is easy to use interfaces, reducing entry barriers so that we can be more inclusive, and overcoming geographic, financial, gender divide. When we spoke about the public digital platforms, it was felt necessary to share more about India's success stories in CoWIN, UPI, RUPay, etc. And also recognize non-traditional forms of exports through DPI, promote more creative options using native language speakers for translation services through smartphone apps rather than in-house translators or automatic translators. In terms of reaching the unreached, ensuring high-speed broadband access, encouraging different technology options for last-mile connectivity, promoting meaningful connectivity, reducing the gender parity in connectivity, divides in device, bandwidth, institution, and social, trying to look at the teledensity, the urban-rural teledensity gap, and trying to address this as well as the gender-digital divide, improve connectivity and accessibility for devices for people with disabilities, even assessing the utilization of the existing USO fund development to address the gaps and leakages, if any, and obviously popularizing the IDNs, local language content, scripts, etc. Then we had building trust, resilience, safety, and security, where it was felt that Indian internet should be an open, safe, trusted, accountable, and secure, which even the government has been propounding. Social media needs to balance their power with accountability. The government should create a cyber stack that both startups and existing companies can comply with for better security. Adopting a multi-stakeholder consultative process when it comes to cybersecurity. Encouraging secure technologies, any technologies such as end-to-end encryption, etc., because it builds up more security and trustworthiness. Capacity building again was something which was felt very essential for cybersecurity experts, law enforcement officials, youth, and all stakeholders, and integrate global benchmark standards into domestic policy level frameworks. And the last part was internet regulations, where it was felt that regulations should be tech neutral and forward looking, adopt a principle based regulatory network framework which is agile, nimble, resilient to changes in technologies, business models, etc. And adopt, before drafting any regulation, a more comprehensive study should be undertaken for identifying if there is any unintended harm that may be caused by the proposed regulation, and obviously balancing safety and platform freedoms through careful interventions. And again, participation of Indians in standard setting processes was something which was felt to be necessary. So these are, in brief, I've tried to kind of capture what was discussed in the last two and some of the key takeaways, but we would have more discussions now. And so I would end it here, and thank you so much, and we look forward to more deliberations here, and we would be having rapporteurs taking notes. We would be having the takeaways of this IIGF also coming up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Amrita, for taking us through this insightful recap of IIGF 2021-2022, reminding us of the impact achieved and what all still needs to be done for the forum to evolve further. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to invite our next speaker on the dais, and we are very glad to have amongst us today the Vice President of International Government Affairs at Intel as a distinguished speaker. With a wealth of global policy expertise, including former roles at Merck and US Department of Commerce, she brings a unique perspective on international trade, health policy, and emerging markets. Her proven track record in developing policy platforms aligns with the themes of IIGF, making her insights valuable for discussions on intersection of technology and governance. Let us all, with a round of applause, welcome Sarah Kemp, Vice President of International Government Affairs at Intel.
Very welcome to you. I think I'm okay, but thank you. Honorable Minister, Honorable Secretary, Joint Secretary, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a true privilege to be here today, to share this platform with such a distinguished group of panelists. And I really want to thank both the IIGF leadership for convening us. I want to thank the Indian government for all their leadership. And I want to congratulate each and every one of you for the critical conversations that are going to take place. So I want to talk to you about transformation, the transformation that is happening, and the exciting transformation that's happening, particularly in India, powered by trust. The role of technology plays an important key part of our lives, and it's changing rapidly. Our world is becoming increasingly digital, and the need for digital trust is paramount. Intel's corporate purpose is to create world-changing technology that improves the life of every single person on the planet. Just that. We believe in a threefold approach towards creating holistic digital readiness, which encompasses skills, trust, and the ability of people to use emerging technology responsibly and effectively for broader social economic benefits. The first approach to build digital skills, increased digitalization, requires investment in the digital readiness of people, especially in emerging and the critical technologies like artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and semicon. This will allow for countries to remain competitive in the global economy. AI is a superpower, and democratizing AI skills is a key priority for both Intel and governments worldwide. Our efforts are to expand AI readiness and focus on enabling communities and people at a grassroots level. The second part of this approach focuses on addressing a growing demand for individuals and organizations to navigate the digital realm safely and responsibly. We equip learners of all backgrounds with essential knowledge, skills, and tools to interact in an ever-evolving digital landscape with confidence. Earning digital trust is a shared responsibility of industry, governments, and civil society, and an imperative piece to make technology inclusive and expand digital readiness for all. The third approach is to focus on responsibility by enabling individuals with the knowledge to meaningfully navigate the digital revolution, leverage emerging tech, and become aware of their responsibilities and build solutions with social impact. Digital trust is imperative for collaborating and accelerating India's digital agenda inclusively and sustainably. The World Economic Forum's Digital Trust Report, entitled Earning Digital Trust, Decision-Making for Trustworthy Technology, presents a view of what digital trust requires and how to make decisions regarding the development or deployment of new technologies and digital services. The ever-increasing scale, scope, and sophistication of cybersecurity challenges, changing global supply chains, and geopolitics requires governments and industries to evolve to a higher approach towards digital trust, specifically one that includes cross-sector coordination. Our objective is to promote trust in technology by enabling governments, businesses, and individuals to secure their data, networks, and infrastructure. To accomplish this goal, we encourage governments to focus on nonpartisan approaches to security that will foster innovation and economic growth. This enables policies that are scalable and flexible enough to address the evolving security landscape by focusing on robust and transparent solutions. Digital trust goes beyond cybersecurity and addresses the broader skills needed to build an understanding of risk, resilience, and responsibility. These three pillars have become key guiding points for any country, company, or organization that wants to build digital trust among its beneficiaries. In fact, in the United States, we have recently introduced a program, Digital Trust for All, at the Miami-Dade College. This program focuses on cybersecurity, digital ethics, and responsible online behavior, covering a wider range of topics and equipping learners of all backgrounds with essential knowledge, skills, and tools to interact in an ever-evolving digital landscape with confidence. And we'd be happy to explore bringing this opportunity to India and working with the government's kind support. I'd like to compliment the government of India for its Digital India initiative, which has become a benchmark for the world. Whether it is empowering citizens with a unique identity and a digital platform to authenticate anytime, anywhere, as AADHAR, or using citizen verification and registration for good governments as the UPI system, India is home to millions of users of the internet and devices. That presents both enormous challenges and opportunities in this dynamic environment. For growing India's digital ecosystem inclusively and sustainably, prioritizing digital trust is critical. Otherwise, it could directly impact the growth of the digital initiatives. Today presents one such opportunity to navigate this transformation responsibly, aspiring towards a future that fosters equitable economic progress and high-quality employment. The moment is on all of us to act. I would again like to take this opportunity to thank the National Internet Exchange of India, the Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, and the organizers of India Internet Governance Forum. Let me end by leaving you with this quote, which inspires all of us at Intel. Don't be encumbered by history. Go off and do something wonderful. And with that, I wish you all a successful and productive conference. Thank you.
Sincere appreciation to you, Ms.Sarah, for that compelling address and helping us understand the intersection between technology and international government affairs. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are grateful to have amongst us someone with a very distinguished career in the Indian administrative services, someone who's played significant role in state and central governments, including a tenure as senior advisor at the International Monetary Fund. Along with him, he brings a wealth of experience in technology, finance, and governance, and his expertise promises valuable insights for all of us to understand the digital future. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome with a round of applause Secretary in the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, Shri S. Krishnan.
Honorable Minister of State for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship and Electronics and Information Technology, Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar. My colleague in the Information and Technology Electronics Ministry, Shri Sushil Bahl. Ms. Amrita Choudhury, Director of CCAOI, who gave us a good recap of IIGF 2001 and 2022. Mrs. Sally Costerton, who had earlier spoken in this session, Ms. Carol Roach, the IGF MAG Chair, who had also addressed us virtually, Ms. Anita Gurumurthy, Founder and Executive Director of IT for Change, who had given us the civil society address, Ms.Sarah Kemp, Vice President of International Government Affairs from Intel, who just spoke to us and addressed us. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. V Ramachandran, who's the President of BIF and will be addressing us shortly. It gives me great pleasure to be with you on this occasion of the third edition of the India Internet Governance Forum. Clearly, with the digital economy and the internet economy becoming more and more significant in India, and so many Indians joining the digital economy over the past decade or so, we are at a crucial juncture and critical juncture, and that is the importance of this particular event. And the theme for IIGF 2023 this year, which is moving forward, calibrating Bharat's digital agenda and leadership for global digital governance and cooperation, is very fitting, which reflects both where the current state of play lies and also the aspirations that India as a country has. Clearly, many people have pointed out that where the digital economy stands today in terms of all the emerging technologies that await us is possibly a historic moment of inflection. It is an inflection point in history, not very dissimilar to what the Industrial Revolution did for the 19th century world. In that situation, we have the distinct possibility of riding that wave of innovation, riding that wave of enhanced productivity and growth, and making it work for large majority of our people if we harness the inclusiveness and the possible impact that internet can have on society at large. So it is very important that not only is the internet inclusive, not only, and that is how the digital economy also becomes inclusive, it is also important that we contain the possible harms which can emanate from the internet, and we harness its force for good. And that is really what the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, through its multiple attempts, is attempting to do, based on the kind of direction that we receive from the Honorable Prime Minister in terms of what has been laid out for us in the G20 leaders declaration here. The event took place in this very premises, in this very complex, and the declarations that have come out of that, and the manner in which we focus on using the digital technology advances that have been made, and we focus on taking a leadership position for the global south in advancing a development agenda through the digital technology advances, is really where we are at present. This is something which as a government we want to focus on, and this is something where we want to carry along multiple stakeholders, and IIGF in that sense is a very ideal and appropriate forum where multiple stakeholders come together. At present, our current mechanisms for internet governance certainly appear inadequate. The gap between the technological leaps that have been made and the regulatory frameworks that exist are showing up. There are bound to be larger and larger regulatory challenges which are coming in. The government is doing its best, both through the DPDP Act, which has been already put out, which has been notified, and where the rules are about to be notified, and the Digital India Act, which is currently in the works and in the next few months should be brought out as well. All of these are efforts of the Government of India to attempt to cover this gap between where technology has taken us and where regulation needs to be in order to derive the best possible benefits. I have been reading recently that where we failed in regulation with the social media, which is leading to so many other issues in today's world, is an area where we should not fail by the time we come into artificial intelligence and various other crucial developments, technological developments that come. And this is the time at which multiple stakeholders need to sit together in fora such as this and come to an understanding, a common understanding of where we need to take this particular space. As internet's influence continues to grow, and particularly with more than 500 million additional users from India alone, ensuring equitable and non-discriminatory access to the internet becomes paramount. It is in response to this that we've launched various initiatives to extend internet access to non-English speaking Indians through the introduction of various Indian languages in the form of internationalized domain names. NIXI, our India's country code top-level domain manager, has been entrusted with the delegation of the internationalized domain names exercise. They have internationalized .bharat in not just in the Devanagari script, but in 15 other Indian scripts covering 22 languages. This strategic move is part of the concrete effort that India is making at popularizing IDNs across India. Notably, today India has the distinction of having the highest number of country code top-level domains in the world. Not surprising for the most populous country in the world, of course. In this effort to advocate for a multilingual internet, the Government of India is actively engaging with industry, and the objective is to address the challenges hindering the widespread adoption of IDNs. Email address internationalization and the availability of local language content and services in internet are areas that we are focusing on. artificial intelligence, the Indian attempt of promoting Bhashini, which is a multi-language artificial intelligence effort, are all ways in which we are trying to make the internet much more inclusive across India. An important point was also made about how the internet is available for differently abled people so that they are able to participate more effectively. Likewise, as internet becomes more ubiquitous and internet crime and cybercrime becomes more and more widespread, I think, and most of the victims of cybercrime, even in this morning's newspaper, it was reported that most of the victims of cybercrime end up being older people. And therefore, there is a big gap. While the youth take to this very readily, I think there is a big gap in terms of digital awareness, literacy, and internet awareness amongst the older people. So that is also an important group that as a country that we need to cover in the days to come, and that is an area that we'll be working with. That is, we have a number of skilling programs which the ministry currently runs, both in MeitY and in other ministries, and these need to reach the common people. This is almost like the attempt at adult literacy, which was made many years ago to make India a truly literate country. I think a special emphasis and an effort to not just skill the younger people in this country, which is of course an ongoing effort which is vital for growth and development, but as inclusion, it is very vital that we skill common people at large, people who do not have access to the internet today, the older people who've been left out of this, so that the digital revolution in India is truly inclusive. And I think that is what we need to seriously attempt to make this a completely inclusive agenda for the country and work towards it. I have, as the ministry, have great expectations for the India Internet Governance Forum. We expect, as I already said, a place where multiple stakeholders come together to really discuss the challenges which the internet is throwing up. We need to see how it becomes more inclusive, more widespread, better used for economic activity, for enhancing productivity. Clearly, all the emerging technologies that we speak of are ultimately going to be carried on the internet, and therefore its role really becomes important. Equally, we need to be very, very conscious of the harm that it can produce, and therefore we need to make it a trusted space, an inclusive space that people can trust and use. And protection from digital harm, protection from cyber fraud, protection from cyber crime, and various other user harms that it can produce also is a very important area where, as the name of this forum itself implies, it's the Internet Governance Forum. The governance aspects become very important. On the one hand, balancing the innovation, balancing all the possibilities that the internet brings, while protecting the people who use it from the myriad harms that can result to them. We are extremely happy to be hosting this particular forum on behalf of the ministry here today, and I once again welcome all of you for the deliberations of this forum. I thank all the international delegates who have joined us both virtually and in person, and we expect that this forum will lead to further outcomes which will help us at this point of inflection to address some of the crucial issues that this particular sector faces. Thank you very much for having me on this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri S. Krishnan, for giving us such a comprehensive overview of how the Government of India is driving India's digital future. Thank you for being here at the IIGF 2023. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for all of us to welcome onto the dais a visionary leader. He's spearheading many transformative initiatives to propel India into a global tech and innovation powerhouse. He's working on taking India on a path towards a $1 trillion tech economy, positioning India as a global skills hub by 2025-26. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, let's welcome chief guest of our inaugural session at IIGF 2023, Minister of State for Electronics and Information Technology and Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Shri Chandrasekhar.
Thank you for that warm welcome to my colleagues from the Ministry, Mr. Krishnan, Mr. Sushil Pal, Mr. Devesh, Tyagi, other guests on the dais, Sarah, V Ramachandran, Ms. Amrita Choudhury, and all of those who are present virtually and physically here this morning. Good morning, and thank you for having me at this IIGF third edition. It is certainly a sign, a visible sign that multi-stakeholderism is maturing and gaining strength in India. And I don't know how many of you are here in this audience, but certainly I recall the times before 2021 where multi-stakeholderism was a issue that many people fought for, and so that we could have the diverse voices of people who are impacted by the internet and the growth of the internet be represented on a table as we talk about the future of the internet. So it was not many years ago that this was a dream, and here we are 3 years later where this is gaining strength and going from strength to strength every year. And certainly Amrita's summary of the last 2 editions of IIGF tells us how much progress we've made. India is, as Secretary Krishnan alluded to, India is certainly on the fast track of growth in the digital space. We are clearly today with 850 million Indians using the internet, the largest connected democracy in the world, and indeed the largest connected block of people on the global internet. Because nobody really is deluded to believe that the Chinese internet is anything but a walled off island. So certainly as far as the open internet goes, India is certainly, and Indians certainly represent the largest block of users on the global internet with 850 million. And with that number is expected to touch by 25-26, 1.2, 1.3 billion Indians using the global internet. And so we can safely say today that we have some views about the internet, that we have with 1.2 billion Indians going to use the internet and using the internet for their livelihoods, for their day-to-day activities, for education, for skilling, connecting with government. We can safely say that we certainly have a view, we certainly have a vision of what the future of the internet should be, and that multi-stakeholderism will be, in a sense, the cornerstone to how the future of the internet will be shaped, policy-wise, regulation-wise, technology-wise. And I am extremely pleased and happy that the multi-stakeholderism that I fought for as an MP is today firmly embedded in the way our government approaches policy making, and indeed in the way that the world will construct, architect, design the future of the internet in the coming years, in the decade that our Honorable Prime Minister calls the decade, the India decade, the decade full of technology opportunities. Secretary Krishnan mentioned this, and I certainly want to reiterate it. India is today one of those most exciting, opportunity-rich environments for tech in general, and tech and innovation on the internet in particular. We have just come off an epic G20 presidency where amongst the many things that were discussed, as is discussed in a grouping of 20 countries, technology, the power of technology represented by the DPIs, the digital public infrastructure, found not just mention, but found significant attention by the countries of the G20 and the countries of the Global South. So it is quite clear that the future of tech is no longer what we used to think about, let's say even 4 to 5 years ago, which is a group of companies or a collection of countries that in a sense had a monopoly, I'm using that word carefully, towards the future of tech, but rather that in today and tomorrow's world, that the future of tech will be led by a number of countries, like-minded democracies, like-minded communities and societies with shared values that will shape the future of the internet. On multi-stakeholderism, our government in the last 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, on all things tech have demonstrated a commitment to consultative policy making, consultative rule making that is unprecedented. Whether it is the Digital Personal Data Protection Bill, or whether the IT rules, or indeed the future legislation that will supersede the IT Act, the Digital India Act, every one of these fundamental building blocks that will govern the internet, that will regulate the internet, that will protect consumers and enable innovation, is being constructed with multi-stakeholder participation and inputs, and that is certainly something that is signature to this government and a big departure from what used to be in the past unilateral lawmaking, policy making that left people in the wake of such policies to scramble and deal with the confusion and chaos. Being the largest connected democracy and indeed the largest grouping on the global internet, I would argue today, and I saw what Amrita ji put out in terms of the last 2 IIGF proceedings, I will certainly testify to that all of those proceedings and all of those conversations have left an indelible mark in not just our government, but in the governments around the world in terms of how they're approaching the future of the internet, how words like safety and trust have crept into the lexicon, how accountability of platforms is becoming the new normal, and we are departing from the construct, with apologies to Sarah, about shared responsibilities and diffused concepts of responsible use and ethical use, and moving to a model where there is safety and trust for the consumers of this tech, and the platforms that deliver those services and products online on the global internet are held accountable legally for the safety and trust. And that the fundamental nature of the internet, openness, that has been challenged by the big tech companies of our times, is also now increasingly becoming an issue that people are recognizing and dealing with. So on one hand, while we have talked about for several years ICANN, IETF, INA, and talked about all the technical standards that underpin the global internet, as I think Secretary Krishnan mentioned, we have taken our eyes off the ball, governments around the world, about regulating innovation, regulating the platforms that straddle the internet, that provide access to the internet. And so we have here today a world that is dealing increasingly with the complexity, the size, the commercial power, the toxicity, the harms that have now crept onto the internet because we have allowed innovation to go so far ahead and not really regulated or created guardrails for the innovation, that we have to deal now as governments, especially in democratic governments, with all of the fallouts of this type of gallop that has happened far ahead of the guardrails that needed to be there. So our government, taking a cue from the last year's IIGF, is very heavily committed to, and the world is in a sense aligning to this guardrails of openness, safety and trust, and accountability of the internet for our digital nagriks. And to tell you how the world is aligning to this, and I'm not saying that India will take the credit for it, but certainly I think forums like this create the discourse and the awareness that is required. I recently attended an AI safety summit in Bletchley Park in the UK, where the focus is now squarely on the issue of safety as much as it was on the issue of innovation. So safety and trust as an obligation cast on platforms is a framework that our government has been developing since 2021. And as Secretary Krishnan mentioned, we will continue to fine-tune this. And there is nothing that is going to be this collegial, best effort, self-regulatory framework that we have seen for so long. But instead, we are now transitioning into an era where governments have an obligation to ensure that the internet is safe and trusted for all those 1.2 billion Indians, especially in India, for their safety and trust. And the same thought process is now creeping forth to other governments and other democracies as well. It really doesn't matter if you are not a democracy. If you're not a democracy and you're an authoritarian government, you certainly don't need to worry about guardrails. All you need to do is dial your closest secret service or closest police, and they'll take care of it. But we are a democracy, and many of the largest countries, the largest innovation economies in the world are democracies. And therefore, these guardrails are certainly very, very important. And that conversation, I think we have down the road on the 12th, 13th, and 14th, the Ministry and the Government of India are hosting the GPay, the Global Partnership for AI. As Secretary Krishnan mentioned, if you just take the problems that we have inherited from the gallop of innovation, especially in social media and other digital platforms in the last 5-7 years, and extrapolate that into the AI world, where everything is amplified by a factor of, I don't know, 1,000, 10,000, a million. The good will also amplify, the power of empowerment will also amplify, but imagine the underlying harms also amplifying. And as the Honorable Prime Minister recently pointed out and put the spotlight on an issue like deepfakes, which is certainly misinformation powered by AI, these are all challenges that we will have to now immediately square up to and not let it get ahead of us so far ahead that regulation is playing catch up. So I think certainly in these conversations, as we do talk about standards in IITF and talk about the underlying technology standards of the internet and the growth and where the resilience and latency of the Indian internet, and those arguments will continue to happen between ICANN and sovereign countries like India, that we certainly believe with the largest grouping on the global internet that we need root servers in India. We need our latency and our resilience to be also firmly on the table of issues that global organizations like ICANN look at, because that is certainly something that we owe to our consumers. And as I said, the digital economy in India, which will be $1 trillion digital economy by 2026, depends largely, significantly on the underlying internet, the resilience of the internet, and the latency and the performance of the underlying internet. So I think while the technical standards part will continue to be discussed and discovered and modulated and improved and enhanced, there is certainly a need for the IIGF to look at and the multi-stakeholder community to look at issues of safety and trust, the issues of accountability, legal accountability, look at big commercial platforms on the internet that are beginning to distort consumer choice, looking at some of these very fundamental issues that have escaped the let's say, scrutiny that it deserved over the last few years. I will quickly end by talking, just sharing with you an example of a seminar that I attended in Delhi, which is one of those highbrow seminars, where somebody was discussing technology, and somebody from an audience member who was European stood up and he said, but it's all great about talking about technology and digital India and you're growing your digital economy, but what about inclusion? Because that is the myth of technology, that technology is exclusionary, that the rich get it and the poor don't, the haves move faster and the have-nots suffer. And I said that India is a classic case study where technology has been used for inclusion. And at the heart and soul of our inclusion of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's transformation of the lives of Indian citizens is the idea of the DPI. DPI is technology embedded in the internet that has created inclusion, connectivity between citizen and government, trust between citizen and government in a manner that is unprecedented in the history of India. So I told the gentleman, who was obviously from some think tank, I said, if you want to see where technology enables and technology includes people, this is the place to visit. This is the case study to study. And I will certainly end by saying that that is the journey that we want to continue on. We want the emerging technologies of artificial intelligence to play the same role of inclusion, empowerment, creating more with less, allowing every Indian, young Indian to be empowered and be part of the innovation economy, but at the same time, ensuring that all consumers and digital nagriks have access to a safe and trusted internet, have access to an internet which remains open, and have access to an internet where the intermediaries, the platforms, are accountable for their conduct, accountable for harm under the law. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you again for inviting me, and I wish the conference success and many successful conversations and discourse. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for outlining Government of India's initiative towards advancing the digital landscape in India and outlining the safety issues that are so very important. Now, thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to deliver a captivating conclusion to this inaugural session. To do that, I would like to invite a luminary in mobile telecommunications and president of Broadband India Forum to deliver a vote of thanks at IIGF 2023. His transformative role in shaping India's telecom landscape, coupled with vast industry experience, promises a captivating conclusion. Please put your hands together as I invite Mr. V Ramachandran, who's also the Vice Chair, the Coordination Committee of IIGF.
Thank you, Ritika. I have a disclaimer. I have not played any great role in transformation. We are trying our best, and we are working towards it, always in this sector. It's indeed a most pleasant duty to propose a formal vote of thanks. I'm not expected to say anything more, but I'll take the liberty to make one or two remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, my first statement is that having been part of this journey from 2021, when we set up IIGF, it has been a most exciting journey. And right from beginning, our visionary, respected chief guest, Honorable Minister, Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar, he has been a great champion of this movement, of this initiative, supported us, and kept on stressing that it has to be a multi-stakeholder activity. And that's what has been pushing us forward with more and more enthusiasm. I would like to say that the theme of this year is also very significant. What are we saying in the theme? Moving forward, calibrating Bharat's digital agenda. We are not just moving forward. As a later session would tell you, we are accelerating forward. We are not moving just normally. We are accelerating, and we are bent on getting to a very high connectivity domain of at least 1 billion. We talked of 800, 900 broadband connections. No, that's passé. We are going to go on to 1 billion. We'll move forward strongly and with confidence. And not just like that. As the respected minister pointed out, you have to do it the right way. And most important is to have an open internet, a really open internet, a trusted internet, a secure internet. I'm very proud to state that today, even as per the exacting norms of IRI, Internet Resilience Index, And even despite the huge challenges before this subcontinent, this is not a country. We are a big subcontinent. We've got a population of 1.4 billion. The diversity, the challenges are enormous. Despite all that, we have scored a global high on security, on net security. So we are very proud of that, and we'll go even further, rise to even higher and higher orbits. So it's my most pleasant duty to propose this vote of thanks on this occasion, which is the third conference of the IIGF. In this inaugural session, this time it's a one-day event. In this inaugural session, we have taken already a giant step forward. It's not just an inaugural. You have heard the brilliant statements of the chief guest, the Honorable Secretary, the Honorable Joint Secretary, Madam Sarah Kemp, and all the other distinguished speakers, the way they are charting the way forward. And I would at this stage assure Sarah, she talked about don't be burdened by the past, by the history. Go with confidence, go forward. I'll go even a little more. We have absolutely no quarrel with the past. We are tremendously confident we are going to go there. So, and that's what John Kennedy also said in one early talk, one of the talks. So we will go forward with confidence, ensuring full trust and resilience in the internet, because that's paramount. And that's one of the highest agenda points of the IIGF Coordination Committee. We've got a great multi-stakeholder committee, and we have been inspired by the motivation which the ministry has been giving us right from word go. At this stage, we also would like to mention that we are talking about inclusivity, which the Honorable Minister pointed out, Honorable Secretary pointed out. The inclusivity is a passion with us. Diversity, whether it is diversity, haves, have-nots, disabilities, they're all a passion. For example, even in this inaugural, you can notice that we've got 100% diversity norm satisfied. 50% or more of the speakers are ladies. So a big hand for that. Not only that, we have, for example, it's not just words. This country, we've got a Department for Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities. We've got a regulator who does ICT for disabled persons. And even in the Broadband India Forum, we've got a specialist, high-level specialist committee to look at ICT for inclusivity for persons with disabilities. So inclusivity is a mantra with us. And we will go on to the digital frontier, ensuring, sir, that we will not leave anyone behind. And we believe that to go forward expeditiously, we all need to work together. We are together, and we will continue to do that with fullest speed and gusto. With this, I will not take up more time. I know vote of thanks is something which people are seeing at the end of the session. So once again, Honorable Minister, sir, our tremendous thanks to you. Honorable Secretary, sir, can't thank you enough. Honorable Joint Secretary, sir, thank you. Sarah, we can't thank you enough for taking time. I know you had very much conflicting agenda also, but despite that, you squeezed time to come here. Great. We are very proud of that. I also thank online Ms. Sally Costerton, Interim President and CEO ICANN, Ms. Carol Roach, IGF MAG Chair online, Ms.Sarah Kemp is here, of course, and Ms. Anita Gurumurthy from Internet Community representing. So we are very, very thankful to all of you. We are very no, we are always, Amrita is part of us, sir. I can't thank her. She's always with us. She is a moving force behind the committee. I thank all the speakers who are going to follow in the sessions that come. We got 3 good sessions, very good speakers there. We thank the valedictory session which is going to follow. And I cannot end without thanking the tremendous support once again from the ministry, MeitY, from this committee, coordination committee led by Dr. Devesh Tyagi. And it has multiple subcommittees, all volunteers, not one getting a penny or a paisa or a cent from anybody. They are dedicated to this activity of IGF. And I thank each and every one of them. I thank all our sponsors. And I thank all of you who have taken time to be here with us and to support us and encourage us in this movement forward. Thank you, sir.
That was just the perfect note to end this inaugural session on. Before we let the Honorable Minister go, we would like to quickly present him with a small token of appreciation. Can we have it there, please? I request Shri Sushil Pal to please do the honors. I also request Mr. V Ramachandran to present a small token of appreciation to Shri S. Krishnan. And Dr. Devesh Tyagi to Ms.Sarah Kemp, please. And after that, we'll have a quick group photograph with the organizing committee and the dignitaries. So I request the organizing committee also to please come forward. I request the dignitaries to come for one group photograph right here in front of the stage, along with the organizing committee, please. Group photograph with the organizing committee. Ms.Sarah, please, yeah, there. And with that, we come to the end of this very, very successful inaugural session of IIGF 2023. A big thank you once again to the Honorable Minister and all the other dignitaries for gracing the dais and making this so very special for us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short break for 15 minutes and we'll see you back for the first session of the day. Thank you.
Excellent job.
Thank you so much.
Really, really well done.
Thank you.
It's so obvious you're a total professional at this. It's very easy for you to play. Really lovely.
Thank you. Thank you.
No,
say show, and at the end, Ganesh will step in. So now, with go to the library. No, Ganesh will just talk. Sheet में कुछ secure and trusted and resilient. See the sheet, you have the document. Your Excel sheet also. And now she's running. चेंज कर लीजिए
तेरे को ना करो नहीं ऐसे क्या करेंगे ऑफिस में नहीं करते यहाँ पे करेंगे उस साइड की हटा दे उस साइड की भी और एक इधर की भी होगी ना आप एटलीस्ट
दो चेयर हटानी है
बीच में ना सिर्फ 4 चेयर रहेंगे
तो चार रखनी है यहाँ पे
हाँ 4 ही चेयर होगी तो आप यहाँ रख दीजिए ना हाँ यहाँ रख दीजिए हाँ यहाँ पे रख दीजिए फिर बाद में लगवाने के लिए वहाँ पे कोई और बैठिए वहाँ से तो हाँ वो कॉर्नर में रखना इधर एक इधर से लेना इधर से चले और फिर चलते उसके लिए बोल कर आई हूँ मैं थिएटर के लिए बोल दिया ये आपने रखा है भैया वो पेंसिल्स भी रखी है इसमें है ना
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
We request all our guests in the hall to kindly take their seats, and the guests who are still outside the hall, we request all of you to kindly join us back inside so that we can resume with the very first panel discussion of IIGF 2023. I request all our guests to quickly settle down so that we can get started with the first panel discussion All the guests who are still outside the hall, if you can hear me, please join us back so that we can get started.
Yeah, I think I'll just check with. Nappinai is joining online. Take an hour, I think. I understand we're starting 20 minutes later. Right? I'll text you. Be right back.
We request all the guests who are still outside the hall to kindly join us back so that we can get started with the panel discussion. Gangesh? So thank you for joining us back. Now we're headed towards the first panel at the IIGF 2023. The first panel is themed around building a secure, trusted and resilient cyberspace. And we have many known names from the field joining us to take this further. To take this panel discussion forward, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I invite the moderator of the session onto the dais, founder and CEO of DeepStrat, Mr. Saikat Datta. Over to you.
Thank you. May I request the esteemed panelists to join us. Dr. Sanjay Bahl, Director General of CERT-IN, Mr. Alok Gupta, and Mr. Sahu from IFOC. And we have Ms. Nappinai from online, who will be joining us online. Gangesh, she's on. So since we are about 20 minutes late, we'll start off right away. I would like to first thank IIGF, especially Ms. Amrita Choudhury. I mean, Herculean effort. She's one of the pillars of this organization. She's put it all together. And also NIXI for having us all together. Trusted, safe. You heard our Minister of State, Mr. Chandrasekhar, talk about how to create a trusted and safe internet, especially for those of us who are using it in a big way in India. So we couldn't have asked for a better panel. Just a few thoughts before we start off. because we work in the cybersecurity space, there is different perspectives that come when it comes to cybersecurity. As a normal citizen, you've heard about cyber crimes, you've heard about people trying to hack into your systems, putting malware at the device level, etc. That's one level of issues that we face. If you're running an enterprise, today we are seeing a complexity of attacks, hybrid attacks. We have to deal with a lot of regulatory authorities, etc. As a company, there is a lot of things that you have to deal with. Just to give you an example, the last couple of weeks, we were helping a big mid-sized company which is in various countries, and they were suddenly hit with a logbit malware, and they didn't have much of a cybersecurity sort of posture ready. One of the first things we got them to do was, have you informed CERT-IN? So they immediately informed CERT-IN. The second thing that we did was, we did some reverse engineering. We figured out what are the TTPs, etc. What we are realizing now is that if they had not taken certain kind of mitigation measures, their complete business could have come to a standstill overnight. So that's the scale that we are looking at it from an enterprise risk framework. And then you have people like Dr. Sanjay Bahl, who for many years have been through CERT-IN looking at a national posture, and to a certain extent also an international posture, because this is a role which needs a lot of coordination with other countries, where you need to also work on frameworks, standards, etc., so that there is a global posture where India can also contribute to the global architecture of cybersecurity. So with that, I'll start with Dr. Bahl. So there's been more than a year since the CERT-IN directions were given. And I remember a very interesting thing that you had said, that these directions were always there in some form or the other, but there used to be a certain degree of misuse that used to happen, where when you had said should be informed within a reasonable time, some people would take it as 2 years to inform you. So those directions, there was some, I believe, some degree of unhappiness, etc. But it's been more than a year, it has matured. What has been your experience so far?
Yeah, as you, I'm audible, right? Yeah. So as you rightly mentioned, there was abuse of whatever was already there, but I think we tried to lay it down in a little more concrete terms so that there is no people don't abuse it, and also put in some sense of cyber hygiene for people to follow. As you rightly just now mentioned, that had they not been following anything, they would have lost all their business, this entity which you were helping. So if you have maintained logs, if you have for 180 days, if you have done time synchronization, if you have made sure of certain basics in place, you are safe and secure. And you need to be trusted on this platform. So from the perspective of reporting incidents within 6 hours, etc., now that we've crossed about a year or so, there has been an increase in reporting, and we've seen at least an increase of over 15% where no, it's not. So it's been over 15% where people have now been reporting. So we are seeing increased reporting by people. They have accepted what all needs to be done, how it has to be done, and also they are following good hygiene practices, because when you are now getting into doing the analysis of incidents as to what happened, what were the entry points, what happened, TTPs, and as you mentioned, and so it helps from that perspective. Otherwise you would take much longer time and still not reach the end of the tunnel. So it's important to try and reach the end of the tunnel, and like we saw in Uttarakhand, and get the things out right. So we have to do something of that sort.
So, but generally, do you find more and more companies beginning to understand the value of reporting to you?
Yeah, I think people and companies have understood the value of reporting, and they are, because it is some of these MSME segment which is still a bit of a challenge, let me put it that way. I won't say everything is good from their side. And that, as you rightly mentioned, probably they don't have any IT staff, so forget about security staff. So if they don't have an IT staff and they're still running IT systems. This is where challenges are there, and that's where the issue of safe and trusted internet is a bit of a challenge if you're looking at it, because they are connected, they're not in isolation, and they do then start infecting the rest of the systems, and you have to make sure that they don't spread that infection, just like you see if you had seen COVID, etc. So there is one person who is infected and you go around infecting others. So we want to make sure that you're not infected, and that's why we have things like the Cybersaathi Kendra. I'm sure a lot of you might have used it, seen it. That's the botnet cleaning and malware center. And what we've seen over the last 2 years, there's been a decrease of 31% in terms of infections in organizations who have been onboarded onto that. And we have more than 600 organizations who are onboarded, and they are all making full use of it. And seeing this trend, downward trend, is very useful, helpful, and also helps to understand that yes, these infections are not spreading. Though this is a citizen-centric project that we have embarked upon, it is to help citizens clean up their digital devices if they are infected. You might get a message, SMS, or from your ISP or email saying that your device is infected and you might want to go and clean it from the Cybersaathi Kendra. And so if you go and download free tools available there, you can clean up your system and be safe and secure. So this is the, I don't think there's anything of this sort anywhere in the world where at this scale you are providing free tools for the citizens of this country. Today we are covering about 94% of the digital population of this country. So I don't think there's anything of that sort of scale that is there, and this is a completely automated system. There's no manual interventions. So if your device is infected and if you do get a message, because that's not something that CERT will know, the ISP would send you a message that you are seem to be infected. You can go to this platform, download the tools, clean up your system,
right,
and take care of doing your stuff safely and securely.
Thank you so much. I'll come to Ms. Nappinai. She's an advocate on record in the Supreme Court. Again, an old friend who's been working on legal issues, legal frameworks for many years. And her organization today is also working with the National Security Council Secretariat, creating, hoping to build a new framework for cybersecurity, new policies, etc. So I'll request her opening remarks, and also how do you see the evolution that has taken place? Like the number of users have gone up. Today we are so deeply embedded in the digital ecosystem. So what has been your experience?
Thank you for having me here. And sorry I've not been able to join in person. A couple of qualifiers. One is I'm not an advocate of record, just advocate of the Supreme Court. And two, I'm not working on anything except sharing my expertise in terms of the non-profit which I have founded, which is Cybersaathi Foundation. So speaking first as an advocate, I would say that the experience that I've seen in terms of how the cybersecurity scenario has evolved is primarily of distrust. We were talking about how there was a lot of laxity in terms of compliance, particularly with respect to the reporting, the mandatory reporting requirement. And primarily whatever I've seen in terms of my practice exposure to this aspect is there was not enough confidence in terms of what is the purpose of the reporting, how that reporting is likely to be of benefit to the society itself at large, and not just to a specific community which may be involved in cybersecurity. And what is it that this one small, compliance would mean in terms of the larger picture of ensuring a better, safer domain. So all of this is what I see changed in the current scenario, where there is much more trust in the system. There is speed, and I don't think it is only because of we always say in law, no, samadhana veda danda. So I'd like to just say that it's not merely because of the danda that the law is imposing of saying if you don't, then this may be the consequence. I feel that the change that I see in the situation is there is trust in terms of sharing about incidents. There is trust in the system that this sharing will result in some developments which will be beneficial for this domain. And there is a better hope and confidence in terms of how they are approaching the process itself. It's not being complied with as a tick mark compliance any longer. I would say that's a big move in terms of how the industry has adapted. Going forward, what I see is that we are likely to see a lot more in terms of how the digital infrastructure and laws are likely to evolve, because we are seeing that globally. We have in India the Information Technology Act. We are on the cusp of the Digital India Act, and we already have the digital data, personal data protection. So we are seeing that there is a lot of movement in terms of laws and regulations for the cyber domain, which was not the case when I started off in this field, maybe about, I think more than nearly 28 years back. But yes, even in the last 23 years, it's still been very slow, even after the IT Act came into the picture. So the way I look at it in terms of the way forward is, I hope that we have laws and regulations which will better enable actively and not just on paper, meaning that we have laws which will provide for a safer environment and that they will be implemented effectively. And that from the industry perspective, it is going to be more of a partnership with the government in terms of how they work together, and not necessarily because of the stick. It would be better if it is because of carrots.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you so much for your opening remarks. I'll come to Mr. Sahu now. This is a subject which is very close to my heart as well. We've been working with Telangana Police, and now we are embarking on a very ambitious project with Haryana Police, also copying some of what was done in Telangana and to reproduce it in Haryana with the police, where we have seen the systems that has been built. And DG I4C, Mr. Rakesh Kumar, comes from the same cadre, so he's brought a lot of good practices there. And tremendous work. I mean, seriously, nobody thought that the police could do so much. And I4C is also building clean data sets, machine readable, building connections, etc. What has been your experience? Like, we know it's a hard problem, and we continue to see people are getting impacted. Like, I think the latest report was about an Infosys employee, 3.75 crores or something, having been defrauded, etc. So what has been your experience, Mr. Sahu?
Thank you. So what I presume is what is required is building an environment of accountability, trust building, and the most important is awareness among all. Up to the last man, awareness is what is required to build a cyber safe environment. So for this, what is being done is by the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center, I4C, of the Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, was established. And as you have rightly told, with 850 plus million users in cyberspace now, the extent of cyber fraud has also increased. So to tackle these things, we have 7 verticals. Providing each vertical has its own, like NCRP portal is there, the National Cybercrime Reporting Portal. This portal is for the citizen-centric, for the help of citizens. They can register their complaints there related to cyber frauds. What we do is the complaint, then once registered, the fraud once registered, it automatically escalates to the LEAs. This is the system.
It goes to the state.
Yes. So it goes to the state nodal, and then it escalates to the concerned PS from where this cyber fraud has happened, and further investigation is being taken on. So sitting on your chair, on your table at your home only, you can register the complaint. This is what the reach we have made. The Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center has made this reach. Then apart from the NCRP portal, we are receiving lots of complaints, not just one, every day, thousands of complaints we are receiving. And the most important fraud being the financial frauds nowadays. Apart from these training also we are providing, then NCFL, the National Cyber Crime Forensic Laboratory is also there. Research and training we are doing, threat analysis we are doing, and based on these the citizen awareness programs in the form of cyber dose we are doing. This is a continuous and ongoing process. We are also with the evolution and this progress of cyber threat actors. We are also evolving. We are also progressing. We are also analyzing the threat perspectives, and we are overcoming these. Every day we are doing this.
Great. Thank you very much. I'll now come to Alok. He's again a veteran of not only cybersecurity but also forensics. You've been working very closely with the industry for over a decade. What are you witnessing as of now? What are the current kind of threats that you are witnessing that you're helping your clients mitigate? And what are the measures that you're looking at that could help secure?
Sure. Thank you, IGIF. Thank you, Amrita, for inviting me. And Saikat, good that you asked this question. So you see, today the most dreadful thing which is happening for the corporates and the industry is the ransomware attacks. What is happening primarily is that there are 0 days, and there are FUDs which are created by various bad actors. FUD is a fully undetectable malware, which bypasses all viruses and antiviruses and anti-malware software. So what hits you, what can hit you tomorrow or today is completely unimaginable. So that's where, the entire industry is, worried about. The phishing attacks, the malwares, the 0 days, the ransomware, these are some of the things which are going to hurt everybody. Now, cybersecurity is not a new field. It has been there since ages. Everybody has to protect themselves. But what has been happening lately, Saikat, is that, I'm sure you must have heard about John Kinderberg, who, while at Forrester, devised a new framework, which is called the Zero Trust Architecture. Now, Zero Trust Architecture is a strategy. It's a high-level strategy where, you are not trusting anybody, whether it's the individuals, whether it's the devices, whether it's the services. So every time you have to identify and authenticate a request, a service request, an individual's access, a device's access, and that's, I think, the underlying principle behind the Zero Trust architecture. Now, Zero Trust architecture has many, it's a maturity model where you need to identify the devices, the applications, the users, the data, and the workloads. Everything you need to really identify over there. Now, Zero Trust would mean many implementation techniques. For example, you need to have an end-to-end encryption. And one of the examples I would like to take is multi-factor authentication, which actually, kind of sits on a principle that who you are, what you know, and what you have. So if you look at who you are is primarily your biometrics. So multi-factor authentication means you need to have at least 2 or 3 levels of authentication which needs to happen over there. So biometrics can define that who you are. I'm Alok Gupta, and this is my fingerprint, this is my retina scan, this is my, even saliva for that matter, or whatever, depends on how high secure environment I'm working on. The second is what kind of physical token I have, right, with me, which can identify me. So you're not just trusting my biometric, you're also saying that do you have a token, do you have a device ID or something which can be taken care of? And the third thing is, of course, what you know, which means the passwords or PIN or anything like that. So this is one example of how a Zero Trust architecture can be created.
So I'll just do just to jazz things up a bit, a quick rapid fire question, just quick answer, and then we'll take it forward. Everybody says that whatever the architecture, and you brought that zero trust architecture so beautifully. Everybody says that the biggest weakness is the user, or the human is the biggest weakness. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely, I agree with that.
Dr. Bahl, do you agree with that?
No doubt.
No doubt. Mr. Sahu, you agree with that? Nappinai, do you agree with that human is the biggest weakness?
Absolutely, always.
So there is complete agreement there. But the
Very
reason
rare for a panel to agree on it.
but the reason I asked this was that now there is I found this very interesting thinking that is actually not the right way, and not treat the human as the weakness, because the human is the center of the whatever usage that you're doing. So not to treat them as weakness, and therefore to come back to you, if we look at the human as the weakness, of course, that means that we are trying to fix something. And this is true about cybersecurity also. Social engineering works for different kind of levers, etc. So how do you want to fix that? What would you suggest is the best way? Should we continue to look them as the weakest point, or should we look at them that whatever is designed has to keep in fact that the human is the ultimate user?
No, no doubt human is the ultimate user, but I would like to look at it a little differently.
Right.
Well, yes, other speakers talked about training and awareness, and you need to make people aware about what is the ethical use of internet and IT and all that. But I would treat users and devices and services on the same path. I don't care whether a user is accessing, a human being is accessing, or a device in an IoT is accessing, or whether it's a service layer which is accessing. So zero trust doesn't care about whether he's my mamaji's son or my chairman's daughter. It doesn't care about that. It talks about least privileges to be available to people to access an architecture. Otherwise, you'll compromise with the security.
And in some ways, it's a huge leap from the earlier version of trust but verified to actually coming to zero trust.
That's right.
Perfect. Dr. Bahl, you heard also something that Nappinai mentioned is that the compliance regime in cybersecurity really doesn't work. But I've also seen the challenges you face, because you have to protect a large surface of attack, which is national security, etc. So what has been the experience? Does compliance really work, or how far has collaboration come?
I'll agree with what Nappinai says, that it's not just compliance and tick mark in the box. So you need a lot of collaboration, and collaborative efforts really help. Now, let me give you an example. We have when you're getting onto the internet, etc., the website is the first thing you see. Today, if you see the last 2 years stats, the website defacements are down by 64%. All right. Now this is, I'm not saying this, the only reason for this is what some of this collaboration, what I'm talking about. Today we have 177 empaneled auditors, and about 86% of the audits are being done for websites, right? So very clearly people have understood that the first experience for a user on their platform should not be that it is defaced and they can't even access it. Having said that, these auditors that we have empaneled are doing a good job, and obviously they can do much more. I mean, you need to look at it holistically and look at the end-to-end system for audits. But having said that, whatever has been started is a good step. So we've seen very clearly collaboration works. Cybersaathi Kendra, which I talked about, is a collaborative effort of the government, of the ISPs, the academia, and the industry. All right. So industry has given the free tools which I talked about. The ISPs are informing you that your device may be infected. So the government has set this whole system up, and the academia is looking at if there are any 0 days, etc. For example, this when WannaCry hit, we gave some samples to the academia and to the industry so that they could come up with antidotes immediately and give it to the users. So this sort of a collaboration has helped, and that is why we are seeing all these stats where I said It's come down by about 31%, etc., and this has come down by 64%. I mean, it will not happen if there is no collaboration. So collaboration is a must.
Plus,
And
you also run a very successful Stix taxi for all your CISOs.
yes,
etc.
so we provide,
giving back to the industry.
we are giving everything back to the industry, because whatever are the threat intelligence that we see, and as Nappinai mentioned in her opening remarks, as to whatever is being reported is going back to the larger industry. And while we are seeing what are the challenges, etc., which people are facing, we are giving it back to the industry through the Stix and taxi formats, so that they can do machine ingestion. Those who do not have the appropriate systems in place, then they have to do manual ingestions. Apart from that, we've also, recently, a few months back, issued guidelines on information security practices for government entities for a safe and trusted internet. And while it is in public domain, it is meant for the government, state, central, etc., but it doesn't stop industry from using it. So using something of that sort, because it addresses things like network security, identity and access management, application security, data security, third-party outsourcing, hardening procedures, security monitoring, incident management, and also security auditing. So it has a whole gamut of stuff that it looks at. And this is based on whatever incidents we've handled, seen, etc., that all that learning goes into it, and it goes back not just to the government, but also to the industry as such.
Nappinai, I would like to come to you. You've heard Dr. Bahl talk about how collaboration is now taking place, and you also mentioned that the human is the weakest link in that sense. But from their perspective, especially with the rise in cyber crimes today, LEAs are overwhelmed. Like, they are, how many cases can they register? Less than 1% of complaints actually get registered by FIRs. And then there is a problem about getting data. How do you proceed on certain kind of investigations when some companies refuse to share data, etc.? So how do you find a balance? Where do we find a balance to, because at the end of the day, if the user is the most affected, then there is no trust, there is no safety.
Absolutely. And the user has to be able to see that the system is working. And that's where the difficulty arises. The first thing is, in law, we have the de minimis rule. So the law will not take note of triviality. And that's where the problem arises in terms of what do we consider as trivial. So for a farmer, a loss of 1,000 rupees also will not be trivial. For someone who may not have the wherewithal, a small sum which is lost through a phishing or a financial fraud attack is substantial. So we have to see in terms of where and how we not only have laws, but we are showing that it actually works. So we have had these Jamtara equivalents before COVID, and now Jamtara has become the least of the threats compared to all the other hubs that have arisen. And why are these hubs increasing? Because we have not been able to show effective enforcement against one. If we can't show against one, then the assumption, and there seems to be some kind of, mental framework in terms of the criminals who think this is the easier alternative. So, Saikat, I'll just step back a bit in terms of how people move from drugs to organized crime on counterfeiting, intellectual property rights, right? Primarily movies and music, etc. The reason that move happened was they realized it was it was less dangerous. So if you get caught, you're not that worried about the penalties when you're counterfeiting intellectual property rights as opposed to drugs. So similarly, today, when we are looking at the way financial frauds are evolving, unless we are able to show through example that laws work, that they can be apprehended, and that this is not an easy way to make money, then we are running a huge risk, not just in terms of the increase in financial frauds, but in terms of restructuring the way society thinks and acts too.
Absolutely. Interestingly, one point that you mentioned about, what is trivial, etc. We were in a meeting with Gujarat Police as a part of this exercise to how to figure out what are the best practices. And the police were saying that because of capacity issues, they can only try and spend time on any fraud that has taken place, which is 1 lakh and above. But now what is happening is the fraudsters have figured out that if they were to do anything above 1 lakh, then somebody will come after them. So now most cases started going down to 90,000, 95,000, etc. And they go because it's a huge attack surface, if I were to borrow the language from cybersecurity. So they are able to then go for smaller ones, but keep replicating to a point. Like you must have heard that Faridabad case where this girl, the strange term of digital arrest that took place, and now what happened to this person from Infosys.
So just one word of caution that I want to put out there for anybody who thinks this is easy money is, there is the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita that is expected, and that's going to replace the Indian Penal Code. So if you look at the provisions there, it actually incorporates cybercrime offenses also. And two interesting aspects that come out of it is, one, of course, is it provides for cybersecurity. And secondly, it talks about organized crime, and the definition of organized crime will include cyber crimes of this nature.
Correct.
And therefore, I feel that there is some hope in terms of combating these organized or larger groups coming together and committing crimes, instead of it being looked at as just individual crimes less than the 1 lakh threshold.
Yeah. Also, it's interesting now because we work very closely with Haryana Police, and the new DGP took this as one of the major tasks. So the hold and lien amount, or what we generally call the recovery amount in Haryana, used to be about 7 to 8%. As of November, it is over 30%. All we had to do was improve, make some small tweaks, etc. So from a state perspective, when a state wants to do something, you see tremendous movement. What has been your experience in terms of challenges that you face from the states? Is it capacity? Is it lack of coordination? Is it lack of tools? What are the challenges that you face, Mr. Saran?
As we have already discussed, the main challenge being the lack of manpower. Rather, I'll say...
Or shall I say trained manpower?
Trained manpower, yes. Trained manpower. So to counter this also, what we have done is, till date, we have established 7 joint cyber coordination teams.
Yes.
All over India. And they are doing a tremendous job. They have evolved like anything. Funds we are providing.
But what are the challenges?
Challenges are the same. Cyber frauds are increasing every day. They are evolving, but at the same pace, we are also evolving.
But is there a lack of coordination?
Lack of coordination is not there. There used to be lack of coordination earlier, but with the establishment of India Cybercrime Coordination Center, basically we are the coordinating platform.
Yes.
So what our main purpose is this coordination only. So what we are doing, once say we receive a cyber complaint or a report in our portal, our main thing is coordination only. Coordination with the LEAs. Not only coordination, the feedback also we take. Continuous monitoring is what is being done through our I4C. So not only just registering a complaint, transferring it to the LEAs, coordinating, but the outcome, the result also we monitor. And because of this only, till date, we have almost saved more than 1,000 crores till date.
Excellent. And this is the amount that has been sent back to the victims, or it's only on hold or lien?
Most of the amount has been sent back.
This 1,000 crores?
Yes, and a lot of amount not sent back only, saved.
No, when you say saved, is it hold, is it lien, or has it been sent back?
Saved and sent back.
1,000 crores?
Yes.
Excellent. I mean, that's a tremendous number that has been done. Dr. Bahl, just a final round of questions before we open up to the audience. Where do you see that ransomware is now becoming a major issue? And audits, the thing is, they're always a point in time action. So how effective they are. And also Delhi High Court recently had a case where somebody tried to channel the empanelment process, but the Delhi High Court was firmly in favor of CERT-IN's process, etc. So that's a big win. So how do you see that, how can audits be made better, etc., and not just remain a point in time issue?
So as I said, the directions that we had given last year also talked about, as I said, cyber hygiene stuff.
Right.
So organizations have to maintain logs. They have to, when you're doing an audit, some of the things that you do go and ask because of ransomware, what is your backup policy? How often do you take your backups? When was the last backup taken, etc. And where do you store it? How do you store it? Now, if you are taking a backup and then storing it online, you are obviously going to be hit by ransomware, and you are going to lose all the data. So all these things are part and parcel of the audit when the auditors go and start checking out all these things. And though it is a point in time, but I think the processes, if they are strong enough, they will help the organization to make sure that they are safeguarded against things like ransomware. And ransomware is obviously evolving. Now you're seeing ransomware happening through RDP, so through remote desktops, etc. Now, going down to that level also requires the maturity not of the only of the organization, but also of the auditors to say who all have access to the RDP, whom have you provided this, etc. So, while the auditor might ask these questions, but if the organization is unable to answer them, it becomes a bit of a challenge. So I think the threat landscape is evolving. The organizations have to keep themselves abreast, and the auditors obviously have to keep themselves abreast, and that is why they have to appear for exams and tests on a regular basis to ensure that they can hold on to their auditor position.
Mr. Gupta, you've heard what CERT-IN is doing and at a national level. From an industry perspective, what else would you expect from the government that could help expand the services that you offer, and you can protect more and more critical information systems?
No, I think the government is doing their bit. The only thing I would say is that the weakest link is the human being, right?
You're saying that.
I'm still saying that the reason is, I'll look at it from the other way. So why do people get frauded, right? It's the greed, right? I mean, one is the greed. I've seen so many people actually falling for it. So many educated people, so many, people who have technical knowledge actually falling prey for this cryptocurrency related frauds. I've seen people losing 3 crores, 2 crores, just like that, because they don't care whether I'm, using a Bitcoin based payment and all that. I mean, one already knows that it goes into some kind of well, which you can't recover it, right? The second is the lack of awareness. And I'm sure since we have almost, as the TV mentioned in his opening remarks, that there are about 1 billion internet users now, right? And if we have internet users, then how many of them are aware of the ethical use of internet? How many of them know that what are the dangers and perils which can come to them? So one part is the greed, the other part is the awareness. And third part is the how vigilant are you? I mean, whether at the organization level or at the people level. So I would say that, it's important to make people continue to make them aware. And I'm sure, government can play their bit, especially at the grassroots level, because minister talked about inclusion. And I think once we are giving away digitization or digital India to the grassroots, we also have to ensure that they are safe. And they can only be safe if you teach them, tell them what are the perils of, or the do's and don'ts.
Before we open it up to questions, not exactly a disagreement, but the way I would look at it is, like, I'll give an example. In 2020 with Haryana Police, we did a study on cyber crimes, where one of the officers, he's a 2015 batch IPS officer, IIT Delhi, etc. He suggested that let's look at why we are not able to convert complaints. And today, the 7 joint that you had, in 2020, we had predicted that Jamtara, Deoghar, etc. will move, and we had predicted Mewat, we had predicted Mathura and all those areas, which are the new areas, and your coordination centers are built like that. The one problem and here is that it is greed works up to a certain point, and there is data which shows, but now we are seeing, like, if you look at the Infosys attack or you look what happened to the girl in Faridabad, there is a fear factor which is now emerging, which has nothing to do with greed, but somebody puts on, I mean, you are now finding cases where somebody puts on a police uniform. The fear of the government is being exploited by the cyber criminals. So that's nothing to do with greed, and yet you're seeing large sums. So I guess what we have to do is, as collaborators trying to keep a trusted society, we have to collaborate more. We have to talk to each other and try to see where we can maximize each other's strength. Like somebody like Nappinai, her knowledge, her experience, how can we tap into that? Your knowledge, your experience, or what we have done with Telangana or Haryana police, how do we then replicate that? So I guess that's one major way to address this. Now with that, we just have 10 minutes and I don't want to delay lunch for anybody. So any questions, and I'll only request questions. Please don't use it as to become an additional speaker on the panel where everybody has an opinion, any opinion over lunch, and Dr. Bahl has to go. So questions, any sharp, good questions? Anybody? Or did I scare everybody up? Okay, Anupam, of course. Everybody's hungry. Or if you ask, I'll repeat the question. Anupam, the audit is a point in time.
So do you foresee moving into the era of continuous compliance? Thank you.
Yeah, I think that is the way forward, continuous monitoring and continuous audits. So that will happen, and that is also happening. If you see some of the mature organizations and entities, they have already embarked on that. So the others will obviously follow.
Any other questions? Are you getting any questions online, Kangesh? Nothing yet. Anybody else from the audience? Otherwise, I'll ask a question. Yes, please. And if you could also introduce yourself, and who is the question aimed at?
I'm Dr. Shivpar from Broadband India Forum. The question can be addressed by Dr. Sanjay Bahl. You know, a lot of efforts are being made by the government, of course, in the awareness and bringing this. But even if you ask this, audience who is very intellectual and all this thing, how many of us are implementing like M-Kavach or the e-scan on our mobiles? So what to do basically in order to make the people that they really do it, they really use it?
That's a great question. It also goes to, sir, the point about awareness, that if people, like how many of you by show of hands use M-Kavach on your mobile?
I'm using.
But you are, so how do you address this problem?
I think you had answered that saying that this is not a simple problem.
Correct.
Right. So you have to look at multiple mechanisms, and as Nappinai also mentioned in her remarks that 1,000 rupees for a farmer is not trivial.
Yes.
Okay. So how do you define? So taking that awareness to that level is a huge challenge, because that's probably not there in other countries, because other countries have a single language. For example, if you take US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, UK, etc., English, and that's about it. Whereas here you have multiple languages, you have multiple strata of society, and we've seen various things that work. In certain places, puppet shows work, and that's what we've done.
Yeah.
Okay, to create that awareness. In certain places, just posters and flyers will work, but in regional languages, etc., or whatever is the language that they speak and write in, and there are other places where they would like to listen to certain things, so only audio will work. So we've tried all multiple aspects, and we've seen there are different pockets which understand different things, and that you'll have to adopt that sort of a mechanism, and it's not that just one shoe will fit all.
Absolutely. Any other questions? Yes, please. Yeah, go ahead. I'm there.
Yeah, this is from Lalantika. From a policy perspective, do we anticipate a centralized national cybersecurity strategy coming up soon? Or would the current process of sectoral guidelines and regulations continue?
Dr. Bahl, do you want to take that? The answer is above all our pay levels. So, but generally, I mean,
I think some sort of a strategy or a document should be coming soon. I think there's been some work going on that, so let's hope something will come out.
and also to, if I may add, we cannot do away with sectoral guidelines also, because like an RBI as a sectoral regulator would have certain.
So every sector has their own nuances. So you cannot do away with what RBI comes up with, or what SEBI comes up with, or what IRDA comes up with, whatever will be required in the healthcare sector. Similarly, what will be required in civil aviation sector, etc. So it's not going to be what is required in the financial sector will work in the civil aviation. Okay, and then similar, because there are some SCADA systems, there are various other aspects one has to look at which may not be there in the financial sector at all. So you will have sectoral regulations, and that is the way forward. But you will also have an overall, you have an overall strategy or a policy, etc.
Nappinai, any quick response to that question?
Not really. We'll have to wait and watch.
Okay, so you're not revealing too much right now.
Best position to answer that question.
Okay, so she doesn't.
I would only want to add one thing.
Yeah.
We don't have to assume that something needs to come in. We need to first see what we have in hand and better implement it. So we have laws to combat most of the financial frauds or the cyber crimes that are happening. We have these sectoral regulations. We have CERT-IN, and it has come out with a very robust guideline document last year. So we already have a lot.
I was cautioned by Dr. Bahl that it is not guidelines by directions. So there is a very important.
Yes, I would also reword it as directions.
Yes,
but
directions.
what I want to say is that we have to start putting in place the action points based on what we already have, and then we worry about what is likely to come.
Right. Just one question that I had, the coming of AI is also changing the threat system and the vector, the surface, etc. Just quick inputs from everyone on the panel. How do you see that affecting us? Because even from a cybercrime perspective, deepfakes, etc., disinformation is a major issue now. So, sorry. Yeah, I'm just taking that.
In fact, one of the questions was on the impact of AI. So
yeah,
I think you read the audience mind.
Okay, so AI is a double-edged sword, right? I mean, it can be used by the bad actors, and it can be used for preventing and protecting yourself. So AI has been in use, especially there are a lot of ML models which are in use primarily for doing threat intelligence. So there is there are many tools which are there which can do continuous monitoring and threat detection and threat management. So that is something on the securing side. But today with quantum computing coming in and AI combination
and generative AI
and of course the large language model, the LLMs and the the generative thing. If you combine, that's a lethal combination, because at one end, quantum computing can churn things very, very quickly. AI with its large language model is already taught a lot of things. So the cyber criminals are using those to create new kinds of malwares and 0 days and FUDs, which are undetectable. So, I mean, at one end, we are dealing with the non-ethical use of AI from a deep fake perspective and the deep voice perspective, but also from the malware production perspective. So now you don't need, the malware factories have become automated. I mean, you don't need robots anymore. It's a lethal combination of these which can generate. And what cyber criminals do, they don't use large computers. They use yours and mine's mobile phones and computers to run that algorithm.
What would you suggest are the measures that can be taken?
So the measures, as I mentioned, is don't trust anybody.
Zero trust.
Yeah.
Mr. Saul, would you have any suggestions?
Yeah, I agree with sir. Zero trust is the policy that you'll have to adopt. And most importantly is the awareness about the cyber threat actors and the emerging cyber threats. Once you are aware about these things, you'll certainly be able to cope up with these all.
Right. So I was given a deadline of 1:15. Dr. Bahl has to go somewhere, plus lunch is waiting. Napina, you want to say something quickly?
I'll use
You're
the
holding
remaining
back everybody
1 minute
from
to
lunch.
just add to this.
So that's on you, not on me.
Yeah. So, everyone thinks that law is an obstacle to innovation. That's why I just wanted to come in to close on this aspect to say that here we are speaking about AI, and we've had a lot of white papers come out in India. We are now, the time is right for us to come out with a robust law. Because, where technology cannot protect you, where technology cannot give you the leeway to find out who is doing what and what is right and what is not, possibly law may come in as the deterrence. And the reason why 3 times I emphasize the fact that law needs to be implemented or enforced is that law's role as a deterrent can work effectively only when it is implemented effectively. And therefore, that aspect of the enforcement.
Dr. Bahl also wants to.
Correct. So I really feel that we are now at the tipping point where technology will fail us if we don't bring laws in to support it to grow further and innovate better. Law can be an enabler in these kind of situations.
Yeah, I agree completely. But just to your point on AI, let me just put it this way: that you ask what will happen with AI. I'm just saying that we are already handling incidents where AI has been used. So I think that should answer your questions. Thank you.
So some things like, depending so much on awareness, I don't think that is adequate for the simple reason, like if you look at what is happening in terms of disinformation and not misinformation, what is happening in terms of disinformation is the cost of producing disinformation and virality is negligible. The cost of countering it is hugely expensive, and ability to arrive virality for facts or counter facts is very, very difficult. So similarly, so awareness, how far will it succeed? I don't think we can. What Alok mentioned, zero trust, I think that should be a good model. We are also seeing complexities in cybercrime where it's not greed actually, but fear of the government, which is leading to different kinds of hacks and attacks and so on and so forth. Collaboration has to be a very, very important feature where we start working with each other and working with each other's strengths. So that's a major issue, like government has certain strengths, etc. As far as the law is concerned, speaking on behalf of law enforcement, I would say until and unless you change a simple thing which is there in the IT Act that an inspector or above level officer will have to investigate the case, as long as that is not changed, because today we have head constables and ASIs and sub-inspectors who are very well trained, who can handle these cases. So those kind of basic pragmatic changes in law have to be brought in. And with that, thank you, Dr. Bahl. Thank you, Mr. Sahu. Thank you, Nappinai. And thank you, Alok. You've been a wonderful panel, and thank you. Let's connect over lunch. Thank you. And thank you, Amrita.
Thank you. I want to take a moment to thank you, Saikat, for wonderfully moderating the session. And we'd like to take a moment. Can I invite Mr. Shantanu to share a memento to each of our panelists and moderators here? To Mr. Sahu. And Dr. Bahl, thank you. Mr. Datta, thank you very much. And Mr. Gupta, thank you very much. And thank you, Nappinai. We are sending you a virtual memento. Thank you so much. Thank you, and we won't stay between lunch and
A big thank you to all the panelists for such an interesting session. We now break for lunch, and we request all of you to please assemble back here at 2:15 for the next panel discussion of the day. Thank you.
लंच करने जाओ वो थोड़ा सा मुझे रखना अपन लंच
सर हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज रहेगी
वही तो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी वाली चाहिए और क्या मतलब मैं
ये बाहर रजिस्ट्रेशन
रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी देने का मतलब रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है ना
पाँच लाख हो जाएगी
Yes. Forty-one. Yes.
Actually, मैंने उसके बाद
Could you send me the list of all my
मेरे को जेल है मेरे पास को आए तो समझ नहीं पाया मुझे बता दो अच्छा
You're having the food, I will just get out. So you do this role only in Delhi or you travel also? You get all over. I'm based out of Calcutta, so quite a outreach. No.
It's actually Ms. Ramachandran, Qualcomm, that's where we yeah, that's what I was boosting when he was one of the batch. Thank you so much. Yeah, that would be able to anticipate what will happen.
Which kind of meeting very much?
Yeah.
I'll take a number.
Please.
लगभग तो बहुत कुछ रह रहे हैं। आपको समझ में आएगा ना कि ये मेरा है इसका है। कुर्सी पहले सेट होता है, सबसे पहले कुर्सी सेट होता है। अब आप भी करते तो कुछ घरों में शायद कैश में है उसकी तो मैं ठीक करेगा। ये एक्स्ट्रा है यहाँ पे, एक एक्स्ट्रा लगा रखा है। कुर्सी देखिए 1 2 3 4 5 6 ठीक है। 1 2 3 4 5 ये डालो। हाँ। हो गया ना पानी? हो गया। बताओ वो क्वेश्चन थोड़ा स्टैंडर्ड कर दो मुझे तो मैंने सुनो था कि मैंने नहीं हमारे चाहता हमारा नहीं क्वेश्चन है। हम एक बार कुछ हो गया चला और सब में कैंसिल कर देंगे बीच में। कौन आ रहा है यार मोबाइल में कितने कुछ सवाल बोलते हैं हमें बनाता कैंसिल क्या करेगा। ठीक है सर एक क्वेश्चन तो मैं बना रहा हूं यहां पे आप बंदों को याद निकाल रहा है कुछ नहीं है गंदा हो गया था कौन सी बात बैठिएगा तो इनमें कितने बंदे सिटिंग है यहाँ पर। हेलो एक ही तो लगा देते हैं लगा ही दे लगा दीजिए इसको आगे बढ़िए लगा दीजिए ना। ऑनलाइन ट्रेनिंग एक कुछ उसी भी है तो हो जाएगा वो देखिए ये वाली साथ में
टेबल पर रख के समझूंगी वहाँ पे कोई भी बोल देगा हॉल में बोल देगा ना हॉल में हाँ ठीक है हाँ हाँ देख हाँ अपनी देख देख बोल दिया इधर बाहर
ऐसे करना कि मैं दिख जाऊं ठीक इधर से सामने चलो ना मैंने नहीं करना
कोई दिक्कत नहीं इधर से नहीं तो अभी खुलेगा थोड़ी देर के बाद क्या कहते हैं नहीं उसके लिए अभी ज्ञान आंसर हाँ क्या वो इसके लिए ना टेस्ट कराया
Así vamos a ver de Roach, de poner ese libro. Oh, yeah. La botaba. No ves que no. Mira, mira. ऐसा तो गंदे और कुछ मत देखते नहीं अच्छा लगता है अच्छा तो लगता है यार मुझे ये भी लगता है कि बहुत अच्छा हुआ है ये हल्दी में ऊपर अच्छे हो गए मैं लोगों को ये मैं तो काफी मिस चेक करना ज़्यादा तो ज़्यादा वो भी सरकार के लिए अपनी होती तो भी मैं तो आपसे सबसे ज़्यादा नहीं मिलता हमारे प्यार नहीं प्यार नहीं लगभग मिलता है जहाँ यही तो जब कोई क्या सब कुछ नहीं आते मैं आपको बोलता हूँ मैं यहाँ पे बोली और ये चीज ना बहुत लोग बोलते हैं इसमें बहुत लोग ये मुंबई में रह रहे वहाँ पे मैं बोलती थी हमारे और घर पे मुझे ये बोलते हैं कि मैं एक बस से और बल्कि और उन्होंने यही बोला कि एक ज़्यादा नहीं बोला मतलब सबने यही बोला कि ज़्यादा नहीं लेंगे मतलब आपके तो मैंने सुना बस आप बोलती हो आपके ज़्यादा होती है मतलब मेरी अच्छा पढ़ रही हूँ नहीं आप मेरी अच्छा पढ़ मेरी लेकिन हम लोग का तो कुछ क्योंकि हम लोग कम बड़ा मुझे लगता है साधन जो लगता है पीछे भी उतार रहा है अपनी वाली पढ़ सकते हैं इतने मुझे कुछ चाहिए मुझे लगा कि मैं पता नहीं मुझे लगता है तो हुई नहीं मैं तो शायद बहुत मुझे भी बहुत ज़्यादा था Yes. I'll be back in for that. Sorry. Sorry. कोई नहीं बोल सकते
Get it started. Have you?
Yeah. Yes.
I can see it.
Amazing wife. Yeah. But nice. It was good week for me.
Yeah.
That's
Next.
This is a very big event. Actually, we got a very niche then we all, that's why it's such a late call. So, because in the committee, there's one very big thing. When they get into the coordinates in the committee, it's like every day, online mistake. And it's so together. And it's good for the government. Comes together now. But we were, I think, we normally do an academic to the paper. Thanks.
Hi, Dr. Govind.
I know that's any embarrassing. Startups. Yes. No, but that's the for. Yeah, so feel like funny things. And it's I will not check one initial start of
We request all our guests to kindly make their way back into the hall so that we can get started with the next panel for the day. All our guests who are still outside the hall, we request you to kindly join us back and occupy your seats so that we can invite the panelists for the next session. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you're refreshed after a quick lunch. And now it's time for us to dive into the second interesting panel discussion of the day, which is about enabling innovation for India's development goals. To take the session forward, let me invite the moderator of the session, Ms. Surbhi Agarwal from Economic Times. Over to you, Ms. Surbhi.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. It's a great privilege to be here speaking at IIGF, especially with such a amazing panel. I can see many friends in the audience, and I'm extremely privileged to have many friends on the panel as well. Just give us a moment before we begin. All right. So I'll quickly begin by just handing it over to my online friend who's the online moderator for this session. Kazim, do you want to just take over from here? And then once you're done with the introductions, maybe just pass it over back to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Surbhi. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot, Surbhi, and to all the panelists and to the participants for staying with us. Apologies, I couldn't be there in person, but I'm joining in online, and I hope everything works flawlessly over the next 1 hour. But very quickly, just taking on for this panel session, I'd like to welcome our panelists. Some of them are there in person and a couple of us are online. I want to start with inviting and welcoming Dr. Rajat Kathuria, who is the Dean, School of Humanities and Social Sciences, Professor Economics, Shiv Nanda University. Dr. Kathuria, welcome. Good afternoon. Always a pleasure to host you at such tech policy discussions and look forward to discussing with you today. We also have, thank you, Dr. Kathuria. We also have with us Mr. Sunil Ibrahim, who is the Public Policy Director, Data Economy and Emerging Tech at Meta. Sunil, good afternoon, welcome, and look forward to hearing from you. Good to have you at the panel today. We have Mr. Dipendra Manocha, Director, Developing Countries DASY Consortium. Mr. Manocha, look forward to talking to you and hearing your inputs as well. Pleasure to host you. We have Mr. Rahul Mathan, who is the partner at Trilegal and one of the most accomplished lawyers in India's tech policy ecosystem. And we are also joined with Ms. Nisha Mendiratta, who is the Executive Director, Indo-US Science and Technology Forum. Thank you, Nisha, for joining us as well. And I'd like to now hand over to Surbhi to take the discussion forward.
Right. Thank you so much, Kazim. And once again, a very warm welcome to all of you at this session of IIGF. I'm sure you've had a very interesting day. I heard that Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar was here, Mr. Krishnan was here, and they made some really interesting comments about India's decade and what technology can do to take forward this growth. This session is particularly very interesting and something which is very close to my heart. I say this because probably India is right now at a juncture where we are going to be a $5 trillion economy. We are working towards being the third largest economy in the world. And at this juncture, probably technology is something which can play a very vital role when it comes to driving this growth, which is more inclusive instead of just the traditional sectors of economy. We have to move beyond those and look at probably targeting areas which will mean more inclusive growth, probably look at skills, languages, and I'm extremely delighted to have Mr. Dr. Manocha with us, somebody who's an epitome of how we can drive use technology for more inclusive growth. So probably I'll start, Dr. Manocha, if you're comfortable. And if I can ask you the first question, that when it comes to technology, India has sort of pitched itself as one of the trailblazers. Every event we talk about DPIs, every event we talk about the software progress of India. But is it enough? What else can we do as we chart our journey towards the next frontier of India's growth? No, is it? Just move it. Yeah.
Maybe I'll just move ahead. Yeah, I think now it's working. So thank you so much. And yes, India, it really matters from where we are looking and from which direction, because when you compare India to other developing countries, because we are classified as low middle income group country in the world right now. I hope we are able to change it soon. But if we look at that perspective and look at other low and middle income group countries, I think we are doing extremely well, because we are, in terms of ICT, in terms of use of technology, we have actually put together infrastructure for persons with disabilities and including persons with disabilities to that level which is comparable to high income group countries. A small example I can say, although it has taken 2 decades, but a simple tool, a digital tool like a smartphone or a computer is a huge enabler for persons with blindness, because that enables them to read and write in the script that the whole of the rest of the world is using. We are not just restricted to use of Braille, but I can actually have written communication with the rest of the world by using this technology. It's a huge enabler. It's just completely life-changing technology. It is very proudly I can say that India is one of the very few developing countries where this technology works in 16 of our Indian languages. Although it has taken, I would say, almost 25 years of hard work to achieve this. But today, a screen reading software which adds speech to computers or smartphones is actually working in 16 Indian languages. We have something called Sugamya Pustakalaya, which is an online library of accessible reading materials, means materials which are in accessible format, and it connects directly to the devices in the hands of users. This is something again which is found in high income group countries, but extremely rare, and in fact maybe just we are one of the first countries where in a developing economy we have such devices. But what is these are something for special enablement where the mainstream is not accessible, and we are creating some additional infrastructure to enable persons with disabilities. But the real answer lies in universal design. Real answer lies in inclusion. So when we create a website, we create it for all. We do not create a separate website for persons with disabilities and the rest, a separate one for the rest of the people. Our society is full of diversity, and impairments and disability is just another diversity. Are we addressing diversity when we are creating this ICT infrastructure? That's the real question. India has again taken a lead in developing countries in that arena by at least putting together a very robust policy. We have a standard in Bureau of Indian Standards and issue a standard called IS 17802, which defines what accessible ICT means. How do we define accessibility when it comes to apps, user interfaces, any kind of hardware and software related to ICT? What is it that makes it accessible? That has been clearly laid down in this standard IS 17802. And the law also acknowledges the Right for Persons with Disabilities Act says that all our infrastructure need to be accessible. Whatever procurement is happening in the government and by any entity or non-government, I would say government or non-government, whatever procurement of ICT infrastructure is happening need to comply to this IS 17802 standard. This is a law, this is a rule which is relatively fairly new. I think awareness and implementation now holds the key. So we have very promising, very forward-looking, very bold policy in place, and I hope in coming time we will see that huge change coming and changing the lives of persons with disabilities. And when I say persons with disabilities, it is not just that strictly the population defined by the law as persons with disabilities, because it is about functional limitation. And functional limitation can come not just to persons with so-called legal definition of disability, it is way beyond. All of us have some limitations, and these provisions are going to help all of us. So I think that's a very positive direction that India has taken. But yes, outreach is something that we have to achieve.
Sure. Thank you so much, Dr. Minocha, for those comments. Like you said, India has probably taken the lead in setting the standards, but a lot more probably needs to be done when it comes to the implementation and in that direction. I'd like to thank the audience for maintaining the decorum and keeping their phones on silent and also taking their conversations outside this room. Thank you. I'll come to Sunil now. Sunil, do you want to weigh in a little bit on the topic of the session, and also talk about how large technology companies like Meta, what are the efforts that they are making in this direction, and also what else can be done to make sure that the next set of growth that India happens in India is more inclusive.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Surabhi, for that, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me again to the India Internet Governance Forum. This is truly a privilege and honor for me to participate. I wanted to begin where Dr. Minocha ended his intervention. And what Dr. Minocha said is all of us are functionally disabled in different ways, and that the accessibility technology that is created for those legally defined as disabled is also useful for all of us. I thought that was a polite way or a sort of euphemistic way of putting his thoughts across. I will try and do that a little more starkly. Every person in the room that today considers themselves not disabled, there are two possible futures for you. The first is you have to have the double fortune of dying early and dying quickly. That means you have to be a young person, many young people in the room, and then you have to go out onto the street and a bus will run over you and you die immediately. That's 5% of us that will have that double fortune of dying young and dying quickly. Balance 95% of us will face disability in this life and will depend on the technologies that Dr. Minocha has talked about. So it's a very serious topic. It's not limited to the 6% of the population that is disabled in various ways. It is connected to each one of us sitting in this room. That's the first thing I wanted to say. Again, Dr. Minocha spoke about the excellent legal framework in India. India has a legal framework protecting the rights of the disabled that we don't see in many other countries with similar socioeconomic status. And the best example for this is the copyright law. And again, this is a battle that Dr. Minocha has fought from the beginning. When the countries of the world were negotiating the Marrakesh Treaty, and this treaty, if I'm not mistaken, is signed in 2013. That is when the treaty goes through the General Assembly. But a year before that, India amends its copyright law. The Marrakesh Treaty, which establishes a global exception to copyright for the disabled, is both works specific and disability specific. It is only for the print impaired, and it only applies to books or to the printed word. The exception in Indian copyright law is both disability neutral, it applies to all disabilities, and also works neutral. So you could, for example, as a hearing impaired person say, I'm not able to hear the sound effects on this video game I'm playing, and therefore I have a right to build accessibility into the video game without taking permission of the copyright holder, right? So that exception, much more robust, much more expansive in Indian law. But then what needs to be done? Why is this always an afterthought? Whether it is accessible design or universal design, as Dr. Manoj just said, why does that happen afterwards? Partly because the technological stack is not mature enough today. And here is where I will come to a contribution, a small contribution that my employer Meta has made. Meta has an open source project called React Native. Increasingly, React Native is a popular framework for developers that want to build mobile interfaces. And the way React Native has been designed is, if you don't break it, your mobile app will be accessible by default. So accessibility is built into the capacities of React Native. And rather than building support for W3C standards like WCAG, WCAG, the app will automatically be compliant with these W3C standards. So I think that's important to make that a default behavior of apps and developer frameworks that we are releasing. And the second thing I'll quickly say is, given our belief in open source, Meta has released 650 open source or open innovation AI models. And a lot of them are directly useful to us in the disability context and also outside the disability context. So computer vision models will help with seeing the world. Text recognition models will help with reading the printed text and dealing with that and making it accessible. Speech synthesis models, etc. So while it is obvious how all these distinct models will be useful for the disabled, I want to now take you to a completely different story, which is an illiterate person in Karnataka who wants to read the works of Premchand, for instance. Now, thanks to the AI tool chain, the works of Premchand can be translated into Kannada. Then the works of Premchand can be read using the voice of a beloved film star in Karnataka, Dr. Rajkumar, who is no longer alive. Dr. Rajkumar himself could read out the Kannada version of the story to the illiterate person in Karnataka. So now language will no longer be a barrier. The ability to read will no longer be a barrier if you're illiterate. And just the innovative technology that exists today will bring the world of knowledge and the world of Indian culture in all its beauty and diversity to individual users. And that's the exciting world that we are thinking of. Thanks so much, Surabhi.
Thank you, Sunil, for that very interesting comment, especially, the promise of AI. You touched upon that, and probably I'll delve on it a bit later. But before that, I'll go to Mr. Mathan. And hello, Rahul. And I'd like to probably ask you that, in my 20 years of journalistic career, we've been writing so many stories about how basic technology tools are not available to people who are not very well versed with English and Hindi, be it the simple keypad on the mobile, the government websites, even the popular websites, right? The interface is not in local languages, and a lot of people in the country who do not speak English or Hindi or cannot read and write in these two languages find it extremely hard to access technology, access the internet. Coming to you, Mr. Mathan, I'd like to ask you that what is the, since you're an expert on law, and India is right now in the middle of revamping its technology laws, be it the Data Protection Bill or the Digital India Act in itself, what is it that we can do in the law? Is there a way to hard code some of these things so that they don't become an afterthought, like probably what Sunil said?
Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. As it happens, I'm in Delhi, but logistics of getting there and getting back have defeated me. But I hope you can hear me properly. I think The question of language, I think Sunil addressed the technology capabilities that now are before us. But what the law has done, the most recent version of the data protection law, has taken a step which is, arguably not a new step, but something that in its magnitude in India is actually quite remarkable. To say that the privacy policies, the consent and notice framework that's now going to be the cornerstone of everyone's interaction with each other when it comes to personal data must be provided and made available in all the languages in the 8th schedule. Now, that's a legal obligation that may seem like an onerous obligation. I know many of my clients are concerned about how exactly they're going to comply with this. But if you tie that to what Sunil just said, and absent speaking in Rajkumar's voice, which would be a really very engaging way to get people to accept privacy policies, certainly in Bangalore and Karnataka, is certainly something that can be implemented very easily using AI technologies that are available right now. And I think there are some concerns about accuracy. Lawyers will always put their hand up and say you shouldn't trust ChatGPT to write your privacy policy. I tend to agree. I'm not in the business of putting myself out of business, but I think to respond to your question, we have two elements, two prongs that have come together at the same time. One is this legal obligation. Once we see it in the digital data protection law, we're likely to see it repeated in many other legislations. And two, the technical capability to make this not as much of a heavy lift as it might have seemed. I think that when you go to countries around the world, Europe in particular, you will be quite accustomed to seeing websites in at least 2 languages. To have it in 22 feels like a lift, but when you have the support of technology that really makes this work in an effective way, I think you're taking some of the sting out of the point that you make is actually a core point for accessibility. We have to make our interactions with technology such that everyone, the poorest of the poor, the people who are least privileged and who are perhaps disadvantaged, we have to make it as easy as possible for them to access. But I have long learned that you can't simply do this by fiat. You can't simply do this by saying that this is a legal requirement, and if you don't, you will be punished. You have to also provide the means to do it in an effective way. And so the timing, I'd like to say that Gen AI timed its arrival perfectly to coincide with the passage of the data protection law. Because if I say it the other way around, and I've been waiting for 10 years for this law, and it would seem like too much of a coincidence.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Mathan. I'd like to go over to Mr. Kathuria now. Mr. Kathuria, if I were to ask you that, probably as somebody who understands the space very well, what is it that both the governments as well as large companies, homegrown companies can do when it comes to usage of technology for furthering India's developmental goals?
Thank you, Surabhi, and thank you for the organizers inviting me. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Am I? Okay. So I must apologize in advance if I come across as being a little pessimistic about what I'm going to say. I'll be optimistic as well, but I may come out at the end sounding a little less optimistic than the rest of my panel. And the question that you've asked me is exactly what I was going to talk about. Surabhi, you started by saying we're going to become a $5 trillion economy. Indeed, we are. We are going to, in fact, become a $10 trillion economy, and we will, by simply growth of economies and perhaps some inflation, we will become large economy, and there is no doubt about that. And technology is going to play a huge role in getting us there. But there are several things some of which are known and some of which are not known, which I want to talk about, not known, as extensively as they ought to, because the way GDP is calculated, and we always talk about GDP, in fact, GDP, because of the price of technology and the price of new innovation is going down, sometimes we tend to underestimate, actually, in current prices, both the quality and the value of the goods that we are providing. So technology does, so it's in a sense, we are actually underestimating what used to cost 50,000 rupees 10 years ago is now costing you 10,000 rupees, and with increased sort of features, which means that you're getting a better quality product because of the benefit of technology at a lower price. And we don't seem to be doing enough to calculating the GDP corresponding to that. Very few countries actually do that. So I just wanted to put on the table that we might be underestimating the contribution of services and technology in our economy, both in terms of value and in terms of the quality. Having said that, so that's the positive thing I think that is happening with technology. And I mean, in a country like India with 1.4 billion people and with a labor force which is less than 500 million, there are a lot of people outside the labor force. And so that's a worry, productive jobs, etc., all that economists talk about. But I think we tend to hang on to things a lot because of these sort of weaknesses in the economy. We think that technology has arrived and it's going to deliver us from all evil. And I think it's necessary to recognize, as I think Sunil was also doing, that technology may not solve all the problems that we have. Remember, 2010, 2011, there was this thing about microfinance institutions in India. They come in and we'll be able to address all the asset creation of poor households. Microfinance institutions is the next big answer for development and so on. And it didn't happen. And I think when you want to juxtapose technology with development, one has to, I mean, all the case studies that have been cited, of course it's happening. I mean, there are also the other side. I can give you several anecdotes during COVID where people didn't have access, especially in education and health, where students lost 2 years of their schooling because they didn't have access to adequate technology and they didn't have access to the skills to use that technology. So there is exclusion and there is inclusion, and technology, as everybody knows, is a double-edged sword. The people who are included, the people would necessarily be better off, but the people who tend to get excluded will be much worse off. So the digital divide will actually increase. So the question is, how can technology help bridge the digital divide and enhance our development goals and enhance our welfare? And that is a sort of difficult question, but things like Aadhaar, things like direct benefit transfers, things like, bottom of the pyramid, use or access to technology at the bottom of the pyramid, usable technology, relevant technology. These are all things that will add, but to help enhance the development goals. But I must say that we must be cautious about what technology can do. And the last point that I want to make is that I hope, Sunil's, technology providing illiterate a means for access. I hope they don't remain illiterate and that they are able to come out of that, because that indeed is a challenge for India because of the schools and primary schools. That you've seen those ASA reports, so let me not sort of go back and talk about those ASA reports. But here's what a thought that I will leave you with, is that the relationship between companies and markets and technology. And here's a worry, not only for India, but I think a worry for United States, a worry for Europe, is that if you leave, Rahul said you can't do it by administrative fiat, and I completely agree that fiat is not going to get you to do, but even the market cannot do it. I mean, this is the market will fail. So as Europe is recognizing, as US is recognizing, and will recognize that the markets will face, the technology will not be able to, on its own, through the market, help us address our development goals. And even the fiat is unlikely to it. So we need interventions. Of course, we need law, but we need interventions by the government, but also by non-government agencies. And I think if you look at, I don't have time to talk about this, but if you look at the good things that have been happening in India at the grassroots level using technology, a lot of them have been done by simple grassroots level organization. Seva immediately comes to mind, but there are thousands and thousands of India that are actually doing that. So to conclude, I would say technology is a great thing. Technology determinism is not such a great thing. Technology by itself is a great thing, But being deterministic about technology to address all the welfare goals is not such a great thing. The government by its own and the market on its own, I don't think will be able to address these goals that we are invested in. So it will need that third pillar. It will need the community. It will need the NGOs. And I think a lot more focus, if the government is able to, give agency to good, NGOs that have their hearts in the right place, because they're in touch with the people, they're in touch with the reality, they're in touch with the community. So I would sort of support the third pillar, using technology and development goals and the local communities to be able to address the problems that we have in India. Thank you. Back to you.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Kathuria, for that sort of counter view and reality check that while technology is great, probably we can't depend on technology, and technology is not the answer to everything. But it also comes at a time when sort of the world is taking notice of what the DPIs have done, the digital public goods, and probably nobody better than Dr. Rahul Mathan to talk about it, who's recently written a book on DPIs. When we talk about things like Aadhaar, when we talk about things like the role that COVID played when India and the world was fighting the pandemic, what UPI has done to payments, what probably ONDC will do to commerce. Rahul, do you want to just come in here and probably talk about what Dr. Kathuria said? Do you agree with his comments? What do you have to say?
Well, look, I'm unlike Rajat, I'm actually quite an optimist. So what I say is likely to tend towards the optimistic side of his comments. So I don't want to call him a pessimist, because he was fairly optimistic in some part of his comments. But I tend to agree with him in terms of techno-determinism, techno-utopian ideals, that kind of an approach that technology will solve everything. Absolutely. And I also agree with, I think, the point that he was making, which is that we can't leave it to governments alone, as we can't leave it to regulation alone. We can't also leave it to markets alone. And in that, I think India's digital public infrastructure, once again, I think everything that he said would apply also to this idea that DPI solves everything. And it does not. And I certainly don't want to suggest that DPI is the answer to everything. But if you think about the problem of trying to provide some sort of guardrails to technology infrastructure. Right now, technology infrastructure is largely built and made accessible to people by big tech companies. Sunil will argue that he doesn't do everything in the stack, but messaging and a lot of the things that big tech companies provide for us are becoming probably the only way in which we communicate with each other. Surabhi, you and I will probably pick up WhatsApp to chat with each other and fix up details, and that is an infrastructure, essential infrastructure that's provided by a private entity. And I want to keep messaging aside because it's a really thorny issue. But if you think about essential things like financial services, if you think about healthcare, and if you think about the infrastructure that's built for that, if that's left entirely in the hands of the private sector, there could be perverse objectives that are achieved. Not because the private sector is bad. In many instances, they're given a much worse rep than they deserve, but because in many cases they are subject to commercial imperatives that they can't and quite frankly should not escape. So in those circumstances, if we can have a digital infrastructure where regulators have governance control, and I think we can argue about the extent to which that control needs to be exerted. I would argue that it's a spectrum. In some cases of sovereign function, it must be quite heavy. In other cases where this is just an intervention to address some sort of market failure, it could be as light as perhaps just a light touch to ensure that we avoid competition. But if we can actually have this sort of an infrastructure where the digital infrastructure on which you and I as citizens receive services is in a sense under the regulatory control of a digitally enabled regulator, but on which market players, and so we get the benefit of market innovation, can actually innovatively reach services to us. That perhaps may be the best of two worlds. And I think that India's digital public infrastructure is a way to achieve this. I don't think it's a complete solution. I think we still have to see this play out in all the various dimensions. It's relatively new if you think about it. We've had identity for a very long time, but all of the other innovations are relatively new. But I think, and that's sort of what the book discusses, this idea that we could potentially use this digital public infrastructure to balance out some of the harms that Rajat was talking about. And perhaps through that, achieve a more equitable access to these technologies. But at the same time, allow innovation to take place. I mean, the fact is that governments around the world are digitizing. It's just a question of how are they digitizing. And if we can offer governments a option to digitize in a way that allows them to regulate, but at the same time offers up avenues for private innovation to continue to flourish, I think that would be the best solution that we can achieve. Once again, I'd say I would take a very close look at how this develops. I'm sure that there could be harms that arise, and I think it's incumbent on all of us, participants of this conversation in the audience as well as on stage, to constantly ensure that the techno-utopianism, techno-optimism doesn't sacrifice individual liberty in what we believe is the greater techno-utopic good.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Martin, for that answer. I'll come to you, Dr. Minocha, now, and probably ask you that, on which side of the debate are you on? Is probably technology is the answer to everything, but like Dr. Kathuria said, that the third pillar, which is the communities, play a huge role. And probably if you could just share your experience, and especially in the field that you champion, what is more important?
Perfect. So, is technology the answer to everything? Yes, it is. But there is a rider that one single technology is not the answer for everything. I think that technology has to adopt, technology has to change, solutions have to change. And I'll give you some real life stories for it. Very recently, I went to just about 200 kilometers from Delhi to a remote area, and the student who was there in class 8, and I asked him, can you spell your name either in English or in Hindi, whatever you choose? Unfortunately, that boy could not spell even his own name. He was studying in class 8, right? Whereas here in Delhi NCR, in our own school, class 12 students who appeared in their examinations this year, out of the 4 students, 3 of them, one completed their class 12th examination, person with blindness, in science stream and is now pursuing engineering. And there's one girl who did in commerce stream and now doing BBA from IIM. And the third one again from humanities and doing BBA from Symbiosis. So these are in the same country, in India. We have got such a vast contrast. And why I'm putting so much of emphasis on this person pursuing science and engineering, being blind, because when I was studying, I was told that you are not allowed, and emphasizing not allowed, because you cannot study science beyond class 8. And I was forced to leave science and mathematics after class 8. And even in 9th, 10th, I was not given this option. Instead, I had to choose music and Sanskrit, saying that these things are not for you. What has brought about this change? It's basically this technology. The devices that have enabled us to read and write ourselves have changed. whether we can pursue things of our own life or not. Another big change, I will just put an example again of myself here. When I was studying in school, we had 4 students in a class of 50 who were persons with blindness. We had just 1 copy of 5 books to share amongst us to pursue our study. Today, in my pocket, I carry a device through which I can pick up any one of 6 million books and start reading it with my eyes, ears, or fingers. What do I mean? With my eyes means it is visible on the screen. I can change the font size. It can become a large print. I can listen to the book, or I can even start reading it with my fingers in Braille. I have a device which will get attached to my smartphone, and every digital text which is there will get converted in real time into Braille. But has this technology reached out to the users in a place like Kasganj? We are still having very, very large population falling into that category who are currently not having access. But where is the hope? How is technology, a solution for? Because the technology in English is not the solution for the boy in Kasganj. The technology which is costing 40,000 rupees is practically doesn't exist for that boy, and that is why he is where he is. But there is connectivity. There is connectivity which has reached a teacher, a special educator. We are in huge dearth of special educators, trained special educators who can go and teach them even Braille. But there is connectivity. Our special educators sitting in Noida are able to teach those essential skills to students sitting in Kasganj now. This is an opportunity. The kind of technology which we will introduce in Kasganj will be different to the technology that we will introduce in Noida. It will have different affordability. Instead of giving a laptop, we may give them a simple Bluetooth or a 300 rupees keyboard, which can be attached to a 3,000 rupees smartphone, which will work, which will do almost the same thing that a laptop is doing for a child in our school. So technology may change, solutions may change, but we have to make use of what huge opportunities are coming in our way and sort of adopt it to our requirements, especially when it comes to affordability, maintainability, and affordability, and language compatibility, and make it available. Because I'll again give you some very interesting figures. It is estimated that persons with legal blindness in India in 2011, I would say estimated, it's a hard fact figures, that in 2011 census, we said we had 5.3 million persons with blindness in India. Of course, the numbers are, it's a very conservative figure. It's, if we talk of persons with print disabilities, which goes beyond persons with blindness and low vision, numbers are actually higher, much higher, almost double to what 5.3 million says. You can easily double it because persons with dyslexia, for example, are not included in that 5.3 million. In our online library that I mentioned, there is total enrollment over here is about 42,000 people in a country with more than 10 million persons with print disabilities. Compared to, let's go to a country like Finland. Total population of that country is 5.5 million. And that is why I drew this comparison. 5.3 million persons with blindness in India, 5.5 million total population of a country. In the online library, for persons with print disabilities, total enrollment is 50,000, more than what is happening in India. Just imagine the kind of outreach which is happening. We are far below right now. Majority of people are not getting access to this, but there is a big ray of hope the kind of infrastructure we are coming through, the kind of solutions being built are very encouraging, but we do need to make use of it. Today also, in our education system, these new solutions are not getting introduced at the right age. And that is why most of the persons who are getting educated in our system are not employable. And then we say, let's train them in employability skills. Why after 16, 20 years of formal education, we have to rely on employability education? I mean, it's weird to my mind. I think that those are few things which we really need to work on so that we are able to make use of such solutions. And one of the another aspect of community is, it is not a coincidence that the basic key technology that we have, we call it screen reading software. So screen reading software is something which adds speech to my smartphone, my computer, all those devices. It makes those devices speak out whatever I need to see from the screen. That technology, it's not a coincidence that all the options of screen reading softwares have been developed by persons with blindness themselves. Developers of all the successful screen reading softwares, whether it is for Windows, for Linux, for Android or iOS, it's the persons with blindness themselves who have developed those technologies. They're not just user testers, they're actual software developers of this technology, which means that the biggest hope is to empower the community itself to find solutions for themselves. So this is one very key aspect, and it's a very big hope that finally in India we have dropped that inhibition, and we are saying that yes, if you want to study science and maths, we will support you, we will provide you reasonable accommodations and make you a developer yourself so that you can find solutions for the community. Thank you.
Please, let's have a huge round of applause for Dr. Minocha and the great answer that he gave. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Minocha. Coming to you, Sunil, I guess technology is probably not the answer for everything, is what we've concluded after two great speakers, but probably AI is, if we go with the latest buzzword. So I'd like to ask you that, how much can we depend on AI? Are we all going to lose our jobs and AI is going to win? What do you think?
Thanks so much, Survi, for that question. I think I'd like to quote Nandan Nilekani, who spoke at the GTS yesterday, and in his one of the opening keynotes for GTS, he had basically said that there are two ideas, that AI is going to replace humans and AI is going to augment humans. And as far as Nandan was concerned, he was standing with those folks in the augmentation camp, that we are never going to be replaced by AI, but only augmented. It works very well if you also apply the lens of disability, and often people without disabilities think of themselves as more capable than people with disabilities. So just the screen reading technology that Dr. Manocha was talking about, one of my colleagues at the Center for Internet and Society, and now a colleague perhaps with Dr. Manocha also, she used to read or she used to go through conference proceedings at sometimes 3 times the speed, 5 times the speed. So if it is a day-long meeting of 8 hours, then she would be done in 2 hours, listening to the whole meeting. So that's a false assumption that somehow people with disability are less capable. And I think the other case study of people making JAWS and other software, NVDA, at the same time, disabled people contributing to those projects, very exciting indeed. I wanted to quickly say one or two things to answer your question, but to link it to what Rajat said and also to what Rahul said. So we will take the problem statement that I'm not going to call Rajat a pessimist. I'm just going to say that he is an impatient person. he's not willing to wait for technology to deliver. So one of the really bankable solutions for literacy in the country is same language subtitling, especially for Indian film music. If you are illiterate, but you're watching a song from an Indian film and the subtitles are in the very same language, that's one way to quickly learn how to read the language. So far, it has been a choke point because this has been mostly a manual process to do same language subtitling. But very soon, as generative AI matures, same language subtitling can become an automatic feature across every single Indic movie song that is played on Indian television. So that is the kind of quantum leap that we are expecting with AI. The second thing, which is a digression, since I spent 25 years in civil society, I completely agree with what Dr. Katuria said, which is the government should give civil society money and the corporation should give civil society money. So +1 to what he said on that. But coming back to this other question, I think everybody except for me is saying that technology is a double-sided sword. There are risks, there are benefits. I don't think that is a fair picture to paint. The distinction I want to draw is between open technologies and closed technologies. I think they work very, very differently. So if you were to download an open source model like Llama 2, you have so many things that don't come automatically with the proprietary equivalent. The first thing is you don't have to pay any API fees. The second thing is you can be completely sure that nobody is stealing your intellectual property. Nobody is looking into your confidential information. Nobody is taking your personal information. So the openness paradigm, whether it's open source or open data, open standards, open science, all of this is one way in which you can have the benefits of technology without having all the risks. You can dramatically reduce risks if you embrace the open paradigm. And as you know, Meta is a big believer in the open paradigm. And then a very quick protest to Rahul's characterization when he drew the problem statements that DPIs are addressing. According to Rahul, there are heroes, which is the government, and then there are villains, which are big tech, and there is this conflict happening between governments and big tech. I believe that this openness paradigm is indeed the big tent. The moment you commit to open science, or the moment you make a commitment to open source, or to open content, open data, the moment you make that commitment, whether you're big tech or whether you are the government, you can cooperate without these risks. And I think that is the exciting opportunity that a subset of AI gives us, that we can all work together to a common future.
Right. Thank you so much, Sunil, for that answer and telling us that there is no big fight between the big tech and the government. I'll pause here and probably I'll open up for questions for the audience. But meanwhile, I'll just ask my colleague Kazim, who's the online moderator, to probably come in here and ask a few questions himself. Kazim, for those of you who don't know, is the founder of a think tank called the Dialogue, and they do some really amazing work. Over to you, Kazim.
Thanks. I hope I'm audible. So we do have one question from our audience, and any of the panelists can take it up. And the question is that, is India developing its own technology, or are we importing? Number one. Number two, if India is developing its own technology, then which are the companies who are doing exceptionally well and are unique? So any of the panelists can take this up.
I can.
Yes, Dr. Minocha, please go ahead.
So, yeah, it's the right thing. For a very long time, we had been depending on outside for technology, and I'm talking about assistive technology, for example. We had been getting technology from outside, and obviously that was not very apt and appropriate for India, actually. Uh, the problem had been that most of our human resource was engaged in, serving the Western world. All the outsourcing was happening, and we were the workshop for US or Europe, instead of putting that talent to solving our own problems. So most of the times we had been solving problems of US and Europe, basically. But today, again, I think things have changed. A lot of these technologies are getting developed. The kind of startups that have come up in providing solutions in India for assistive technology is amazing. That change has come in past 10, 15 years. I've seen the young people who are committing themselves to provide solutions for people in India is amazing. The kind of solution like a smart cane being developed in India for India, which is now serving the world, or a very, very affordable methods for teaching science and mathematics, for example. I mean, the geometry kit. How can a blind person draw geometrical figures themselves and create tactile? It's a complete innovation, totally new concept. Nothing, it is not something which has been copied from the West. It's a new development, original thoughts, original process being thought about, even in the area of assistive technology, which has been traditionally been seen as commercially not viable. Even in that area, the amount of innovation which has started happening in India is absolutely amazing. And that is what makes me absolutely optimistic on all these issues. Thank you.
Can I?
Yes,
Kazim?
I think Dr. Katuria also wanted to say something. Please go ahead.
Technology and innovations are not a homogeneous entity. So I'll spare you the specific, but 75% of all innovation happens in the United States, even today. Even Europe doesn't have the kind of innovation that United States is doing. So because our investments in R&D and technology have been very low, and now they are picking up. But so we have to distinguish between what is basic technology and what is sort of you build on existing technology. But I think the good news for India right now, and I'm trying very hard to be optimistic, and I am by nature, I'm an optimist. So I'm going to give you examples where I think the market that has always been referred to in this discussion. So what happened to malaria research? It didn't happen in the world. Why didn't it happen in the world? Because the West wasn't affected by malaria. So malaria research was a laggard, and we lost out on that. And medicine, malaria research is now beginning to happen because India now has the wherewithal to do that. But that is the problem with innovation. If there is a gap in the market, and India enjoys scale, India will not solve the problems for Bangladesh. India will not solve the problems for, let's say, Mali or Botswana, etc. India will not do that. India will recognize what the local problems are, and we will sort of try and develop solutions to address those problems. And it's so, fascinating, and it's so heartwarming to hear and to see actually people who are staying back in India and beginning to do that. So that's really heartwarming that, there are startups, there are tinkering labs, there are promotions to startups and, support to startups, and you recognize a problem and obviously you begin to work on it. And India has no dearth of issues that we need to address. And technology is going to be the only solution that will enable us to tide over our development problems. There is no question about that, that I see that technology is the instrument that is necessary. But the problem is, by itself, it's not going to do that. Of course, you need skills, you need access, all of that. I'm not going to repeat myself. But the thing about, wanting to create a Google in India is very different from saying that I have this development issue and I want to address it. And sometimes the market will, as we are saying, young kids will identify the problem, whether they're motivated by the lure of making money or whether they're attracted to solving a social problem that exists, whatever the reason they do it. But it will have to be done in India. And as I said, the exciting part, it's beginning to happen in India. Look at mobile banking. Where did it originate? It didn't originate in the West. It didn't even originate in India, I think. It originated in Kenya. And then we adopted and built on it and made it at a scale because of our population. Now, mobile banking through UPI is the talk of the world. There is global talk on that. And I think it's a great thing for India to address the problem of cash, to the problem. It's created so much efficiencies into our system, generated so much efficiency. And UPI is a great thing. ONDC, I hope, also takes off like UPI, but I doubt it. And I want to conclude by saying, I'm not impatient, Sunil. I'm not impatient. I've been waiting for 50 years for either government or market to solve our problem. I'm not going to, I mean, our, in the sense, the development issues that India has. A question is a big corporate going to do that? The positive stories of corporates and the competition issues that arise as a result of monopolization of markets are all too well known. Whether open source will be able, that is in the future. What have companies done in the past is available to us to see. It's not the AI space it's not technology. You look at the oil companies, you look at the food companies, you look at the cigarette companies, you look at the steel company, you look at the aluminum companies, you look at the cement companies, not in India, the world over. A monopoly abuses its position for its own benefit. Corporate social responsibility is something that is done on the side to address maybe reputation or goodwill. Whether open source will change all of that is something that I think we will have to wait and see in the future. I will stop here.
All right.
Can I perhaps intervene in a slightly different direction? And I want to be the pessimist for a moment, Rajat. Not that I'm
I wish we had
pessimistic.
one more hour for this conversation, but unfortunately we have only 10 minutes to wind up and I have to take some more questions from the audience. So please go ahead, Rahul. I'm
Very
loving
quickly.
listening to all of you.
The only plug I want to make is that if we want to do innovation, really do meaningful innovation, we have to invest in deep science. I think we need patient capital for really serious, meaningful innovation. The internet would not have come about without that sort of patient capital. There are many problems that are particular and peculiar to India or to countries like India that the patient capital of the West is not interested in. And we need to find some way to actually allow that innovation to take place. And the only reason I'm saying this is because the question sort of specifically adverted to the fact that if we are doing the innovation, where are the companies that do the innovation? And I think there is a requirement for the state to actually think through this idea of making deep investments in innovation that's only going to come out of long-term investment with no perhaps foreseeable return on that investment. Because that's the sort of innovation that only states can fund. It's beyond the capacity even of philanthropies, and certainly beyond the time horizons that any private company would be willing to engage with.
Sure. Thank you. Kazim, any more questions?
Not any, I mean, not until now, but I had a question, and I think just an observation and maybe a question for all the panelists. I think in all this conversation, how important is the perception?
Perception.
I think, Kazim, can you just repeat? We lost you for a bit.
The perception.
I'm having some tech issue. But I'm just asking that how important is the perspective of the user when we are building technology? for development purposes.
Could you repeat one more time, Kazim?
How important is the perspective of the user?
Am I audible?
Just repeat it quickly, Kazim, one more time.
Yeah, I was saying the user perspective in all of this. Just wanted to get a analyst.
Okay, so what I'll do is that I'll just take one question from the audience till the time Kazim fixes his technology. As it happens in all sessions discussing technology, we always have a glitch. Okay, so who has a question from the audience here? We have a very distinguished panel, so I would encourage you to ask questions. Please keep it short. Introduce yourself. Okay.
Dr. Govind.
Dr. Govind wants to ask a question. Is there a way we can read out his question? Is there a way we can unmute Dr. Govind? Is it possible?
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Choudhury, for the excellent panel discussion here. I want to thank my question to Mr. Sunil Abraham and Dr. Minocha regarding the many technologies and many solutions they have indicated in their panel discussion. But what are the things, why it is not spreading out? Why it is not going compared to the population we have, like more than 10 million, Dr. Minocha said. Why we are not able to get these solutions to the needy people?
Yeah. So I'll come to the question, but I thought for people who don't know, Dr. Govind is sort of the keeper of, before the new team at MeitY, he was the person representing India at all the important internet governance fora. So thank you, Dr. Govind, for the work that you've done over many years and for your legacy. Very quickly, just to give you a sense of timelines, because that is what I was complaining to Rajat about, that he's being impatient. Before the invention of the printing press, most households in the UK and in Germany had no books at all, 0 books. The only copies of the Bible were in churches, and the only people that had the Bible were priests. Today, many years after the invention of the printing press, we have books in almost every home, perhaps in Germany. You can say that quite confidently. Now, suppose I ask very same question today. How many households in India have a work of art in the house? A work of art in the house. Or if I make it even more complicated, how many households in India have a custom work of art in their house? And let's go to the highest threshold. If you were a king, then you get a portrait painter to come to your house, your palace, and draw a portrait of yourself as a king. Only kings had portraits in the past. Given technology that exists today, you can feed your photograph to an AI model and you can say, I want my portrait in the style of Raja Ravi Verma, the famous king artist from Kerala, and you will get a custom image of yourself in the painting style of Raja Ravi Verma. So the technology exists today. To answer the question Dr. Govind has, somebody has to figure out how to make money from this possibility and start a business model and then take it to the market. So what we need is not more regulation. What we need is more entrepreneurship and more businesses emerging to take these technologies to the very last mile, and that is how we will get there. That's the only missing piece, Dr. Govind, according to me, Dr. Manohar.
No, I would like to also add here that our technology solutions are moving faster than the adaptability to change of human beings. So that is one of the major hurdles that I see, that we as human beings are not able to change our methods of living and teaching and doing things in comparison to the speed at which solutions are coming to us. And a very simple thing I would say, one of the examples again is that world for almost 60 years had created refreshable braille displays, braille technology that I mentioned.
Yes.
And it was costing way beyond any Indian. Even the richest Indian could not afford it. It was so expensive. And the reason they said was the basic technology being used is a piezoelectric cell technology, which means that every cell of braille is very expensive. In India, from 2012 to 2018, that was a time when this mission was given to several people, 4 alternatives to piezoelectric cell were mastered and converted into products and launched in market. So the whole cycle happened, and it's not, the basic technology was developed. The basic technology was actually developed in India. However, out of those 4, at least 2 have already died and third is on the verge of dying, because the procurement system of the country could not adopt this change in time, and the sustainability of those companies and those youngsters who had graduated from IIT and put their cream years into developing those technologies could not sustain before the procurement system of the country could adopt to this. So I think that's what I'm saying, that innovation is happening, the solutions are coming, but I think our change of policy, procurement systems, the human tendency of accepting change, I think has to catch up in this country.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Minocha. Anybody here has a question? Okay, so I'll read out the question that Kazim was trying to ask. We've done something very innovative. He's texted me on WhatsApp, so I'm going to read out the question now. How do we assure that the technology we are adopting is trusted and safe? How do we ensure we are keeping in mind the consumer perspective? Who can answer that question? Mr. Kathuria? Mr. Martin? Yeah,
So
please go.
I can try and attempt. I mean, the thing is that, a user perspective, if you're developing a technology, as I was saying, I think that what is, needed by the market will be provided by the private sector, as Sunil was also referring to. If there's a gap, and then that will be provided by the market. But it has to be of scale. Markets often fail because there is no scale. So if there is scale and there are a large number of users, the market will happily provide that. And I think what Rahul was saying and what Sunil was saying, you have a DPI, and a private sector can then come and ride on the DPI and prepare a solution or conceive of a solution that, if there is a scale and market, then that will be fine. That will sort of take off. How it can be trusted, I'm not sure. I'm not capable, I think, but I don't think a lot of people really understand where AI and this technology is going. Even Zuckerberg and Musk had this conversation, and I think Musk advised technology developers that you have to stop somewhere. And Zuckerberg was much more, I think, Meta's boss was much more sort of aggressive on that, saying that technology there should not be a limit to the growth of technology. So there are, I think, both camps in terms of what technology can do. It can certainly be destructive. There's no doubt about that. And cyber warfare is an example. If you remember, Stuxnet is an example of how destructive technology can be. So I guess some sort of self-regulation and government regulation will be necessary there. But as far as the market is concerned, I think it will happily provide solutions for market problems to the extent that there is profit at the end of the day. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Kathuria. Sunil, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I think perhaps it was Dr. Manocha or somebody else on the panel that said that in India, both statements will be true. One statement which is a set of facts, and then a second statement, which is a completely opposite set of facts. That will also be true in the Indian context. And you could say that for technology development also. You heard from Dr. Manocha that if you have to represent user perspective, best to have visually impaired people as developers of the software itself. That is one truth, and I completely stand by that truth. Good to have representation of users on your development team. And then the complete opposite truth, which is given advancements in self-supervised learning, a very small research team at Meta's Fair Labs was able to release, 6-member team was able to release a model that can do voice to text for 11,000 languages. So suppose we made it a requirement that one speaker of each of those 11,000 languages was, sorry, 1,100, sorry, I got the number wrong. 1,100 languages was on the team, then you wouldn't be able to release that innovation. So in many of our policy questions, diametrically opposite statements can be also true. That is the only thing I wanted to say.
Right.
But you know, Sunil, and the rest of the panel, Surubi, just allow me a minute.
Yes, please. Yes, sir.
There was an economist who visited India, Cambridge economist who visited India in the 70s, very famous lady by the name of Joan Robinson. And after she had come to India, and she left, and she made a statement when she went back to Cambridge at that time. She said, what is true in India at any point in time, the exact opposite is also true at the same point in time.
Yeah, exactly.
True.
Correct.
Thank you.
That's the correct.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kathuria, for that statement. And you know, I'm I don't want to end this panel, but unfortunately we've run out of time, so I'll have to wind up. But I'll end by saying that, you know what, I'll probably, end with what Dr. Kathuria said, that what is true in India is the complete opposite is also true, and which is why probably companies like Meta, Google are innovating so much in India. You know, we have teams from their headquarters in the United States visit nooks and crannies of the country, figure out what are the problem statements, and some of these solutions are being taken globally. And I find that very, very encouraging, not just for solving India's developmental issues, but also solutions that can help globally. So with that, I've come to an end of this session. Thank you so much for being a lovely audience, both online as well as in person. Thanks, and have a good day ahead. Thank you. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you.
Azim, over to you if you're around.
I hope I am, but no, thanks a lot for
Yes.
being very well moderated. And thanks a lot to all the panelists. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Kasim. See you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have followed the DPDP verifiable parental consent requirement for the
Thank you to all our panelists for this very, very deeply engaging session. And thank you so much, Mr. Ruby, for moderating it so well. Before we let our panelists go, we would like to present them with a small token of appreciation. Can I please request Mr. Shubham Saran from NIXI to please join me and present them with the mementos? Thank you, Mr. Sunil Abraham. Thank you, Mr. B. I request the panelists to come together for a group photograph. Can we have the online panelists join us for the group photograph? Do we have them available with us? That's all right.
From where you are.
Thank you.
Thank you once again to all the panelists and to our lovely audience for being so engaging. We are breaking for a short tea break now, and we'll see you back in exactly 15 minutes from now.
पानी की बोतलें लेके ग्लास लेके आप पैदल चल रहा था। आज यूज ही नहीं इसमें तो देख लेना जो भी जितना भी है वो लेके जाओ ना ग्लास Yes, sir. I have to figure out if I am hot table pot follow. खाली वाली तो डस्टबिन डाल दे उधर से बंद है टेबल टेबल जो खाली है उसको लगा दे हर टेबल पे पानी ऐसे तो करे मत मले की तरफ ठीक
Hello.
कोई नहीं कहाँ जाओ कहाँ जरूरी है हाँ कहाँ जरूरी आया
आने वाला अली वाली
साइड स्टेशन लगा दे पहले खाली वाली लगा दे खाली जमा रखता हूँ फिर लगा दे कौन सा
Yes. Maybe something was false. I was the picture. Happy with that one. Don't it. The last week. Okay, so this is just like pictures. I was feeling Yes. I'm going to be stuck with board, right? What's your name? Sky. What? It's back.
Yeah, and she will we get into the thing that yeah, actually, it's only Nirmita was. And I just realized. Yeah, that's a nice thing. Did you saw? एक फोन बना all are sure. Do you want to announce it? Should I? Yeah.
We request all our guests to kindly make their way back inside the hall as we're about to get started with the next panel discussion. Our panelists are already here, so I request all of you who are outside the hall to please join us back.
We get started because we are getting late. Do we start?
A big thank you to all of you who are back here with us in the hall on time. We're about to get started with the next panel discussion, which is all about Bridging Divides. And to hand this over, to take this forward, I would like to request Ms. Amrita Choudhury, Director, CCAOI, to please introduce the topic and the panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I hope after the tea, you are rejuvenated. Request if you have to speak, if you could do it outside and we allow the others to speak. So we are here to discuss the topic of bridging the divides. But before I, give some initial remarks on this topic, may I introduce our esteemed panelists. Incidentally, if you look at the room, they are all A's. It's only Nirmita who is an N out there. So we have Mr. Amitabh Nag, who is the CEO of Bhashini at MeitY. We have Dr. Nirmita Narsimhan, who is the program director at Saksham. We have Brigadier Anil Tandon, who is the DG of Broadband India Forum. And we have Akanksha Sharma, who is the Program Officer at ITU Area Office and the Innovation Center in India. Request if you could lower your voice, please. We can hear it here. So when we talk about, bridging the divides, what normally comes to our mind is connecting the unconnected. However, that is just one part of the thing. There are many places where you have connectivity, but people cannot access things they want to access. There are women across, we know about the gender divide, that gender digital divide, that there are people who do not, there are many women who do not have access to the internet, men have more access. When it comes to persons with disability, the challenges increases manifold. And if you are a woman with disability, it increases further. We have divides, we have educational divides. There are various kinds of divide, especially when digital has become mainstream. And we have an eclectic panel today who come from various facets, and they would be sharing more on the issue, what they have been doing, and how to take it forward, because I think taking it forward is important. And we would request even people in the room as well as online to share your comments. We have Ishita here, who is our online moderator. She would be looking at the chat. Anytime you can put in your questions at the chat and we will be taking it after the initial remarks by our panelists. And we would like to have an interactive discussion because this is something which affects you, me, everyone. So with this, perhaps I would first turn to Nirmita because she's online. Nirmita, would you share your initial thoughts, especially with in terms of accessibility, what you have been doing and how you look at this divide and how we can bridge it? As in, at least aspire to bridge it, I would say.
Yeah, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so it's a pleasure to be here. I've been working in the space of persons with disabilities and digital accessibility for a long time now. I'm myself a person who uses a screen reader. I have a visual disability. And so I have faced frustrations while accessing content and technology online, and that kind of has interwoven with the work that I do. I'd like to start by just looking at the past year in terms of where we are, what has changed from the last IGF, and when we were talking about persons with disabilities and digital content. And I think there have been quite a few good developments, and the key amongst them for me, I think, would be to flag that the government has made compliance with IS 17802, which is the ICT accessibility standard mandatory. So that is a huge development and very welcome. And now it is for us to ensure that that actually happens in real life. Other than that, at Saksham, we've been running a campaign with the support of Meta, raising awareness on how people can make their social media accessible. So even if we have a device and if we have connectivity, what do we do with it? We have to be able to access services and we have to be able to access the content. And people keep posting content all the time. And while we can easily access it, many times we aren't. And nowadays, important communication, urgent news, everything happens over social media. So we've been running a campaign, raising awareness on what to do if you want to make your content accessible. We've reached to thousands of persons with disabilities and persons without disabilities. In fact, we have reached over 5 lakh accounts. We've run a viral campaign. We've had online and offline trainings. We've created videos in different languages, specifically addressing different issues like GIF and captioning, audio description, images, etc. So that has been very exciting for us. As a country, I think where we are in terms of having access and or not having access, I think there are increasingly technologies which keep coming, which are of use to persons with disabilities. And of course, this is an ever-growing need. But still, we still are at a position that the people who have the technologies are still much lesser than the people who do not have. So we have to address issues of affordability and availability in regional languages, address issues of usability, and very importantly, raising awareness about what there is, whether it's technologies, whether it's standards, whether it's laws, and on how people can comply with these standards. How do you make the change, right? So that is what I feel we should be working on, and perhaps I would talk about this more in the next section that you give me to address. So with that, I will stop for now.
Thank you so much, Nirmita, as in raising the points that, obviously we have the affordability issues, the accessibility issues, but also raising the awareness of what is available, existing, be it standards, be it available tools, etc., because many even now do not know about it. I think that part of the awareness raising is also important. And with that, I will move to Amitabh Nag, who works with Bhashini, and they have been doing a lot of work, especially for multilingual internet, because India is diverse. We have some official languages, but we have more. So if you could share some light as to what work you are doing to bridge this gap.
So Bhashini is actually, looking at transcending the language divide. There are different languages which India has, and we need to actually ensure that people having all, who know different languages are able to collaborate, innovate, discover, share things across each other without, challenging each other with respect to the language that you need to learn my language to actually communicate with me, or you need to learn a third language. So that's the basic motive of the mission. And when we started this mission, we started with few basic objectives with respect to what services we would provide. So we are providing automatic speech recognition. That means the computer should be able to understand what I am speaking, right? So that's one fundamental, that is a voice recognition, which is there. Voice, I won't say recognition, it's basically translation into text. The second one is text-to-text translation. That means if the computer has text on one language, it has to get translated to the other language and vice versa. Then the third part of the services which we had thought of was text-to-speech. That means if you have a text in one language in the computer, it should be able to speak out in that particular language so that, it is understood in that language. Then the fourth service which was there was about optical character recognition. It's about what we have printed in past so many years. It needs to get recognized as text. Otherwise, it's recognized as pixel or graphics. So the conversion of that to have that again need to be there on all 22 languages. And of course, the part of it is that named entity recognition. That means Amitabh is known as Amitabh across the languages, right? So today, good that we have traversed some part on the entire mission, and the computer today, the automatic speech recognition is across 12 languages. The text-to-text translation is across 22 languages, and text-to-speech is again 12 languages. We do optical character recognition across 14 languages, and the named entity recognition is again across 22 languages. So we are at a reasonable position as far as mission is concerned. And, this gives the range of services which we provide. And one of the things which I would like to point out, which is very important, is that
as far as the 22 languages which the mission wants to cater, there is very little digital content which is available on the internet. So, we have to we went across in the mission to create the digital data on many of the languages, especially the low resource languages which are there like Bodo, Santali or Dogri. And, as a part of mission, it was a, investment by the mission to create this digital data. Coming to the divide part of it, once you are able to make computer do through voice what is required, and that too in a multilingual format, you are effectively bridging not only the language divide, but also bridging the digital as well as literacy divide. So in some way, it was very important for us, and it's still continuing to be very important, is that speech as a voice as a modality is having a prominence in our mission, and translation, of course, is a part of it. So that's broadly what we are trying to do. Of course, I will touch upon rest of the aspects as we go by, but when it's question of divide, we are trying to not only do, bridge the language divide, but also see how we can bridge the digital as well as literacy divide.
Thank you, Mr. Nag. I think that's very important because in a country where people like to speak more than read, I think this is yes, people hear more, see more. So this is actually important. We have to use things which people like, not what we want. I think that's important, and this I think is great. And I believe you're using a lot of AI also, and you would be touching on this, how technology is cross-cutting. And before I go to Brigadier Tandon, perhaps I would move to Akanksha Sharma. Akanksha, you are with ITU, who is the International Telecommunication Union, who has set up office here, and ITU has been working a lot in connecting people, bridging the divide. That's one of the missions. If you could share more on what the aims of the India office is and what you all have been doing even in innovation for this.
Sure. Thank you, Amrita, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure being here. Okay, can you? All right. Yeah, so I think before going into our office and what exactly we do within the country context and also the South Asia region, maybe I can, start with giving a little bit of context in terms of how ITU approaches, bridging the digital divide. If you look at the ITU statistics, it says more than 2.6 billion people across the globe are still not connected. So we are talking about a huge divide. And it's a big hindrance in also achieving the SDGs. We are just 7 years away in reaching some of those ambitious targets that have been set out. So yeah, we really have to look at digital connectivity in a very whole of government and whole of society approach. So I think what has been learned over the years by ITU, by also executing some of the programs and projects, that a siloed approach will not really work. You have to look at whole of society, whole of government. And talking about, one such initiative, we have something called Smart Villages, Smart Islands, which looks at connecting and providing access to the remote areas and connecting the unconnected. And when we say connectivity, it's just not making sure that there is a digital connection. The connectivity has to be meaningful in nature. And when I say meaningful, it means it has to be affordable, it has to be accessible, it has to be safe, it has to be inclusive. And all of these, terminologies, these cannot just be the terminologies. We have to make sure that these are all executed in a coherent approach. And Smart Villages, Smart Islands, as I mentioned, is an initiative that we are rolling out at 15 countries across the Asia Pacific. And a lot of these countries have very different challenges when it comes to the populations, the migratory nature of populations at times. Some are landlocked countries, some are really small island countries, some of the Pacific Island states, if I talk about. So countries like Mongolia, people are moving all the time based on seasons, based on, different climatic factors. So we really take a, approach which is very need-based. And then we look at, starting with connectivity, then making sure that it is meaningful, it is affordable, it's accessible. And of course, connectivity doesn't mean anything until and unless people are trained well enough to make use of, that connectivity. So, and in that scenario, also, it's very important that the community is involved, because unless you make people, take ownership of some of these programs that you're rolling out, the connectivity cannot be sustainable in nature. So once the community involvement is there, people are skilled enough, then we look at making sure the connectivity is secure, and also looking at communities which could be more be it girls, be it young children who are going to school going children. They have a lot more the exposure to getting cyber bullied or harassed online. So we have programs which are then enrolled into these programs, and then once all of these areas and all of these points are taken care of, then how do you roll out digital services on back of this connectivity? That means getting access to healthcare, getting access to e-agriculture, getting access to fintech-based apps, be it DPIs, all of that. So this is one program that we are working on. We're glad that we have now presence in India and in New Delhi. So this office, as an area office, we cover the South Asia region. We have 7 countries with which we are working on: Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Maldives, Afghanistan, Iran. These are some of the countries that we are working on within the South Asia region. But as an innovation center, this center is one of the first of its kind. ITU does not have any other innovation center across the globe. So in that respect, our mandate is also quite global in nature. And we are looking at, India also enjoys a very strong position when it comes to innovation and entrepreneurship. So what ITU and what our vision is to basically serve as a global accelerator and make sure that we enhance and encourage our stakeholders to be early adopters of technology, and leveraging India's unique position in that case when it comes to innovation and entrepreneurship, and work on co-creation activities, projects, and programs, so that we can also help some of the other countries who might be at a nascent stage or an early stage of their innovation journey and might be struggling with policies and those aspects. I think I would stop here and maybe come back.
Thank you so much, Akanksha, for actually sharing what ITU has been doing across the region, cross-cutting various aspects. And good that you touched even the Child Online Protection Program of ITU, which actually is educating not only the children, but the caregivers, the teachers, etc. It's a comprehensive way. So I will now move to Brigadier Tandon. And you have been looking at this India's journey of internet for so long. You've been looking at the connectivity, you've seen how the security aspects are worked on. How are you looking at this from your lens, as in any particular things you would like to raise and comment on?
Thank you, Amrita. And am I loud enough? Yeah. And thank you for inviting me to the IIGF. I think if one went through the speeches of everybody in the opening session, the one common word which I heard more than once from every one of the speakers was the digital divide. I think there was not a single person who didn't mention, but of course there are the various aspects of the digital divide which have been talked about by you, by Akanksha. Let me focus a little bit at this to start with on the connectivity part of it. I would like to slightly differentiate between, one is a speech connectivity and the other is a net connectivity. So even as per UNESCO today, globally, 45.2% of the people do not have access to the internet. They may, as Akanksha was saying, maybe 2.6 billion don't have, out of the 8 billion population don't have access. That may, but that is a larger number, which means the speech is available. The internet availability, both because of the reach or the usability or the people's skill levels and the language, all these are barriers into doing that. But one thing good is that the gap between the rural and the urban divide in India over the last 5 years has by and large remained constant. It has not increased. The net gap, the gap between people who have got the access to the internet in the urban and the rural, this thing has generally remained, and it's roughly around 70%. To that extent, if we look at it globally, about 65% of the Indians have access to the internet. On the other hand, if you were to look at the developed countries like the US, it is somewhere around 93%. In Europe, it is about 89%. While in Africa, it's only about 43%. So the divide exists within between countries. The divide exists within the countries. The divide exists within the male and the female, because while 52% of women globally would not have an access, it's only 42% of men. The difference is that way. So the more men have access to the internet than women, it is globally, and also you can say the same thing applicable to India also. One of the reasons on the connectivity part is that I think it is not feasible to get to every nook and corner with the radio waves which are there, whether it is, we started off at 2G, 3G, 4G, and now the 5G. The cost of putting up the equipment is so high, and obviously it's being done by companies which are have to have a ROI on there. So by and large, as far as 4G is concerned, I would say majority of the country is today covered with that. There would be somewhere around maybe 26,000 or 30,000 villages that do not have any coverage out of the just over 6 lakh villages that are there. The rest of them have the coverage. But the next that comes in is the affordability. After all, to be able to use the, even if there's a 4G there, people need a smartphone. Now, in the rural areas, there is no affordability. So that is one of the major reasons that even if you can get to there, the number of people who would start to use it is limited. Of course, there are the other aspects, whether they know English or while all languages are available, but how many know how to read and write? So that would be another factor which would affect the people being able to use the, even when the connection is available. So the affordability becomes a very important point. And the other thing is the, as I said, the digital literacy. Even if the content is there in vernacular, Amrita brought out that more and more of this is working. They're working on it. I'm sure it is not only for the computers, it is also for the handsets part of it. But that these are the areas which remain areas of concern. I could stop here, and maybe then later on I could add a little bit more on what the government is thinking of doing to improve this connectivity.
Thank you so much for your initial comments on this. I would like to actually ask the panelists here, like, we know there is a divide, we want to bridge it. So what, from your perspective, should be the next actionable steps? And it could be different from different places, because what we also are trying to do is brainstorm as to what could be the action points we can take forward, or what you from your own organization entity are planning to do or aspiring to do. So perhaps I will start with Nirmita again. Nirmita, if you're there, would you like to say that, you've been doing things, what is it in your wish list that you would want to do, and even the government to do? I know even in the last year and the previous years, you did ask that, people with disability should be part of the policy framework, having more focus on people with disability, etc., to get access. Those are certain points you have been mentioning, mainstreaming these discussions. But any other wish list going forward and what you would like to focus on?
Yeah, sure. I think one thing which is important is for us to have more information and more data. So what it would be really nice and useful to see is perhaps at the beginning of every year, we or even the government takes stock of what are the things it's going to work on, and how how it's going to work on it, and at the end of the year, what are they going to achieve? It doesn't need to be 100 things. It doesn't need to be 10 things. It can be just one thing. It can just be Okay, we've got this RPD rules and we are mandating accessibility. So at the end of the year, how much difference has it made? How many companies, how many agencies have included procurement or procured things? You know, some just for us to understand that these policies are having effect on ground. So I would like to see maybe an annual plan. And the thing is, you don't have, like I said, you don't have to be too ambitious, but let's have a plan and let's see how we are doing against a plan year on year. The other thing, again, I probably would have mentioned it earlier, was I would like to see some kind of curriculum in colleges as part of maybe engineering, architecture, design, whatever it is. In every domain, there is something to say about inclusion, and I would like that mindset to come in from that time. So for me, these two are really important. Then, of course, like you mentioned, I've been saying before also that we do need a support system to help people transition from inaccessible development to accessible development. So how do you comply? We need more training and resources. How do you comply with these standards? Who do you go to help for if you're hitting a roadblock? What do you do? So these three things for me would be important if we want to see things become more accessible and inclusive.
Thank you so much, Nirmita. And these are action points, and we would be having it in our report also because we want it to be more actionable, something which we can, relate to, and even the decision makers look at. And perhaps I would go to Mr. Nag now, as in you've been working on it. What would be the key areas, which needs focus?
Yeah. So, as I said, that it is important that when we create a technology, it is being used every day where we are supposed to be using it, so that, it start transacting in those technologies. So towards that, it is important, when we have built the AI models, which now translate on the services which I talked about, we have further built it to service or render the services through a platform. The platform, which we call as National Hub for Language Technology, is a platform through which all the services are being rendered. And we are consuming those services to build up the applications. One such application is the Bhashini app, which is there on the Google Play Store as well as App Store. If you download it, you will be in a position to translate from one language to other on the fly. So if you are, say, in an alien territory where you don't have the language grasp of that particular territory in India, download the app and you will be in a position to communicate with each other. And the app has a feature of text-to-text translation, voice-to-voice, as well as the converse feature. And if I tap on the voice, I have a possibility of selecting the source language and the target language. For example, I have selected here Hindi and English. And then I can press the mic and start speaking. So if I, for example, as I'm speaking in English, I'll use it as English and then translate it into Hindi. And I can say that I am demonstrating Bhashini app, right? And based on the internet connection, which is generally at this level, it has now recognized what I have spoken, and it is now translated in Hindi. मैं भाषिनी ऐप का प्रदर्शन कर रहा हूं. Right? So that's how it is working. Now, the second thing which comes across with us is basically that there are often talks about, whether I am in a position to use feature phones to do that, because a lot of places the internet is not there. Plus, am I able to do a real transaction? So let me again come back on what we are speaking across. And so I'm dialing a number, you can also note it down and dial if you want to send money to anyone in the place. So it is 080-451-63802. This is what we have worked with NPCI to do it. Now I dial this number. Hi, कृपया बताएं कि आप क्या करना चाहते हैं? पैसे भेजना चाहते हैं. कृपया मोबाइल नंबर बोलें. 9811412458. कृपया राशि बोलें. ₹10.
नैग को 10 रुपए ट्रांसफर कर रहे हैं। कृपया अपने ICICI बैंक का UPI पिन दर्ज करें। ट्रांजैक्शन सफल रहा।
So I have transferred the money. I have got the SMS right. Now, what it did was, then I'll just explain the, journey which I had conducted. And it's either you have to reimagine the entire thing when you're looking at these tools, right? First was that I was speaking out, paise bhejna hai, so it was automatic speech recognition. So the system was able to recognize that. Then it asked, number bataye. That means it was basically translating text to speech. It had already stored the text, so that was there. And I was speaking in Hindi. It can be done in English and 4 more languages today. Then when I do this, then I spoke the number 98114, etc. Now that was a text which was spoken, and it was having 11 as such. So it had the intelligence to actually translate it into the numbers, and then get into the database, pick up the person to whom I was transferring, tell me that this person was there whom I am transferring, and transferred. Then it asked for the money which was to be transferred, and then it transferred and reported back that the money has been transferred. Multiple technologies, multiple language technologies, and a very, capturing of intent, inverse text normalization, and all the technologies used through the transaction. We are working on similar things for other things. You will soon see many things which will actually go through, like, fast tag charge kar do and other things. The similar applications we have done for PM Kisan, which is basically, a use case where Prime Minister transfers, X amount of money to the farmers, depending upon what the scheme is, and that goes directly into the bank account. And if the farmer has a challenge, then we have created a chatbot through which he can actually ask for, tell them that ki bhugtan nahi hua ya paise nahi mile, and it will ask for his credentials and then give the answer ki aapka bank account link nahi hua, or whatever could be the things. So we are reaching the people who were supposed to be, were basically on the other side of the divide, based on the languages as well as the other things which are around. So, the point which I'm trying to make here is that we have to get into everybody's day-to-day life to actually make the change which is going to happen, and the technology should be implementable to that extent.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nag. I did hear of Bhashini, and I was really impressed. I'm thinking today I will go and download it, because, and the way you have demonstrated, I'm sure most of the people in the room would also feel encouraged, because these are some of the things which India has been doing, like even, the mobile payment apps, which we find it so easily, the way we do it, like even with the vegetable vendors or even with the press wala or anyone. In many developed countries, you actually can't think of it. Even today when we go, we feel, oh, in India we can do it, but we can't do it here. So we have been doing a lot in terms of improvising, and it is not a technology for elite India, it is for Bharat. Everyone is using it, down to the villages. So I think these are technologies which are actually something which not only our country needs, but many countries who aspire to grow are looking at even India. In fact, people do speak to us and say, okay, you are doing this, how is it working? Can we also use? And I think this is a brilliant example of that, wherein, as in you're cutting across literacy also, which is very important. And also looking at the aspect where, people may not have smart devices, but even with a small, non-smart device, they can access it. So I think I'm very impressed with these technologies. And perhaps I would go to Akanksha now. Akanksha, what are the ITU plans, and what are you all focusing on? What criteria, especially I would say the India, South Asia aspect, if you could focus on?
I think if you
Yeah.
if you talk about the future, and this is something I keep saying, that, cooperation and collaboration is key in us, trying to bridge the digital divide. No one person and no one organization alone can achieve, what we have, the huge challenge ahead of us. So I would insist on, cooperation, collaboration. And then you have to look at it in a multifaceted, approach. So while education and skills are very important, you have to look at it from the policy framework as well, because unless the policy also complements, some of the changes that the technology is seeing or what the programs and projects that you want to build. So everything has to work in a complementary nature for things to move forward. Cybersecurity. And then none of this can also happen unless you keep an eye on what's going to happen 10 years down the line. So you cannot prepare yourself for the next 2, 3, 5 years. So one has to be prepared to also embracing innovation, not just for now, but also for future. So I think this is the overall vision with which, the office, and not just, the area office here in India, but ITU in general is trying to work. If you talk about the region per se, I think digital innovation, as I already mentioned, is one of the key pillars for us to focus on. And that's something that we would love to, work with together with our stakeholders and our partners, not just the members that ITU has, but the entire community. So we also want to reach out. And I think already some of the programs that I mentioned, be it on skills, girls in ICT, and the programs that ITU has, a lot of expertise and the technical assistance is there in-house within ITU, but we also reach out to partners. So a lot of these projects are executed in partnership with Cisco, in partnership with Intel. We have Huawei, which is also funding a lot and bringing in the technical expertise as well. And of course, I mentioned already the local communities, which are very key in terms of working together. In terms of digital innovation on the policy side, we have had talks with already DST, Department of Science and Technology. They're very forthcoming in helping some of the new geographies that are early on in their innovation and entrepreneurship journey to provide expertise and assistance to some of the new member states in terms of building these policies that would help these countries to come forward. And also have co-creation and problem statements that the country and the innovators are working on in India may not necessarily be the same in other geographies. So how do you help the startups and entrepreneurs to also scale their technologies? So that's another thing that we from ITU, particularly from India, will be looking at, co-creation programs between India and other countries that we plan to work on in future in the coming years.
I have a follow-up question to you, Akanksha. For example, ITU has a lot of discussion, while there are intergovernmental discussions happening in ITU, but you have different working groups, you come up with, you ask for comments from community, etc. How do you plan to make those more accessible to, I would say, the Indian community now, since we're talking, and how could the even IIGF help to permeate it and, encourage people to participate in it? Because, when ITU is framing something, it comes up from a bottom-up process, though it's a multilateral process, but how can communities kind of, I would say, give their inputs, and how do you encourage it? Is there some roadmap that you're looking at?
And of course, I think you touched upon a very important area that ITU works on, especially on the standardization aspect. The TSB team is very heavily involved in all the standards, be it for telecom, 4G, 5G, now 6G even, but also metaverse, AI, and some of these new key emerging technologies. So I think this is something, and Department of Telecommunications, which is our line ministry here in India, with them, we are working on bringing some of these initiatives of TSB, our standardization group, to India. We are exploring having some presence in terms of, digital finances and security aspects.
May I please request that if you have to speak, please request you to go out and speak. There is a speaker speaking. She's sharing her experience. We would request that we kind of focus on that.
Yeah, so I think there is a concerted effort also with the Government of India to bring some of the standardization work and the work that TSB is doing to India. Next year's WTSA, the Standardization Assembly, will take place in India. So that's the first for any country from the Asia Pacific to host WTSA. So we're looking forward to that. And there has been active involvement, especially from the youth community members, in some of these standardization, groups that you talked about. I think even today I met with, yes, so I think that ITU is trying to reach out to communities, having their voices also, be heard and be taken into consideration when these standards are being worked on. But I think still enough has to be done to make sure that we, do the outreach and take it to the next level to make sure that, whatever policies and whatever standards we come up with is inclusive in nature.
Thank you. I'll come to Brigadier Tandon now. Brigadier, you have been seeing this. There is a lot of work going, and you also are the DG of Broadband India Forum, which is a think tank, but is also very much involved in the connectivity part, getting people connected, etc. We do see that we have nearly 40% of India yet to be connected. There are new technologies coming up. There are certain hitches still there in terms of connecting, concerns of even last mile operators to connect, or even there may be a wish list you may have of how it could be bridged from the connectivity aspect. Are there any wish list from your end? I know I've changed the question a bit, but I thought perhaps there is a wish list, like technology agnostic, allowing some new technologies which you all feel is important, etc. Anything you want to add? Or in case you have some other points, you could definitely add, but I thought this is also important.
So as you know, that EIF is a technology agnostic think tank. We are not bound by either the cellular mobile or the fixed line or the satellite. We look at all of them. So if the connectivity has to be improved, what we have to realize is that merely the mobile, the 4G, 5G, and whenever the 6G comes in 2030 and beyond, there are other means also that have to be adopted. The satellite is an area which was earlier, it had become very expensive, it had become not so popular, but there is a resurgence of the satellite technology with all these low Earth orbit satellites coming in constellations, which would be able to provide very high bandwidth at a very low cost. So it'll have to be a multitude of ways that we'll have to provide this. This will have to be by the cellular industry, by the satellite, by the fiber. Now, as far as the fiber is concerned, globally, generally the universal service obligation funds are there, and a lot of funding for the reaching the fiber or reaching the connectivity to the people is done by the service obligation funds. Similarly, in India, we started off with various forms of BharatNet from 2011 onwards. But what I would say is that out of the 6 lakh villages that are there, 2 lakh villages have already been connected. They have already been able to provide 7.67 lakh FTTH connections and about over 1 lakh Wi-Fi hotspots. A new project has been sanctioned in which the remaining 4 lakh villages will also be connected. And that is costing about 1.39 lakh crore. So they're also giving satellite terminals. They're also giving subsidy for setting up base stations. And also towards the end where the fiber, beyond the fiber, how do you get to in the village, the last mile? Now that is where the Wi-Fi, or there is a Prime Minister's approved scheme called PM Vani, which has been approved, but that is not making much of a headway. That is one place where we would need the support of the government, that the PM Vani gets a greater push and is able to provide the connectivity to all the people that are there. Another way, one of the things that I've been thinking, or which is actually happening, is also on how to make it affordable. I think the use of refurbished handsets would be another way of people would all now want to change over to 5G in the urban areas. But the smartphones are still, if they can be refurbished, branded, and with a certain amount of warranty, then maybe you would be able to provide in the rural areas or the semi-rural areas smartphones for people to have their first experience of internet at a much cheaper rate. So that could be one area that is there. To Akanksha, what I want to say is that at the end of it, connectivity is provided. And that is what the fiber of the BharatNet has been able to connect 2 lakh villages. But the exploitation of that has not taken place because there are no applications, there are no services, there are no, something which in the language in which the local people, the villagers can use it. So that is another area which, having provided the connectivity, then what is it going to be used for is something that needs to be thought through, something that needs to be, focused upon. And I think that would really yield the results of the connectivity that we are working on.
Thank you so much, Brigadier Tandon. I think you bring some important points that we need to connect people and we need to use any technology which is suitable at that point of time, be agnostic to it, so that the end user can be connected. They get what they want. Another thing is meaningful access, which all of you have been speaking that, and the content, they should be able to get the content, meaningful content, which I think all the speakers have been speaking about. Indians have been innovative, refurnished phones, etc. is something which India has been using, and it should be accelerated so that people can use it more. So I think these are really innovative things. I'll come back to you for your comments, but I'm opening the floor to questions from the audience in the room as well as online. If anyone has a question, comment, please raise your hand. We have mics. Yes, I can see Mr. Manocha having a question. We'll give you the first. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to? Yes. Okay. No, please give it to him first. We have a hand at the end. Please.
Sorry.
And then we have a hand there. The next one, please. There is a hand there. Samir has his hand here. There are 3 hands. We'll take 3 questions from the floor, and then we please go back after he finishes, and then we will take it. Mr. Manocha, if you could say your question and who is it directed to, or if it's general, you can mention it's for all.
My first comment and question is for Mr. Nag. Your work is so relevant to the area that we work in for persons with disabilities, because you are bridging the gap between the text and audio and all these various mediums. So you are converging them, and whatever is available as text, you are making it available as audio or in other formats. So that's extremely relevant to making it accessible to all, including persons with various types of disabilities. So that aspect is definitely that we would want to explore with you. But one thing, when you were speaking, I wish you were addressing 23 Indian languages instead of 22. And the 23rd language being the Indian Sign Language. So that's a wish list which really we have, and the community of persons with hearing impairment are suffering very badly because they do not have the technology solution for translation from any of our traditional, these 22 languages to Indian Sign Language or vice versa. And that is why they are in isolation right now. And if that can be addressed, and if you can use your, the knowledge to extend it to this 23rd language, that would be really great.
Yeah, yes, we did dabble on it when there was International Sign Language Day on 23rd of September. But yeah, we would like to do it. Of course, our first task remains to cover all the 22. We are still at 12 on voice to, voice bit of it. But yeah, the crux of it, as I said, is depending upon what kind of collaboration we have. For example, when we did this case study, which you saw, we had, when we built the AI model and we put them to use on this payment use case, we were not so efficient as far as the AI model is concerned. And we worked on it for about 3.5 months and trained the model to actually work it in the perfect way as it is working right now. So it is all about, can we collaborate with an organization which has the domain with respect to that particular area? That is one. Second is that these are AI models based on data which is basically there on which the models can be trained. So the more the data we have, the better it would be as far as the translation or interpretation is concerned. And that's where we have also launched a crowdsourcing mechanism of Bhasha Dan. It is available on our portal, and we urge everyone to actually, contribute to it so that we can use that data to train the models. So it's about collaboration and, taking things forward. We definitely would like to address what you talked about. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manocha, for raising this point. It's relevant. I think it can be in Mr. Nag's wish list, not in the wish list, in the list, but obviously, depending upon how he's able to do it and his team, they would take in. But I think it is, as in they do consider it important. I'm sure it's just that availability is something. I think there was the lady out there.
Yes.
Yes.
I am Shikha from your backside. Anupma, Amrita Choudhury, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. You're making a serious effort for me. But IGF, I should congratulate and thanks for IGGF for organizing such a nice event today. If it will be organized on to the larger extent and doing workshop time to time, people will be aware of your programs and will fix up the roadmap. How do we go forward, madam?
So much. Is there a question? Because we are running late.
Yes,
time.
there is a question. I just want to ask one question regarding this India Internet Governance Forum 2023. I would like to know your roadmap. What will be your roadmap for 2024? How you will organize, how you will influence the people for it?
I think at this point of time, it would be slightly difficult for us to give a roadmap because we are still in 2023. Based upon how the deliberations have been, we would be coming up with a report. Then after that, when we plan for next year, we have our coordination committee, theme committees. They would be giving inputs as to how they want to shape the program. Based upon the community input, because it's a bottom-up process, only then would we be able to give a roadmap, because this is a community-driven volunteer initiative. It's not like a government initiative or a business entity that we have 10-year road plans. We do it as per what the community wants. So we can take these questions offline, but we were kind of looking at bridging the digital divide question. But your question is very valid. Unfortunately, we do not have a proper answer. This is what we could give. You could wait for a report, look at it. It would give you an indication of what the community wants.
There is second question.
Just one question, ma'am. I have two more here. Samir would need the mic. If we could have the mic here.
Thank you for answering so nicely. I'm highly thankful for you, for your effort you're doing in this conference.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, each and every panelist, for such a grateful session. And thank you, Amitabh, sir, for illustrating the applications by providing a live example. My question is to the panelists, like the velocity with which the technologies are evolving. We usually have seen the tendency that the technology which were earlier invented or used in a case for bridging the divide, that is usually foregone or maybe ignored, and the focus is only on the technologies which are in the work in progress. So whether have you seen any indication, like the speed with which the technologies are evolving, whether the divide is equally minimizing, or like what's your observation on that?
Or whoever, I think you can start. And Nirmita, can we have Nirmita on the screen just in case she wants to respond also, because we can't see her on the screen.
Yes, so any technology which is there, the focus on technology is just an enabler, it's a catalyst. And any focus on technology may be kind of self-defeating. What we have to focus on is a user. What does the user want, and how does it, how can technology solve that user's problem? Now, in the example, if just to illustrate, and perhaps you can bear with me for a minute or so, in the example which I had demonstrated, what was the user journey? It was about 5 to 6 steps, right? Now, do you like that step, or it was, there was a round of applause on the user study, on the case study, or live example, which I gave, simply because it was something new. But would you like to have that? Let me try and give you a different user journey which is there. I'm again using the same example, right?
Hi, कृपया बताएं कि आप क्या करना चाहते हैं।
तनु को पैसे भेजना चाहते हैं।
कृपया वह राशि बोले।
10 रुपए।
माइनर को 10 रुपए ट्रांसफर कर रहे हैं। कृपया अपने ICICI बैंक का UPI पिन दर्ज करें। Transaction सफल रहा।
So what I did on this particular case was that I had reduced the user journey by at least 2 steps, right? And what I used for that was that perhaps at some point in time, I had saved the number with attached to this particular database. So it's a question of, can you keep user on focus and then use the technology as a catalyst to solve the problem? Perhaps in the next version of this particular thing, you might see that for smaller versions, smaller payments, you don't need to enter the PIN, right? So there will be some other authentication mechanism which would come in. And hence, this would actually become a way in which you will use technology as an enabler rather than technology riding you. You're using something because it's available, not because it is of use. That's.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone who wants to comment on the speakers? Yes, I see Brigadier Tandon and yeah.
In a way, you may be right. There is a fear, and that's a statement by the ITU, that the introduction of 5G may lead to a greater divide, because if it doesn't reach the rural areas fast enough, so to that extent, there is a possibility sometimes a new technology could lead to the divide becoming greater. But then you have to look at it. As long as it would be more in terms of speed, it would be more in terms of some of the features that are there. But even if they can use the 4G and get the basic, internet connectivity and the normal usage which is there, that would be good enough. But there is that, to answer your question.
This is Nirmata. So
please go ahead.
Yeah. So I think there are two scenarios. If there's an organization which is including accessibility and usability as part of the design, then whenever they have updates or they come up with new technologies or developments, that comes out accessible. And if they haven't done that, then we get technologies which are inaccessible, and then the divide increases unless we are able to go back, and then the new version comes up with something accessible, or it remains until something else comes. So it's the difference between the two scenarios, which is why we want to focus on having technologies being conceived of accessible.
Thank you so much. And I see we have some 5 minutes left in this panel. So I will ask each of the panelists in 1 minute to, as like I can't even mention as a tweet.
There's an online.
Oh, there's a question. Okay, let me take the online question since there is one.
So there's a question from Ms. Michelle, who says, can we say that PM1E is 100% success model for rural and remote area internet connectivity solution?
Yeah, that's to me. Yeah, it is. It is a good solution for Wi-Fi for the PM1E. The biggest advantage in that is that a single authentication will allow you to go from one hotspot to another and not have to re-authenticate yourself. Yes, the business cases are a bit limited and it is not making much progress. So we hope that more entrepreneurs, and there are some issues which are there, which we've taken up with the DOT to make it happen, to make it simpler for it to succeed. So it will be based on that.
And there's another question from Mr. Nishal Arvind, who says that what are the speaker's views on cybercrime and law enforcement capacity lacking with tech and innovation? What can be done?
Very interesting question, bridging divide. So I guess we may skip this, but I see a hand at the end. If it is related to this session, we can take it.
Thank you for taking this question.
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Rakesh, and this question is to Amitabh sir. Sir, we are in the process of reducing the emergency medical response time in our country. How can a startup or any company for that matter can combine with Bhashini or use Bhashini in our solution? Thank you.
So, as I said, Bhashini is available as API services from the platform. We are approximately hit on the platform at about 1 lakh times in a day, right? We are approximately, servicing about 100,000 inferencing requests a day, which makes it one of the largest platform in this particular setup. What you need to do is to come back to us with your request on the email ID, and we would provide you with the requests, as it goes by. Further, we are in the process of launching a few programs which are related to startup and states, because what we realize is that to proliferate these technologies, when we started off this program or mission, it was primarily related to translation and creating AI models for translation. But as I moved into the mission, we saw multitudes of applications which are coming up, which startups can take and proliferate this. So we would, to encourage that, we have a startup mission. Number two, we are also having in the planning stage of a mission to go to the states, because as I said, data is important to us. So is the language. The more data we have, the better would be the AI model. So we are in the process of collaborating with states to actually, improve the model. And with effect, obviously, they will be using this particular system. This is a production grade system. The number which I used is available to you. You can also, do the same similar transaction as I was doing here. It was not a demonstration.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Quick one, I would say 1 minute summary of anything you want to say. All the panelists, I start with you and then we move to Nirmita and the others.
As I said in the beginning, we have embarked on a journey, be it Bhashini or connectivity or digital connectivity or applications. We have embarked on a journey, and that journey is, going to take us to the, has got different milestone, and there is an end to which will definitely be visible. All that what we need to do is actually collaborate and encourage those technologies to proliferate into the system so that people can actually use it. The more they use, the better it would get only better. So from that perspective, what I would suggest is that as an end user, keep demanding more. And I think technology has the power to service the demands which you have, right? Thanks.
Thank you, Nirmita. Your quick 1 minute.
Yeah, sure. So as I began, I think there is a lot happening, and we should all try to work towards inclusion from the beginning, so that whatever we are coming out with, it's inclusive. It thinks of everyone. It's accessible. It's usable, so that we do not have to replicate effort and think of divides if we start thinking inclusive from the beginning. So we need to take action on all the things that we've discussed and keep up the momentum or improve it. It's work to be done, but it has to be done. Yeah.
Thank you. So inclusive by design is something which you are kind of saying. Akanksha, over to you.
I think in closing, I would just like to say that bridging the digital divide is a journey and it's a process. It's something which will take us time. And I think it's important that we all leverage all our unique capabilities that we have, be it at an individual level or at a community level or society level or organizational level, and then work together to bridge this divide.
Brigadier Tandon, you're the showstopper today.
Okay, what I want to say is that today we are at about 880 million. The task ahead is huge. We have to connect 1.4 billion. And so therefore, if that we have to do in the next 4 or 5 years, it's a 10.6% year-on-year growth. So we'll all have to work towards it. We'll have to have a multitude of technologies to use it. What is suitable in different areas, we'll have to use that technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the panelists. I think some of the key points which you mentioned is cooperation, collaboration, being technology agnostic, allowing different kind of technologies to connect people. Obviously, having an inclusivity by design is something which is important. There were other things which Nirmita mentioned and even Mr. Nag mentioned. Perhaps we would be having them in the report, but I think I have to pass it on to Ishita for... is Ishita closing? Yes. I guess so, right? So over to you.
Thank you so much to all the panelists for answering all the questions, for sharing your insights with us. Thank you so much, Amrita ma'am, for conducting the panel so seamlessly. I'd now like to call on Ms.Sarah ma'am to please go and facilitate our speakers and panelists. So, ma'am, if you could please hand over the momentum to Amitabh now. To Brigadier Anil Tandon. And to Ms. Akanksha Sharma.
No. Can we have Nirmita in the background?
Can we put Dr. Nirmita on the backdrop, please? A big thank you to all our panelists and to our moderator, Ms. Amrita, for such an engaging and such an insightful session. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're breaking for 15 minutes and we request you to... Are you sure? Okay. I request everyone to please stay seated. I request everyone to please stay seated as we are soon diving into our valedictory session. I request all our guests to please stay seated. We're just waiting for the stage to be set and then we'll get started. क्या हो गया? I request all our guests to kindly take their seats as we're about to get started with the final session of IIGF 2023. All our guests close to the door, we request you to please join us back inside and take your seats. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get into our valedictory session, which is all about calibrating Bharat's digital agenda and leadership for global digital governance and cooperation. We have the panelists joining us, and the moderator for the session is Ms. Amrita Choudhury, Director, CCAOI. Let us all welcome them onto the dais with a huge round of applause. Over to you, Ms. Amrita.
Thank you, Ritika. This is the last session, but I think it's an interesting discussion because it's the way forward. We will not allow you to sleep because you may make your comments also out here. And today, in this panel, which is also the valedictory session, we have with us, an eclectic panel. We have Mr. Sushil Pal, who is the Joint Secretary at MeitY. Request if we could kind of limit our conversations to this part. May I please request if we could lower the volumes? Thank you. We have Astha Kapoor from Apti Institute. We have Ashwini Rana, who is the Chief Public Policy Officer at Zupi. We have Shivnath Thukral, who is the Director and Head of India Public Policy at Meta. And my partner in crime, Anupam Agarwal, who is the board member of the PTI at ICANN. So today what we would be, the session is themed as calibrating Bharat's digital agenda and leadership for global digital governance and cooperation. And I'll give you a slight background. So internet has become ubiquitous. We all use it for all our purposes. And what is actually happening is, while it has been kind of an enabler, there is also a question, because of the way the internet is growing, there are regulatory challenges which are coming across, and governments across the globe are actually trying to understand it, I would say, more, and in this context, perhaps regulating it more, regulating it less, etc. So it's like a beast in the room, which everyone wants, but everyone wants to tame it. And so there are various discussions which are currently on. Even at the global level, many of you may know that there is the negotiations for the Global Digital Compact, which is on. The UN Secretary General had started this initiative, and there is going to be a summit of the future in September of this coming year. There were comments requested from various, there were about 7-8 aspects on which comments were wanted. Access happens to be one of them. AI happens to be one of them. Human rights is one of them, apart from other aspects. The issue is the negotiations would be multilateral. It would be decided in the UN, where for example, India's representatives at New York would be negotiating, but it would affect most of us in the room. Where is our views taken into consideration? That's important, because till now, whenever global governance has been discussed, the views of the global north, as we call it, were always predominant. But countries who are aspiring, such as India, Brazil, South Africa, etc., they have a stake today. And India has a huge stake, because we have probably the largest internet user in the world. We have aspirations, so we need our needs. Rules which have been framed yesterday may not kind of suit us. So we need to be on those tables. Similarly, if you look at it, there is the WSIS plus 20 negotiations, which would start end of next year. It is again going to be a multilateral discussion, but it affects all of us. So we need to be in the table. We may not be there at the negotiation table, but our views need to be there. Especially India's views needs to be there. And so that is why it is important that we kind of have our views there. Similarly, there are other platforms in which there are discussions. For example, the Secretary General formed a new panel on AI, which was formed in November. They are supposed to come up with the report in December, the first draft, and the next draft by June, so that it can be negotiated at the Summit of Future. So everyone's kind of skeptical that in 1 month's time, how will a report come? And perhaps it is pre-drafted. But those are concerning, because we also are working a lot on AI, governance, etc. And there are various frameworks which are on. So what is going to be taken? How do we make the processes more inclusive? Because even, private sector has been working on it, and there have been some great, excellent work happening. Whether they would be able to contribute to it, etc., is important. So in these contexts, when there is again push for multilateral negotiations, whereas India has been endorsing the multi-stakeholder model, and even today the minister did emphasize that we promote the multi-stakeholder model in this kind of a thing, wherein you have countries who are pushing for certain things, and there is a concern of fragmentation also. What is the role India can play? The questions could be, what should be India's agenda for digital global governance discussions, and what role can India play? Because India has been a voice of the global majority in G20, which recently concluded. We never thought that there would be a paper coming out. All the countries would be agreeing to some kind of, and then we had a great agreement coming out of it, the New Delhi Declaration. So we pulled it off, I would say. So in those contexts, what is the role India can play in these negotiations or these developments and more? And how can we encourage our Indian stakeholders to kind of get into these mechanisms? So we have our panelists. They are experienced in their own forums. They have a wide range of expertise, and we would like to hear from each of them as to how they think, it could be any of the questions, something else where, we could look at it in a forward-looking manner. Perhaps I could start with Astha. You've been following these. Astha, what are your initial thoughts on this?
Thank you so much, Amrita, and thank you for having me here. I think that having been at IGF, which turned out to be quite an interesting forum this time because of all the conversations around the inclusion of civil society organizations in particular, and moving from this multi-stakeholder approach to a multilateral approach, which has been coming for the last 10 years, I guess, and now we're finally in that phase. I think that what we as a research organization, a think tank, but also one that is based in India, have been talking about is that the voice of global south, and that too represented by India, is critical. We saw what India could do in the context of G20 and all the work that has happened with DPI. We have been able to take a leadership position when it comes to a certain discourse. I think India also has a lot to offer when it comes to conversations such as not just on access and inclusion, but also on ideas of rights, because we've been talking about inclusion and privacy by design in the context of DPI as well. What is interesting is that in most of these forums, we feel sometimes that the conversation excludes civil society members. We are always consulted, whether it's in the writing of laws in the context of India or in other parts of the world. We're always asked for comments, but then are we actually included? Are we participating much more meaningfully in the conversation becomes interesting. I think this is an opportunity for us to stitch up certain kinds of solidarities that go beyond the borders of our country. And also, I know that having worked with civil society organizations in Brazil, for instance, or South Africa, which now make up for the troika of G20, I think that having had the G20 experience in India has put us in a position where other civil society organizations are looking up to the sector in our country to see if we can stitch up these solidarities. Because also the experience with technology is something that is shared globally. The kind of vulnerabilities, whether it's questions around AI, whether it's questions around the role of platforms, is something that is shared. Whether cab drivers are protesting against Uber in Paris, they're also protesting against Uber in Bangalore. So there is an opportunity to build these global solidarities around that. And I think that this is a really important opportunity for India and India civil society in particular, which has been at the forefront of a lot of these conversations globally. And I think that taking off from experiences, whether it's Think 20, C20, etc., has given us the space and the institutional frameworks to do a lot more of this engagement, and do that from the lens of solidarity versus much more fragmented, as you said. So yeah, and also just to add, we are also creating some of the best research on some of these questions. So also making sure that our work is on global public platforms. I know a lot of us are coming from the conversation at Oberoi with Carnegie, which is actually a very interesting space to think about the sharing of the India experience much more globally and making sure that we take that leadership position.
Thank you so much, Astha, for bringing in the civil society perspective. And incidentally, I would like to share with you that Brazil is thinking of starting the Net Mundial Plus 10. Just to give you a brief, incidentally, the first brainstorming session was today early morning. So Net Mundial, for people who aren't aware, was something which was initiated by Brazil when ICANN was transitioning. The IANA transition was supposed to happen before that. So on the 10th, this March, they would complete the 10 years. They are planning to have a Net Mundial Plus 10, where they want to be discussing GDC and the other processes. So Brazil is thinking of taking a leadership out there. As in, it's great. I have nothing against it. I would be participating in those discussions. But I would feel very happy if in India also we had some kind of such, we would take those initiatives. It would be actually great. So perhaps we can, as a community, can think about it. But I think I will move to Shivnath now. And Shivnath, you've been seeing it from various aspects. How do you look at how can India move forward? What should be the thought, if we want really aspire to be a leader?
Thanks, Amrita, and hi everyone. Like Asta, I also spent half the day at GTS. So I have three broad areas I just want to touch upon. I think uh, we have people like Sushil Palji, and just to congratulate on the successful work that the DWG did as a part of the G20 process. I just wanted to build on those blocks that we saw getting rolled out during the G20. First off, as a private company, I was asked a question, what's the kind of hesitancy that we would have around DPIs and stuff like that? And I was kind of both surprised and amused because we came on to DPI 6 years ago before G20 kind of gave it a formal shape and definition. So my first point in general is about the topic about recalibrating Bharat's digital agenda is we are really onto something. And I know it'll be kind of difficult for me to explain how, as an American company, I'm trying to profess something which is government and coming from this part of the world is because as a technology company, if you believe in the fundamentals of technology, which you do, you've been in this sector for the longest time. If anyone is still not seeing the unlock which is happening because of what India has kind of created, in simple terms, industries and factories go to states where there is infrastructure. In a country like India, innovation is happening because there is digital infrastructure. So I think this is unlike a Western model, which is the truth. It is not a philosophical point of view. If it is fundamentally a different point of view that India has been able to create something which now can be embraced by the quote unquote global South, it can be an export item in a templatized fashion, which can go to countries. We had on my panel the Minister of IT from Sierra Leone, and she was saying that I wish we knew we had to do the identity layer before we did the payment layer. So clearly they are realizing the cart before the wheel before the cart solution that India has built. So one is that fundamental building block that India has created. It's like the starting point. The second layer is the innovation ecosystem, and we are a part of the innovation ecosystem as a company and as a representative associated with TV Sir from a BIF lens. The fact that if you recognize the innovation ecosystem which DPI is triggering. So today we are only seeing payments. Payments, everybody is like going gaga over it. Of course, payments is a great thing, but payments is just the beginning. Payments will lead to commerce, payments will lead to financial inclusion, payments will lead to unlocking of insurance, pension, every saving instrument that India had not been able to access for the last 50 years. It is DPI which will make it possible. So innovation will happen there. The cost of transaction, cost of execution, cost of intermediaries will start going down, and the financial sector is just beginning to rev up, right? So in the stock market, as Mr. Khan said, you have the Grow and the Upstock and the Zerodhas of the world. So wealth creation is beginning to happen. Similarly, insurance penetration will happen. So the innovation ecosystem, that's the second layer. The third part, as Asta said, what is happening with civil society's engagement with the rest of the world? DPI has to go global inevitably. It is already doing. I mean, Dilip was on the panel, and I know Dilip is working very hard to make sure that UPI is available globally. I believe under the Eiffel Tower now you can use UPI. In Singapore, you can use UPI. I keep nudging him saying, hey, WhatsApp can be your partner to take it global because we technically globally have 2 billion users. So can we do that partnership from the government has done an initiative on the social impact initiatives. Can we kind of look at different ideas around where some global initiatives could be launched? So if it goes global, that is when Bharat's digital agenda will be like a global agenda. I think we are onto something from a global South argument as well. We are already seeing people embracing it. So now the question of the wheels are in motion. How are we going to now have control over it? As you said, have prudent regulations, have oversight. Oops. Oh, the seat. Just to end on the point of the regulatory structure, in India's case, we have seen regulators also be very, very risk-taking is not a word you associate with regulators, but they've been very risk-safe. So when you look at the rollout of DPI and UPI, you've seen how the existing regulator has allowed it to kind of flourish without the system going crazy. I mean, that's one of the biggest things today. I know there are concerns around safety, scam, fraud. It is a serious concern, but majority of the use is good. So this whole painting of the brush that happened that, oh, technology leads to problems. I think technology leads to more good than bad. And yes, of course, we should be concerned about the bad. And the oversight that the regulatory ecosystem has managed, including the partnership. So the third layer being, we have to go big, we have to go global. Export of DPI has to happen. And we need to force companies like ours to say, hey, give us these solutions in other markets as well, while the regulators sort out the regulatory part of the DPI. So I think at all these three layers, whether the building block, whether the innovation ecosystem, and then us going global, exporting of DPI, I think we are really onto something. I'm quite excited, and at the drop of a hat, happy to talk about this for hours if anybody is interested, including with examples. And my favorite example, if I may end with that, if anybody uses the Delhi Metro, and I'm not trying to market it because I'm so excited, you can buy the damn ticket on WhatsApp without doing anything, because interoperability of UPI on the surface. That is it is not what the solution we built for Metro. It is because people find it so easy to go in, buy a ticket while you're entering the metro station without standing in a line or a vending machine, and you can use interoperable UPI, whichever you're most comfortable with, to pay for it.
Thank you, Shivnath. As in, yes, it is an exciting journey which we are in, and most of the countries actually, if you talk to them, are looking at it as in what is India doing, how can we do it. Perhaps these are lessons which could be learned, and we really need to think as to how we further accelerate it, as you're saying, with the environment, etc. We would come to Sushil Palji later. I understand that you would be taking the concluding, commenting upon after the others. That's what I was told. But if you want to,
speaking my mind rather than concluding it.
then please go ahead. Let's
No,
hear.
okay. Whichever
Okay.
it suits you.
No, as in I am okay. As if my panelists. So if you would you like to share a bit on how you're looking at it? How you've been looking at it from not only the G20 perspective, the ICANNs and the others. How are you looking at it? How could India kind of take a driving seat, not only for global discourses but also our agenda?
Thank you, Amrita. I think, and thank you, Shivnath, for speaking so much on the DPI. I think you have spoken my part. I think so. I mean, but thank you so much. I think I don't have a structured thing to share. Maybe, and I'm new to the internet governance. I'll put that qualification in the beginning, and I'm actually learning from people like you and Santosh. I mean, and his team, which is sitting on the two girls sitting on the second table. I think I keep conversing with them, especially while I was visiting for the ICANN. So I see internet, I mean, there are two infrastructures. One is the hardware side, which is the internet, right? Which is one infrastructure on which everything rides, right? And other is the digital public infrastructure, to which I'll come separately. So, and this infrastructure on which everything goes, this is the most difficult governance. So we're talking about digital governance, wherein, what? I mean, you're digitizing certain services, you're talking about governance, I mean, as to how those services should be governed, right? Which is a very small subset. A new technology has come up, AI. So now you're talking about AI governance and GPI, all that stuff, right? Couple of maybe a month or a year down the line, quantum will come up. So you're talking about new thing, I mean, we're talking about the governance of the quantum, governance of the blockchain and whatnot. But everything rides on this infrastructure. So this internet governance actually includes everything. So this is the most technical area of governance. And that's why we need far more engagement of our country. I mean, every stakeholder, I mean, not only, I mean, and it gets very technical, especially having seen the ICANN once, maybe a month back. So we need far more stakeholders involvement. That's one part, right? The second was, the second is the DPI, which is nothing but application level play. We call it infrastructure because it is not designed to solve one problem, right? Interoperability in the payment is an infrastructure because it was never designed to make one payment never designed to solve one payment problem, right? I mean, Government of India never thought that with the ID and payment DPI, the problem statement for Government of India was not that, how to get the retail investor invest in the stock market. It was never a problem. But the innovators that came, they brought their own solution, because ID and payment, there were a huge number of use cases. And these use cases we had not thought of. It is people from the private sector, they thought of these use cases. They came up with the solutions to the problem which citizens were facing, right? All we provided was to make the system interoperable, to make the system connect to whatever you want. So now you have a ID case. I mean, all financial inclusion is nothing but a use case of my digital ID. It's not my payment ID, mind it. I mean, it's very difficult, hard for everyone. It's just a use case of a digital ID. I just know that, I'm transferring money to Mr. So-and-so, and that's for sure. And the account is linked, that's it. So it's nothing but opening a bank account, and it's a use case of a digital ID. Similarly, my authentication, I mean, any service can authenticate. I can use any service by authenticating myself. That's another thing. E-sign, you don't need to carry your, I don't need to carry my, unlike olden times, digital, what do you call it? A dongle, right? For doing my signature. I can do it, by a normal OTP using my digital ID, which is Aadhaar. So there are multiple, similarly, the Zerodha stocks and upgrowth and whatever the stock was mentioned by Shivnath. I think these all are use cases of the ID and payment. And so those are foundation layer. That's for the application level play. So, okay, I'll not go to the DPI stuff. Come back to the internet governance part, which is the most difficult part of it. I'll just touch upon certain issues. Yes, I mean, as I said, it is difficult because of the emergence of the new technologies. And I think, as must have been discussed earlier as well, that because of such a technological transformation, like AI, Internet of Things, blockchain, Web 3.0, quantum, etc. I think it's our endeavor that we somehow come out with the solutions to cope with these challenges, and to make this, to make sure that the internet remains open and safe and secure. I mean, I visualize internet as a road, right? And then there are so many. Somebody builds a new road connecting that major highway, right? That's a new technology. I mean, that completely disrupts the traffic. Somebody make a separate lane in this highway for maybe high-speed cars. That's when you're not making internet inclusive, and you're not making it open, or you're making it fragmented. So I think those are the challenges which we have to rise to. And the other, I think, point I would touch upon, which Amrita mentioned, was, we have many we have discussions going on in the Global Digital Compact and Net Mundial by Brazil, etc. I think these all are getting, I think it's a healthy sign, that the government is actually waking up to the dangers of to the dangers which technology can bring to the internet, and the need for a regulation, keeping in view the deep fakes and host of other risks which we keep on reading in the newspaper every other day. So I'm sure, I think it's a positive move, and I'm sure the discussions from the government side would feed into the ICANN, into the government, into the GAC for sure, and it would keep the multi-stakeholder model intact, and that's what India believes in. So I think that's a positive sign. Nothing to be worried about that. The other thing was maybe one point. India's digitization journey has been largely based upon open source, open standards, open networks, with a citizen-centric approach, right? I mean, I'm just touching upon what now Astha said, right? About the cab driver aspect. We are a believer in open source technology, and make sure that like the user does not become captive, or the user, or even the poorest, the most unaware, it doesn't become captive to any platform, to any technology, or to any OEM for that matter. So this we have examples like ONDC and OCAN, so which are completely open network solutions. They're nothing but a mere set of protocols and registries, And these protocols are open protocols to which everyone, the buyer, seller, they can connect. And then he is not captive to either Amazon or to the Flipkart or the Walmart. I mean, I think addressing to the dispute between the cab driver and the Uber, and I think this is going to solve that problem, because next time you travel to Bangalore, you have a flexibility of calling up and getting in touch directly with the driver rather than with any intermediary in between. So I think it would be solving that problem as well. So I'm sure we would carry forward this DPI journey of open source, open standards to the open network as well, and which will majorly transform the way we do commerce, transform the way we manage our logistics, transform the way we manage our tourism. Almost every walk of life. So that's another area I would want to touch upon, and maybe one thing which I have for this again, with a qualifier that I'm new in this field, I think we need a more clear national strategy for internet governance, right? I mean, we all go to the forums like ICANN, and we all talk like we don't talk the same language. I carry my own government perspective. Maybe Amrita carries her own perspective. Somebody else from other multi-stakeholder carries their own perspective, but we don't have a national strategy as such. We have, after the last ICANN visit, I think we'll be taking up with the NIXI. We'll be writing to the NIXI soon for making this kind of a multi-stakeholder consultations more regular and more at a working level, so that and at least on a monthly basis, so that maybe a year down the line or 6 months down the line, we have a very coherent and very integrated approach to the internet governance as to how we see the cybersecurity, how do we see DNS attacks being handled. So that is the idea. I think that's one thought. I think in the earlier session, there was a question on the national strategy. I think we could have asked her to send the comments on as to whatever strategy she has to contribute to. But we definitely look forward, and we should look forward to coming out having the representation of our country in more technical forums like GNSO, in SAC, which is the Security Advisory Committee, or sorry? Yes, which are more technical ones. We are totally absent there, and the standards are the areas where the play lies, actually. They can be the biggest barrier, they can be the biggest facilitator. We just have to make sure that whatever standards evolve in the internet governance in future, they are evolved from the users of the Global South, because users of the Global South, for them, the internet has been, the exposure to the internet has been very rapid. The users of the Global North, for them, the exposure to the internet has been very gradual and sustained. So they have been able to manage and manage their responses to them. But for many countries in Africa and the Global South, I think it's been just a matter of few years for them. So we just have to make sure that the standards doesn't become a barrier. Adding upon that, just to highlight a point that regarding the web trust certification, I think this was being discussed in the last NIXI board meeting. We do for every website which any entity wants to host, you have to get that web certification, for which there is a set of standards one has to follow. So we'll be complying to those, but I'm just wanting to highlight that, but this is a major cost to the country, So can we do something? Can we come out with something where you can give this web trust certification to a country which doesn't have a deep pocket, so as to put all those systems in place, or for which for every time the website doesn't have to go outside the country to resolve that particular website. So those are the issues we should be focusing our attention more on. And with that, I think, yes, to conclude, I would be reiterating what is being said earlier, that we reaffirm our commitment to the accessibility, security, resilience, innovation, affordability, and accountability. And we also reaffirm that India will continue to follow the multi-stakeholder model on internet governance with expertise, experience, and insights from all the communities. And with that, I think I would close. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sushilji. I think one thing which you mentioned is India as a country has allowed innovation. We've had regulations, but the regulations has been such that innovators could innovate on what the government was building. And I think it has to be a collaboration. If we try to kind of rein in too much, the innovation would be lost, which is a concern which is raised with Europe at times, that they're coming up with too many rules. And yes, having an India strategy for global stakeholder engagements is important, but something in ICANN which is important is having people in the working groups, because the policies are developed there. You may have an India strategy, you may go and talk in a meeting, but if you don't have people in the working groups, it's lost. So we need active people in the working groups. Incidentally, if you look at how things happen there, you have paid people doing it for companies. Most of the people who go are from GAC or volunteers, etc., but they are contributing. But yes, having a clear vision, but working in the groups is the most important.
Totally agree with you. In fact, I was telling it to my team just outside that, we need to spot that talent pool. And maybe with using this forum, I would appeal to the industry that we need to spot the talent pool for the specific roles which we can take it up, because we are the qualified lot, we just need to be sensitized. So maybe you as well. And maybe we need to identify the roles. We need to identify which committee do we need to man, and identify a set of talent pool. If we need to do a consultation again, I mean, let's keep those very small working group level kind of a consultation. And the participation from the industry has to be definitely far more than what it is being as today.
And another thing, perhaps, since, because you are so proactive, I would share, like countries like Brazil, when they go to IGF, there is a delegation of 100, especially youth participants or young participants. They don't only go to IGF, they go to all the IG spaces, the LAC IGF, the national IGF, and they do it regularly for 2 years. What they do is actually they groom those people to go there, participate, engage, and then later on contribute. So what happens is you're building a pool, you're pushing them in. Perhaps NIXI has a mandate, those kind of things. If not 100, at least 50 people, 25 people going would be good. And those are certain things possibly you could think of. But I will not take the time, and I'll go to Ashwini. Ashwini, connectivity is something which India has been very unique about. What are the lessons which the globe can learn from us? As in, you have been working on it, and you've seen how the India-centric model was successful here. And any other points?
Thank you, Amrita. So starting from connectivity, I'll say there are a few barriers for connectivity we used to discuss earlier. One was that there has to be access, there has to be network. So this problem of access is largely solved when we have surpassed 3G, 4G, and 5G is already there. Especially two operators doing exceedingly well job of connecting India all across. Hardly you will find a place where there is no coverage as of now. Second challenge was affordability, which is also after Geo launched and data services were cheaper globally. So that's the data we have, that India has cheapest data rates globally. So affordability is also to some extent or large extent is solved. Third barrier was relevance. There may be phone in the hand of user and he is able to pay for data charges, but what's the use of this phone for me? Like a problem my father has. So he says, I don't want to use Facebook or YouTube or something else. What else is there? But after this UPI thing, as a relevance factor has sprung up. So that was the reason why internet became so all pervasive in India. So point is that if startup ecosystem which is evolving in India, unlike other countries at this stage, that will be also the most important part that ecosystem is going to do is provide relevant services for people. Those people will use data for. So that's something which is happening at one side of the spectrum. Then now look at the aspirations we have that by 2047 India would be a developed country. That is aspiration our Prime Minister has, and this is a kind of mission mode country is going to be in. So looking from that lens, everything becomes important. IGF also in isolation, those principles, North Star of having free and open internet, inclusive, multi-stakeholder model, that's important. But what we will achieve by strengthening that that framework of IGF, that's important for people or stakeholders to understand. Then only the heft will come for gathering momentum or resources for strengthening the process in India also. If people don't see any value in that, it's considered as given thing that no one is going to change it now. So why I should be putting my resources, energy, effort into doing something which is related to IGF? So that's also important for us to understand. Like Sushilji said, internet governance is umbrella thing. There will be multiple pieces behind it. Generative AI or AI is one, tomorrow quantum, or day after something else will come. How these policies across globe will be different if we don't, if we lose sight on this North Star of IGF principles. These are the things generally are not spoken or talked in media. So I am saying a lack of awareness why IGF principles are important is important. So a third angle to this comes when I am sitting in India and we are talking about global south, which is similar to us, where I'll say we are aspiring to become developed nations. There it comes as a question for regulation versus innovation. So this itch to regulate early is something which we have seen all through my life, that regulator here jumps to regulate early. Now look at in the US, for example, Facebook, Google, Microsoft, they were regulated with heavy hand when they become mature. So that maturity process should come, then I think regulation should follow. Regulation should not be put ahead of innovation. So this is where I'll say policy making or approach which will come out of this national strategy, what you said. When we are quite clear in our mind that we'll put a bias towards innovation. A bias towards innovation means we will be lacking in regulation, because you cannot put something, a priority means you are giving more weightage to something at the cost of other. This clearly should be in the minds of all of us. People sitting here, those think that we should be influencing policy making. So if our bias is not towards innovation, as of now, coming from socialist mindset, our bias is towards regulating it, that user harm is involved, regulate it. So what we do by taking this approach of fearfulness, that we strangulate innovation field. So if we want to become a developed nation, this is not going to take us there. We will not be able to produce new services, product. We will be always follower of the countries, those are taking risks. So this is a point which I want to make, and it's not going to happen by just wishful thinking of mine or others. We need to have some data-based studies, reports, and these kind of strategies developed around it, which clearly gives a direction to policymakers, bureaucrats, that if there is a dilemma between regulation and innovation, you have to be pro-innovation. Regulation should be there to minimize the downside of technology. Any technology innovation will bring upside and downside. Downside should be contained, but not at the cost of compromising growth on the upside. That clear direction is needed. If we want to become a technologically developed nation in 2047, that will lead us to becoming a developed nation. And internet is a living organism. It will keep evolving, and similarly, related policies, processes will also something where all of us need to be actively engaged. That's why IGF strengthening is important. That's probably what I wanted to convey. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwini. As in, you brought in a very important point that as a country, we aspire for innovation. We want new startups to come up. We want to innovate, come up with an India-centric model. And yes, we need to judiciously bring in regulation so that we do not stifle, innovation. But whereas vis-a-vis protecting, I think the balancing act is very crucial. As in, I'm sure, the intent is we need to protect interests, but we should not stifle innovation. And that's the balancing act perhaps which we all aspire. And with that, I move to Anupam. Anupam, you've been in these platforms, and I would focus a bit more on the standard making, etc., which I would say is the core for, you know, how the internet technologies, etc., work at the network layer and even the content layer. We see more of global north at this point of time, whereas we have our own aspirations. We want various things, as in, how do you see we could kind of make our foray there, etc.? And your wish list.
Okay.
I would start with the wish list from you.
Thank you. Thank you, Amrita. So I literally forgot that I am a speaker. So, never before I have heard a Joint Secretary of Government of India talking about standards in this fashion. So thank you, sir, for making saying that standards are the place where the play happens. If you look at the internet, it is nothing but a set of standards which works. It starts with the network layer, TCP/IP. It is one RFC which works out. If you want to move ahead, then there is a border gateway protocol. It is again a standard which happens. If you want to send an email, RFC 3806, again an SNMP, which allows you to send one email from one person to another. Okay. SMTP, right? Yeah. So the next, if you move to IPv6, then you have another set of standards. So we are surrounded by standards. If you are accessing an Wi-Fi, it is IEEE standard 802 dot something something. Okay. So unless and until we participate in this standardization bodies, we are not at the table to talk in the right fashion. We can talk at the policy level at multiple forums, but technical standard discussions are the place where we should be there. Now, if in terms of wish list, we have hosted an ICANN meeting in India. We have hosted an IGF meeting in India, but we have never hosted an IETF meeting in India. So if I want to share my wish list, I think we should host an IETF, which is Internet Engineering Task Force meeting in India, and that will provide us a milestone to run with. That will help us to build the capacity which is required at the home level, and then run for that milestone to have the maximum participation. Just to give you an example, when the government orders an internet shutdown, nobody goes into the server and stops the BGP. वो जो सर लास्ट माइल में जो प्लेयर है ना सर, वो अपने ही ऑफिस के बाहर जाके अपना तार काट देता है, because there are peoples who knows how to ply the wires, and that's how they follow the order of the government on internet shutdown. So nobody goes into the server and shuts down the internet. So the server is running behind in the operator's knock as it is, but it is the physical layer which is helping him to follow the order. Why he or she is doing that? Because because at the ground level there is no capacity to run those kind of commands on those servers. So possibly in terms of wish list, there is an area to start some kind of polytechnic courses as well. We need to relook at our education system to see that whether or not we can create some capacity at the network layer. And that's an open area, considering that the kind of data centers which we are seeing in India now, growing by multiple of access, there is a huge requirement for people who can run the basic commands, and we don't need an engineering course. Possibly a polytechnic course is a good enough. Second, in terms of calibrating Bharat's digital agenda, one thing which we need to start discussing, and which I have heard since morning, multiple people, multiple panelists talking about, is the trust. Now, I'll give you an example. I have a 10-year-old son. He trusts me. But am I trustworthy? I don't know. Okay. So possibly the discussion now needs to be shifted from the idea of trust to being trustworthy. So the systems now need to be trustworthy systems. The internet needs to be a trustworthy internet rather than providing trust through security protocols and other. So that is an area which we possibly need to look upon. And when I say this, there are certain drafts in IETF which are looking at trustworthy routing, trustworthy peering, and these drafts are not written by someone individual. These drafts are a collaborative draft of Juniper, Cisco, and other network providers. So this is possibly an area where we need to look into in terms of calibrating the Bharat's digital agenda. The second very small point, but ability to connect which essentially turns ourselves into an access. That is again something which we'll have to relook. The quality of the internet is still something which we are not there. Now, there was a report by Internet Society which has calibrated countries in terms of internet poverty. Now, India stands second in internet poverty, in spite of the fact that since morning we have told ourselves that we are a huge country where we have connected so many people, we have so many devices. But still on the internet poverty level, we are still there in number 2. Possibly Uganda or someone is ahead of us, but we are number 2nd, in spite of so many number of people. Because, sir, if we provide internet to a person and we don't give them a quality internet, we are creating that divide which is not existing beforehand. Earlier, a person for a death certificate or a birth certificate would have gone to a municipality and asked for a certificate physically. That was a process. He was not being discriminated. Now, if we want him to download a birth certificate and there is no quality internet where it can be downloaded, we are creating a new set of divide. And that is the reason why we are standing in internet poverty at number 2. So we need to relook at our communication, how we are connecting with the people, and for that possibly a light touch regulation on internet exchange points is something which is required, because that is where we will create communities at the ground level, and it will also allow people to and local operators to connect with. I'll stop here and thank you for this opportunity, Amrita.
Thank you, Anupam. Or while I completely I go with all your points on capacity building, etc., I would definitely not want capacity building to do shutdowns, because that is the most scariest part at this point of time. But I get but I get your point, what you're saying.
No capacity for shutdown. I was saying that at least there is no capacity to run. So
I get your point, but the shutdown is scary as it is. I'll move to Astha. Astha, what is your wish list? As in, just as Anupam mentioned, do you have a wish list?
Yeah, so I've been listening to the wonderful panelists and sort of trying to frame my thoughts. And I think that, so Shri talked about the hard infrastructure, the digital public infrastructure. But I think what's also coming up quite acutely is this idea of the social infrastructure, the human infrastructure, right? So as we see, with the advent of AI, we're going to be, for instance, India is already becoming the hub of data labeling, right? So we're going to have new kinds of jobs that are being created that are going to be contributing to the new forms of the internet. We're also seeing things like, the governance professionals. I think also in terms of regulation itself, I think that as we talk about civil society, regulation, ideas of governance, I think all of that needs to also be considered as part of the social infrastructure that runs along with all the, Shivna talked about the export of the India stack. How do we professionalize some of these governance infrastructures as well, and do that in a way that India not only takes the lead on deploying of technology, but also deploying of this certain kind of techno-legal approach that we've been talking about. So that's one part of it. Then also, as we think about innovation, what we've seen in the context of the deployment of DPIs in India, there's been an iterative process. So, first UPI was just supposed to be a number and an ID. Then they realized people don't trust that. And then, things like QR codes came in, the machine that calls back that the transaction has happened. So there's a big body of social infrastructure and user research that happens to make DPIs contextual, thoughtful, and inclusive. And I think that that also starts to run around it. So I think is that, as we think about India's position on infrastructure, as we think about it from the digital public infrastructure lens, I think that we need to start thinking much more about the social infrastructure, and also on a lot on the last mile, because what we've seen in our work is that instantiating a lot of the technologies and also ideas of governance needs a lot of last mile support. So all the frontline workers at the moment are actually implementers of India's DPI, whether it's through ABDM or even informal intermediaries that help women do transactions online, etc. So there's a way to think about infrastructure as a much more broader set of things and not just technology. And I think that if we're able to package that, and I think that that will help us put forth this leadership position that we're chasing.
Thank you, Astha. And we'll come to Shivnath now for, what your wish list. We should have a wish list, right?
No, definitely. I mean, and again, there's something that I've been picking up, especially in the backdrop of the ongoing legislative activity in India. Everybody talks about AI now as if it's a new big thing. AI has been around for a while. So I just think there needs to be a little more, I want to say structured, but I also mean unstructured without a landing point of a conversation between stakeholders, especially the industry. Because right now, the current theme of conversation is how to regulate you. I don't ever hear a conversation saying, hey, let's come and brainstorm what can work in India. What is the opportunity set? What is really open source? What does India need from a big tech? Right now, the lens is usually, oh, there is user harm. Of course, there is, and we need to solve for it. Oh, now we need a new law. I just heard the Competition Commission chairperson said that they will do a new AI regulation study. So I hear only things of how to tame it, how to boundary it, how to regulate it. I never hear saying, hey, there will be a 2-day brainstorming on the wackiest ideas on AI. So I think what I'm trying to say, it should be an unstructured way, but maybe a structured dialogue. That's one part of it. The second part of it, I think, yes, there is competitive regulatory desire right now across the world. EU has taken it and killed innovation in a lot of ways, but irrespective, I just think the innovation ecosystem which is getting built, ideally, according to me, should be a bit more distributed. Right now, it is concentrated in 1 or 2 cities of the country. If it becomes a little more distributed, now I don't know, will it require more talent in every part of the world or more college ecosystem in every part of the world? If you really want to see the benefit, India is like such a huge and complex country. I mean, you will not create DPIs every day, but you will need to create innovation ecosystems every day. So I think a bit more distribution, and maybe the government can guide the technology sector as to how to do it. But I definitely desire more dialogue without an agenda to explore the possibilities rather than discussing what new law is going to be passed.
Thank you, Shivnath. I think this is very important. And one of the reasons when the IGF was formed after the WSIS discussion was to create an open platform where everyone can come and discuss. One of the criticism for IGF is it is not a decision maker, but it was made by design so that people can come in an open place and discuss, and I think it is important that everyone has a say without gags at times and without judgment, because that's when you can come up with things. And I think that's important for India, at this point of time. So I kind of agree with this point of yours that there needs to be more open conversations rather than, okay, when the conversation is there in the room, how do we regulate, etc. In fact, I was speaking to the Japanese. If you look at it, in the G7, they have come up with the Hiroshima, dialogue. But what they say, from the Japanese government, the people who are looking at AI, is we may come up with frameworks, but we will not want to regulate because we want our industry. We want people to get jobs. They're very clear about it. They say, as in the deputy minister told me this, that we can come up with frameworks, but no regulations, because that's where they want an edge. They have an edge. So this is how they think. Others may think differently. Perhaps India may have a different thought. I would go to Ashwini first. Ashwini, what is your wish list?
Wish list is that by 2047, India should be a developed country. So rest everything is in reverse order. By strengthening IGF, what I'm going to achieve? That's the question I think all of us need to ask. So why we should be strengthening IGF? Because internet remains free. Why should internet be free? So that I can enjoy what I want to enjoy on the internet. So those rights are intact. What I will do by that? I will get freedom to innovate services, do my business the way I want. I can create more services. So I think it should fall through that waterfall kind of scenario. Why it is important, where it will lead to us. People are not seeing that value into IGF, that these principles are so important, why they are important. So something tangible, which we understand clearly that, okay, technologically developed nations are important, and those are the technically developed nations are only developed nations. Unless you are technologically superior, you are not going to become a developed nation. That should be very clear. How you can become technologically superior if internet is free, open, inclusive, multi-stakeholder governed. So these kind of things are not in public domain. I'm saying bring all forces together, those can strengthen this thinking clearly that why it is important. That's why I'm saying academia, think tanks doing serious work behind it, having open discussions with all stakeholders. That's I think is needed, which is a gap as of now.
Thank you so much, Ashwini. I think what is important is every stakeholder should feel that it benefits me. What is in it for me is important. Is there any questions online or any questions from the room for any of the panelists or any comments anyone wants to make? We can have a quick question, comment. If no one asks a question, I get afraid. Either we've been too boring or it's just above. Yes, Ihita, you have a question. If you would introduce yourself.
Yes, that's definitely not a boring session at all. I was sitting right here and paying attention to all the speakers. I'm Mahita Gangavarupu. I'm representing Youth India IGF. Being a young person myself and having been in this space for close to 6-7 years now, it's been quite a journey in internet governance, and there are lots of gaps. There's a substantial learning curve. So my question and especially, there were lots of interesting topics that Alexa, you mentioned the umbrella of internet governance, and lots of verticals under it. My question is with respect to the standardization topic that was discussed. So what do you identify as gaps? You mentioned engaging young people and empowering young people to get them actively involved in the standard space. So what do you identify as the gaps? And what do you think are the strategic initiatives that we can take up across various stakeholder groups for young persons' meaningful engagement and quality contribution to the standardization space, considering the discussions of standards, especially technical standards, are at a certain level. So how do we bridge this gap?
Yeah, can I answer this? Okay. Okay. So the main reason why the youth is not engaged is because they don't see standardization as a career. Okay. So when people, AI is the buzzword, so most of the colleges are teaching AI, and everybody is looking forward to a nice job after they have learned AI for 4 years. But standardization as a career in India has not evolved. Okay. Second, most of the mindset of most of the companies are that standardization, though we are a service-oriented country, okay, we provide a lot of digital services. Somehow the mindset is that standardization is for product. Okay. Standardization is not for services, but that is a great myth which we will have to resolve. That if you are providing digitally delivered services, which is impacting the safety and is impacting the human life, then there has to be standardization related to digitally delivered services. Okay, so that is something which we have not worked upon as a country. So that is something, once this takes off, I think there will be a lot more engagement. The third and the final point is that organizations are not putting in the effort to create standardization cells within their organizations. So possibly people from Meta and Zupi, the technical people are there. So possibly some of them need to invest some of the time in standardization. And it is not a voluntary activity after a certain point in time. It has to be connected with the organizational objectives. So if that can be done, I think we are good to go. Thank you.
Adding on to what Anupam said, as a country or as a policy person, our approach should be promoting open standards. What area? I mean, I'm not the man in charge for that, but any technology, any product meaning by software product, not only the hardware products, those have to be standardized. I mean, standardized by how? I mean, once they achieve certain minimum benchmarks, they become world-class products. Then there is a process as to how you socialize them. Industries like Meta, Google, and all these people, they start using it, and it evolves into a standards. We just have to make sure that the standards, wherever these are being pushed, those are open standards. Those are not proprietary standards. So that's the sum and substance of it. To simply put it, like UPI has its own standards, but it's nothing but it's just a 2-page protocol. It's nothing. Similarly, with the ONDC or OCAN, which you see, which is open network, it is, standards, something like something look very technical, but it's again a set of protocols only, which is the backend protocol, and maybe a set of registries. How do we do? I mean, once biggies like them, which is sitting on my two sides, when they start using them, socializing them to the Western world, they become established standards. We are using this approach in our international cooperation by socializing these with other countries. That's what you have to keep in mind. That's it. And the very technical aspects, for the internet governance, which area, I think maybe I would leave it. Maybe I would set some time with Anupam to get a download and as to which areas to focus on in standards.
List you have, sir, apart from open standards? Everyone said Abhi bata de.
The wish list is, I would look forward for far more intense engagement in a very close working group level from all the stakeholders, so that next time we head for ICANN meeting, we have a clear strategy and we know what Amrita wants, and Amrita knows what we want. That's the only expectation I have. And I'll be pushing it all. I think Devesh is fully on board. So Devesh will be organizing these on these working level discussions with the interested or with the relevant stakeholders from time to time, at least one a month, I guess. Thank you.
I see Harish standing. Yes, Harish, your question and who it is. Introduce yourself and who it is directed to.
So my name is Harish Choudhury. I'm a research scholar currently at National Forensic Sciences University, Ministry of Home Affairs. And my research work is on internet governance, as well as the cybersecurity and digital forensics, basically on the domain name system measurements. So I'm, before this, I was part of the internet governance team. Okay, and my employer was NIXI, CDEC, and in the ages of MeitY. So given that background, I have attended Internet Engineering Task Force meeting from IETF 94 to IETF 104. So there I have seen the India's engagement with the Internet Engineering Task Force is keep on declining. So that is my experience, and I have given the data points based upon a website which is maintained by the ex-IETF chair, Yari Areko, and we have seen the India's engagement and the number of internet drafts and standards are, very, very, concerning. So given the population of 1.4 billion, and at the same time, we are also putting our country in the, wish list to be a developed country. So how we could do it,
Yeah,
given
Harish, if you have a question or a quick comment, because
yeah, this is the comment and the question for all the August audience, that how to integrate all those things at the standardization level. Yep.
I think that's a critical question. Perhaps Anupam elucidated to it, as in perhaps looking, there would be support required for it, more engagement and ISOC, etc., trying to do some things. But Anupam, if you want to share something.
So for that, I think what Sushil Palji, what you said, that we need to have an intense focus in building that capacity. Now, I am part of the board of the PTI, but PTI is just the arm which manages the implementation of the policies on internet protocols which are developed in ICANN. Okay, and ICANN doesn't own internet. The copyright, if there is a copyright of internet somewhere, it is with IDF. Okay, so it's a very complex world out there wherein one needs to understand, and this national strategy for internet governance, that kind of thing is pretty much important to have an integrated approach. Currently, we are participating based on individuals' passion, organizational interest, or some other force which is driving, because we have a friend who is participating, and we have been running in India School on Internet Governance for last 7 years. So we have seen just around 5 to 6% of the people coming back to us and start contributing. So but still, that's a very good number considering we have developed more than 500 people. So an integrated approach in terms of some kind of strategy is required. That will be my answer, Harish. Thank you.
Have any online questions? One? Yes. Can you read it out, and who is the person? And direct it to whom?
who's asking that how are you looking to pool talents? How are you looking to build a talent pool and add value to the intellectual property? And how would you concentrate this in the best places possible?
Everything to do.
I don't have a straight answer for it, but I think from the engagement with I said, with the various stakeholders which we intend to carry on a monthly basis, and there's a there'll be clear mandate, to identify the relevant talent pool from various industries. That's the focused approach we'd follow, and maybe we'd take it from whatever whatever suggestions come from those esteemed members who will be participating. Definitely, but we definitely want a much larger consultation from each of these stakeholders. I think that's the idea as of now, but maybe if he has any other suggestion or anybody has any other suggestion, they are free to write to us. I think NIXI will be more than happy to initiate or either a program for creating a larger talent pool or maybe any other action.
Thank you. I see we have another 9 minutes. If any of, I give 1 minute to all the speakers in case they want to give any parting shots.
The audience has never, you can make them happy by finishing it early, I'm sure.
I can, but if anyone wants to have,
time back.
Yes, we can give you time. Most of the panels have taken time. We can give you time back, but I think we had an interesting discussion. I hope you also enjoyed. There was a lot of discussions. Takeaways could be, having open platforms where you can have free-flowing discussions, brainstorming on how to improve things, best practices, even challenges for that matter, without kind of bondages, I would say. Trying to create ecosystems, capacity building, or an India strategy is something, so that people can engage in these platforms. We want to focus on innovation. We want to drive innovation and balance it with regulation so that, the aspirations which we have as a country doesn't get eroded, I would say. We stay in the path which we want, and we have a lot to offer to the world. Perhaps we need to look at it, calibrate it, and package it, and I would say export it to not only the global majority, to others, because the way we use UPI, even in Japan, I was not able to use that way. You had to pay cash. And here you can go anywhere without anything. So I think we have a lot to offer. Sometimes we are not, the poor Indians. We have lots to give. So I think we have a positive way ahead. We can deliberate, and perhaps from in the IIGF, we can have more such open deliberations, create that platform where we can have these. And perhaps the coordination committee would be happy to kind of structure it more better and have more brainstorming. I think we could end it here. And thank you so much to all the panelists for coming, spending your time, and candidly sharing your views. Thank you so much. Sorry, not to get up. We have Santosh, T. Santosh, who would be giving the vote of thanks. I was kind of wrapping it up.
Yeah, so honorable guest, ladies and gentlemen, good evening all. So I stand before you with a heart full of gratitude and a deep sense of appreciation as we draw the curtains of India Internet Governance Forum 2023. This gathering has been a testament to the power of collaboration and the shared commitment to shaping the future of Internet in our nation. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our esteemed moderator, Amrita Choudhury, for her exceptional guidance and skillful orchestration throughout this event. And I extend my heartfelt thanks to Ms. Asta Kapoor, who mentioned about the India's strength in the global south, mainly on the DPIs, and sharing India's experience for taking the leadership position. And I'm thankful to Mr. Shivnath Thukral, Director, Head of India Public Policy, Meta, who mentioned about the fundamental building block India has created, the innovation ecosystem, and also to go global. And extend my sincere thanks to Mr. Sushil Palji, Joint Secretary of Ministry of Electronics and IT, for his invaluable presence and contribution during this event. his role in steering the policy initiatives, as he has mentioned during his discussion, and also mentioning about fostering innovation within the technology landscape has been very instrumental. Thank you, sir, for your insight. Now, I extend my sincere thanks to Mr. Ashwini Ranaji, the Chief Public Policy Officer at ZUPI, who mentioned about the various barriers and the aspiration of India, wherein which he has mentioned that by 2047, India will be the superpower. And last but not the least, I express my sincere gratitude to Mr. Anupam Agarwal. Congratulations to be part of the board of member of ICANN in the PTI, that is Public Technical Identifiers, which is the technological thing responsible to run the internet. As he mentioned that the participation and contribution in the standard making global body is very important. So lastly, I want to express my thanks to the diverse communities and stakeholders who have come, sat together the whole day to make this forum a melting pot of ideas. Thank you all for your unwavering commitment, and I look forward to witnessing the positive impact we will collectively create in the realm of India internet governance. Thank you all. And I would request Hita to guide me.
So we would like Sir to please facilitate our panelists, and if we could start with Sushil Pal, sir. Ms. Astha Kapoor. Mr. Shivnath Ukral. Mr. Ashwini Rana. Mr. Anupam Agarwal.
And I request all the panelists of this session to come together for a group photograph, please.
And in essence, Ms. Amrita Choudhury.
A big thank you to all the panelists for keeping it so engaging and so insightful. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a day full of fostering dialogue on critical public policy issues related to the internet. As we bring the curtains down on this edition of IIGF 2023, we urge all of you to build local communities and engage with internet governance communities globally, with the processes globally, so that we all can have a more digitally connected world. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. Thank you.